Welcome, dear friends, to a place where the gentle whispers of spring beckon us to renew our spirits and indulge in peaceful stories. As the world around us stirs with new life, we gather here by the cozy fireplace, its warm glow wrapping us in comfort. Thank you for choosing to spend your precious time in this serene haven. Let go of your worries, embrace the moment, and prepare to be soothed by the delightful tales that await. Story 1. Story 2. Story 3. The village of Oakhaven slept under a blanket of stars, but in a small cottage at its edge, a young girl named Lyra sat by her window, watching the sparks from the neighbor's late-night bonfire drift upward like tiny, hopeful fireflies. Each spark seemed to carry a whispered promise, a secret only the night could tell. Wrapped in a soft woolen scarf that smelled of cinnamon and cedar, a gift from her grandmother, woven with threads of memory and love, Lyra felt a familiar restlessness stir within her. It was a feeling that had visited her often, a quiet yearning for something just beyond the edges of her understanding. That night, as a particularly bright cluster of sparks swirled outside her window, they did not fade. Instead, they gathered, weaving together into a shimmering, silvery path that stretched from her windowsill into the vast, star-dusted sky. Without a second thought, Lyra reached for the small, smooth river stone she always kept in her pocket, a touchstone from the creek where she'd spent countless afternoons, and stepped onto the path. It felt like walking on warm, gentle breath, solid yet soft, and it carried her upward into a realm where the air itself hummed with a soft, melodic thrum. She arrived in a city built upon clouds. Pavements of pearlescent mist swirled under her feet, and towers of condensed starlight rose around her, their spires catching the moonglow in prismatic halos. The air was cool and carried the clean scent of rain-kissed horizons and distant thunderstorms. This was Etheria, the city in the sky, and its inhabitants were the nimbus whales, great, gentle beings whose bodies were formed of shifting cloud stuff and whose voices were not spoken but sung. Their melodies wove through the air, harmonies that felt like cool mist on the skin, chords that resonated like distant, rolling thunder. They did not use words, but their songs painted pictures in Lyra's mind, images of far-off wonders, of challenges unmet, of a balance in their world that had begun to falter. An elder nimbus whale, its form dappled with the silver of aging storms, drifted toward her. Its song was a slow, deep cello's lament, and within it, Lyra understood. The great celestial compass, a landmark that sat at the convergence of cloud paths, its crystal arms pointing not to north or south, but to places of significance in the realm, had dimmed. Its light, which once guided travelers and maintained the harmony between the different enchanted domains, was fading. Without it, the pathways between wonders would dissolve, and the delicate connections that bound this world together would unravel. Lyra knew with a certainty that settled deep in her bones that this was the reason she had been called. She tightened her scarf, the scent of cinnamon a familiar comfort, and touched the river stone in her pocket. "I will help," she whispered, and her words were carried away on a breeze that smelled of ozone and possibility. Her journey led her first to the staircase of whispering moss, a cascading waterfall of velvet-soft greenery that flowed from the edge of the cloud city down into the heart of the world. As she descended, the texture under her hands changed from cool, damp cloud stuff to the plush, springy feel of moss that seemed to pulse with a gentle, living warmth. The staircase deposited her into the Glimmerwood, a forest where the trees had leaves of stained glass, and the ground was a carpet of fragrant, crushed petals that released the scent of old roses and fresh earth with every step. Here she met the lumen deer, creatures whose antlers were not of bone, but of captured sunlight. They communicated not with sound, but by weaving patterns of light between their antlers, complex, shimmering dialogues that felt like watching a silent, beautiful language of luminescence. One, a young stag with antlers the color of dawn, approached her. It bowed its head, and from the tips of its antlers, a soft, golden light extended, touching her forehead. A vision bloomed in her mind, a map of glowing paths with the next landmark, the caverns of the sleeping aurora, highlighted in pulses of gentle blue. She followed the light path through the glimmerwood, the river's stone a reassuring weight in her pocket, her scarf trailing behind her like a banner of home. The forest gave way to the entrance of the caverns, a great archway woven from the roots of ancient, silver-barked trees. The air that sighed from within was cool and carried the faint, electric scent of a coming storm, mixed with something sweeter, like crushed peppermint. Inside, the caverns of the sleeping aurora were a symphony of dormant color. The walls, ceiling, and floor were covered in a soft, crystalline moss that held the memory of the northern lights within its very fibers. In the cavern's silence, the colors slept, deep blues, vibrant greens, and shimmering violets all resting in a peaceful, dark hush. The only inhabitants were the stone foxes, small creatures with fur like polished granite and eyes that held tiny, swirling galaxies. They communicated through touch, brushing against her legs with a cool, smooth pressure that conveyed simple, clear emotions: curiosity, guidance, caution. They led her through the labyrinthine caverns to its heart, where a great, still pool lay. Its surface was a perfect mirror, reflecting the sleeping colors of the cavern. This was the pool of silent echoes, a landmark where one could see reflections not of oneself, but of one's deepest questions. Lyra knelt, her scarf pooling around her on the cool, smooth stone. She looked into the water, and instead of her own face, she saw the dimmed celestial compass, its light guttering like a dying candle. And then she saw something else, a reflection of her own hands, not holding the compass, but gently polishing its crystal arms with the soft wool of her scarf. The message was clear. The compass did not need a new source of power. It needed to be reminded of the light it already held. It needed care, a gentle touch, a memory of warmth. It needed a piece of home. The stone foxes, understanding her realization, nuzzled her hands. One placed a small, smooth piece of aurora agate in her palm, a stone that felt perpetually warm and hummed with a quiet, melodic vibration. It was a piece of this place, a token to help her on her way. Her path now led upward again, through a tunnel that seemed to be woven from starlight and spider silk. The air grew thin and carried the scent of old parchment and ozone. She emerged into a place that was not quite a room, but a space between spaces. This was the Nexus Library, a landmark that existed between dimensions. Shelves stretched into infinity, not holding books, but holding moments, captured in shimmering orbs of light that pulsed with the emotions and memories they contained. The air felt thick, textured, like moving through warm honey. The librarians here were the star owls, beings of feather and light, with eyes that held the patience of millennia. They did not speak or sing or touch, they simply knew. One glided down to a perch beside her, its feathers brushing against her arm with the softness of falling snowflakes. It blinked and a knowledge settled in Lyra's mind. The final path to the celestial compass was not a physical one, but a journey inward. She had to understand why she was the one to do this. Sitting on a floor that felt like solidified moonlight, Lyra held her river stone and breathed in the scent of her scarf. She thought of home, not just the cottage, but the feeling of belonging, of being loved, of being connected to something steady and true. She realized her yearning had not been for escape, but for a way to weave that feeling of home into the wider world. Her journey was not about finding herself, but about understanding that the warmth she carried within her was a light that could be shared. The star owl let out a soft, soundless hoot of approval. A portal swirled into existence before her, a doorway of coalescing light. She stepped through and found herself at the peak of the highest cloud in Etheria. There, standing in a courtyard of solidified mist, was the celestial compass. It was even more magnificent up close, and yet more sorrowful. Its great crystal arms, usually blazing with guiding light, were dull and cloudy. The nimbus whales swam in a slow, sad circle around it, their songs a mournful dirge. Lyra walked forward, her heart pounding. She untied her grandmother's scarf from her neck. She could smell the cedar, a scent of strength and endurance, and the cinnamon, a spice of warmth and comfort. She remembered the vision in the pool. With the utmost tenderness, she began to polish the nearest crystal arm. As the soft wool, imbued with the very essence of home and love, touched the cold crystal, a faint glow sparked within it. She worked her way around the compass, polishing each arm, whispering stories of Oakhaven, of her grandmother, of the creek where her river stone was found. She poured her feeling of home into the task. With each stroke, the light within the compass grew stronger, brighter, until it was no longer a dim memory, but a brilliant, pulsing beacon. The nimbus whale's songs shifted from lament to a triumphant, soaring symphony that shook the very clouds. The light from the compass shot out in countless beams, reconnecting the pathways to the Glimmerwood, the Aurora Caverns, the Nexus Library, and countless other wonders. The realm was whole again. The elder nimbus whale drifted to her side, its song now a gentle lullaby of profound gratitude. It nudged her softly, and she understood that it was time for her to return. The silvery path reappeared, leading back to her windowsill. Lyra stepped back into her room, the first hints of dawn painting the sky. The magical path dissolved behind her, leaving only the memory of its warmth. She was still holding her scarf, which now carried not only the scent of cinnamon and cedar, but a faint, new hint of ozone and starlight. Her river stone was still in her pocket, but it felt warmer than before. She knew she had not just fixed a compass in a far-off realm. She had discovered that the greatest wonders are not found in distant lands, but are carried within us, the light of home, the strength of memory, the courage to care. And as she curled up in her bed, the cozy weight of her blankets feeling like a gentle cloud, she drifted into a deep and peaceful sleep, dreaming of singing whales and forests of light, knowing that a piece of her home now shone forever in a sky full of wonders. Story 4. Deep within the ancient forest of Elder Grove, where the moon wove silver threads through a canopy of ancient oak and whispering pine, there existed a magic as old as the stars themselves. This was not a magic of loud spells or flashing lights, but a quieter, deeper kind, a magic that hummed in the roots of the trees, murmured in the streams, and slept in the hearts of the moss-covered stones. It was a place where the night was not for fear, but for wonder, and where the gentle, nocturnal creatures held counsel under the soft glow of bioluminescent fungi and the watchful eyes of a billion stars. Our story begins with a small, rather anxious hedgehog named Pip. Pip was a creature of routine, his days spent in cozy slumber beneath the gnarled roots of a grandmother willow, and his nights dedicated to the meticulous collection of dewy clover and plump earthworms. But lately a strange restlessness had taken root in his heart. The deep, satisfying sleep that usually claimed him at dawn had become elusive, replaced by a fluttering worry he couldn't quite name. He felt out of rhythm, like a songbird who had forgotten the tune to spring. On this particular night, the air was crisp with the turning of the season from the vibrant energy of late summer to the quiet contemplation of early autumn. A gentle breeze carrying the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves rustled through the canopy, creating a soft, shushing sound that was the forest's way of whispering, "Hush now, all is well." Pip, however, did not feel the reassurance. He shuffled his paws, his spines twitching nervously. "It is no use trying to outpace it, little one," a voice, as smooth and deep as the forest floor, spoke from above. Pip looked up. There, on a low-hanging branch of the grandmother willow, sat Orion, the great horned owl. His feathers were the color of tree bark and shadow, and his eyes held the ancient, patient light of the moon itself. Orion was the elder of Elder Grove, a keeper of stories and a reader of the silent language of the world. "I don't mean to be restless, Orion," Pip sighed, his voice small. "But my heart feels like a startled sparrow. I cannot find my calm. I cannot find my sleep." Orion blinked slowly, a gesture of profound understanding. The forest itself is turning inward, Pip. The great cycle is shifting. What you feel is not just your own, but the echo of a larger change. To find your own rhythm again, you must listen to the world as it prepares for its rest. Listen, Pip asked, perplexed. To what? To the secret conversations, Orion replied, his head tilting. The trees are beginning to speak of letting go. The streams are singing lullabies to the stones. The very stars are sharing their stories of distant light. Your worry is a sign that you have stopped listening. Your journey is to hear them once more. With a soft flutter, a single, iridescent feather drifted down from Orion's wing and landed at Pip's feet. It shimmered with a soft, internal light, a tiny piece of starlight given form. Follow the whispers, Orion said. Let them guide you, and remember, little one, even the longest night holds the promise of dawn. Hesitantly, Pip nudged the feather with his nose. It was warm, and a deep sense of peace seemed to radiate from it. Taking a deep breath, he decided to trust the wise owl. He would go on a journey to listen. His first steps took him along a path padded with centuries of fallen pine needles. The world was alive with sound, but he had to quiet the chattering in his own mind to hear it. He paused by a cluster of ancient stones, their surfaces velvety with emerald moss. He pressed his ear against the cool, damp stone. At first, there was only silence. But as he relaxed, as he truly listened, he felt it, a deep, resonant hum, a vibration so low and steady it was felt more than heard. It was the stone's story, a tale of patient endurance, of holding fast through countless seasons. It spoke of the comfort of simply being, of providing a foundation for moss and lichen, a home for tiny beetles. The vibration seeped into Pip's bones, and a little of his anxiety melted away, replaced by a sense of stability. Thank you, he whispered to the stones, and he felt rather than heard their silent, grateful acknowledgement. Guided by the soft glow of Orion's feather, he ventured deeper, coming upon a meandering stream that chuckled over a bed of smooth, water-worn pebbles. Pip sat on the bank, watching the moonlight dance on the dark water. He closed his eyes and focused on the stream's song. It wasn't a single sound, but a symphony, the gurgle as it curled around a root, the plink as a drop fell from an overhanging leaf, the steady shush of its forward flow. The stream was singing a lullaby of release. It sang of journeys taken, of obstacles overcome not by force, but by persistence and the willingness to flow around them. It sang of carrying stories from the high mountains to the sleepy meadows, and of the peace found in constant, gentle movement. Pip felt his own tightly wound thoughts begin to loosen, to flow away with the water's melody. His breathing deepened, matching the rhythm of the stream. He dipped a paw into the cold, clear water, and the chill was invigorating, washing away another layer of his restlessness. Leaving the stream behind, he entered a part of the forest he rarely visited, a starlit clearing where the magic of elder grove was most visible. The air itself seemed to sparkle. From the branches of the trees hung curtains of luminous moss that glowed with a soft, greenish-blue light. Delicate, mushroom-like fungi dotted the ground, their caps pulsing with a gentle, golden radiance, as if they were breathing in time with the forest. Fireflies' living jewels drifted through the air, their silent flashes weaving patterns of fleeting light. In the center of the clearing stood the oldest inhabitant of the forest, a colossal silver birch known as the heartwood tree. Its bark peeled in silvery curls that caught the moonlight, and its leaves, though beginning to tinge with gold, whispered secrets to one another in the breeze. This was the grand conductor of the forest's silent orchestra. Pip approached slowly, humbled by the tree's immense presence. He placed a gentle paw on its trunk. The moment he made contact, a flood of sensations washed over him. It was not words, but pure feeling, the deep, anchoring pull of roots drinking from the dark, rich earth, the joyful stretch of leaves reaching for the sun, the patient, aching beauty of letting those same leaves fall when their time was done. The heartwood tree shared the wisdom of the cycle: growth, abundance, release, and rest. It showed Pip that his own restless feeling was not a flaw, but a part of this same, beautiful process. It was time for him, too, to release what he no longer needed: the worries, the frantic energy, and allow himself to turn inward, to rest and renew. As he stood there, bathed in the combined light of the moon, the stars, and the forest's own gentle glow, Pip felt a profound shift. The fluttering in his chest stilled. The tangled knot of anxiety unraveled. He understood now. He was not separate from the forest. He was a part of its great, breathing, dreaming whole. His need for rest was as natural and as sacred as the trees shedding their leaves, or the stream slowing its flow in winter. Just then, a soft rain began to fall. It was not a storm, but a gentle shower, each drop a tiny drumbeat on the leaves above. The sound was a natural lullaby, a soothing percussion that filled the clearing. Pip didn't seek shelter. He stood in the clearing, letting the cool, clean water patter gently on his spines and wash over his face. The scent of petrichor, the earthy perfume of rain on dry soil, rose around him, the most comforting smell in the world. The wind joined the symphony, sighing through the pines, a long, low whisper that spoke of comfort and sleep. He had listened, and he had heard. He had heard the patience of the stones, the flowing release of the stream, and the cyclical wisdom of the heartwood tree. He had found his rhythm again, not by fighting his feelings, but by embracing them as part of the forest's eternal dance. With Orion's feather glowing softly in his grasp, Pip made his way back to the grandmother willow. The journey back felt different. The shadows were no longer deep and mysterious, but soft and protective. The sounds of the night were no longer unsettling, but familiar and friendly. Orion was still on his branch, his eyes half closed in contentment. He didn't need to ask Pip about his journey. He could see the newfound peace in the hedgehog's demeanor. "You listened," Orion stated simply. "I did," Pip replied, his voice full of quiet wonder. "And I heard everything." He curled up in his cozy nest beneath the roots, the gentle patter of the rain on the soil above him, now a comforting blanket of sound. The feather he placed beside him, its soft light casting gentle, shifting patterns on the earth wall. He closed his eyes, and for the first time in many days, sleep came to him not as a struggle, but as a welcome friend. His breath slowed, matching the rhythm of the dripping rain and the sighing wind. He dreamed not of worries, but of deep roots, flowing streams, and a forest that held him safe in its ancient, slumbering heart. And high above, the moon sailed silently through a sky now washed clean, its silver light blessing the resting world, a silent promise that after every long and listening night, a peaceful dawn would always, always come. Story 5. The fire crackled in the hearth, its light dancing across the room in ancient rhythms of gold and shadow. Outside, the wind whispered through the pines, but inside, the air was thick with the scent of cedar logs and memories. It was in this space between the flickering light and the settling silence that a story began to unfold, a story of roots that ran deep and remembrance that flowed like an underground river. The protagonist of our tale was a young woman named Anya, who had always felt slightly untethered, as if a part of her were a kite whose string had been lost to the wind. She lived in a small cottage at the edge of a quiet wood, a place she had inherited from a grandmother she could barely remember. The cottage was filled with the gentle clutter of generations, woven baskets, dried herbs hanging from the rafters, and shelves of books with spines softened by time. It was during the first true frost of the year that Anya found it. Tucked away in a carved wooden chest at the foot of her bed, beneath blankets that smelled of lavender and thyme, was a quilt. It was not a grand, ornate thing, but a patchwork of countless fabrics, each square a different color and texture, stitched together with meticulous care. Some patches were velvet, worn soft, others were rough linen or delicate, flower-printed cotton. In the center was a square of deep indigo embroidered with silver thread in the shape of a constellation, the weaver's star, her grandmother had called it. Wrapped within the quilt was a small, leather-bound journal, its pages filled with spidery handwriting and recipes not just for food, but for salves, for teas, for quiet moments. That first night, Anya spread the quilt over her bed. The weight of it was comforting, like a hand resting on her shoulder. As she drifted to sleep, the fire's glow painting the room in amber, she felt a strange sense of presence, as if the very air were listening. In her dream, she was no longer in her cottage, but in a sun-dappled clearing in the woods. An old woman sat on a mossy stone, her hands busy with a spindle, drawing thread from a cloud of wool. She was humming a tune, a simple, repetitive melody that seemed to weave itself into the very fabric of the dream. "What is remembered lives," the woman sang, her voice like the rustle of leaves. "What is forgotten sleeps." Anya approached, her feet silent on the soft earth. "Who are you?" she asked. The woman looked up, her eyes the color of the sky just before dawn. "I am the keeper of threads," she said. "And you, child, are holding one end of a very long line." She pointed to Anya's hands, and Anya saw that a silver thread, fine as spider silk, was tied around her wrist, stretching back into the shadows of the woods. "Follow it," the woman whispered. "Listen." When Anya woke, the dream clung to her like the scent of rain. The quilt was warm around her, and the phrase echoed in her mind, "What is remembered lives." That day she took the journal and sat by the fire. The first recipe she turned to was for Starlight tea. The ingredients were simple: chamomile, a pinch of lavender, honey, but the instructions were unusual. "Brew under the light of the weaver's star," it read. "And as you stir, think of a story your heart longs to remember." That evening, Anya prepared the tea as directed, carrying her cup to the small garden behind the cottage. The sky was clear, and the weaver's star shone brightly above. As she stirred the honey into her tea, a memory surfaced, not her own, but one that felt borrowed, like a book taken from a shelf. It was the story of a girl named Alara, her great-great-grandmother. Alara had lived in this very cottage over 100 years ago. She was a weaver, not just of cloth, but of stories. Every piece she created held a tale, a joy, a sorrow, a hope. The quilt, Anya realized, was Alara's masterpiece. Each patch was a page from a life. As Anya sipped her tea, the memory unfolded around her like a vision. She saw Alara as a young woman, sitting by a similar hearth, stitching a patch of emerald green velvet. It was from the dress she wore when she first met the man she would love, a wanderer who came to the woods with a satchel full of seeds and stories. Their courtship was gentle, filled with quiet walks and the exchange of tales. The green patch held the memory of his hand in hers, the scent of pine on his coat, the way he could mimic the call of the nightingale. But the vision shifted. The wanderer left one autumn, promising to return when the first snow fell. Alara waited, stitching a patch of gray wool, the color of the sky that day. Winter came, but he did not. The gray patch held her loneliness, the cold silence of the cottage, the weight of unanswered questions. Yet she did not stop weaving. She stitched a patch of bright yellow, the color of the first crocus of spring, to remember that life continues, that hope is a stubborn seed. Anya blinked, and she was back in her garden, the tea cool in her hands. The story felt as real as the chill in the air. That night she slept with the quilt again, and another dream came. This time she stood in a bustling kitchen, warm with the smell of baking bread and cinnamon. A woman with flour dusting her apron, Anya's great-grandmother, Maeve, was kneading dough, singing the same lullaby. What is remembered lives, what is forgotten sleeps. Maeve looked up and smiled, not at Anya, but at a young girl sitting at the table, a smaller version of Anya herself. The girl was sad, her shoulders slumped. "I miss the old house," the girl whispered. Maeve wiped her hands and sat beside her. "Houses are just wood and stone," she said gently. "But the stories we live in them, those we carry with us." She pointed to the quilt, which was draped over a chair. "See this blue patch? That's from the apron your great-grandmother Alara wore when she planted the apple tree in the garden. And this red one, that's from the ribbon your mother wore in her hair on her first day of school. This quilt is a map, my dear, a map of where we've been and who we've loved." In the dream, Anya watched as Maeve taught the girl a recipe for courage cookies, simple oat biscuits with a secret ingredient, a dash of cinnamon for warmth and a teaspoon of bravery, which meant baking them when you felt afraid and sharing them with someone who needed them more. When Anya woke, she felt an urge to bake. She found the recipe in the journal and made a batch, filling the cottage with a comforting, spicy aroma. As she worked, she realized that the quilt was more than a collection of fabrics. It was a living tapestry of her family's resilience, their joys and sorrows, their capacity to love and to endure. Days turned into weeks, and Anya continued to explore the journal and the quilt. Each recipe, each patch led to another story, another ancestor who appeared in dreams, in the flicker of the fire, or in the patterns of frost on the window pane. She met her grandfather, a quiet man who mended clocks and believed that time was not a line but a spiral, always returning to what mattered. She met a great-aunt who could speak to bees and knew the healing properties of every herb in the wood. But one story remained elusive, hidden in a patch of black silk, embroidered with a single silver tear. It belonged to her grandmother, the one who had last lived in the cottage, the one Anya barely remembered. Her name was Linnea, and she was a woman of few words, her eyes often distant, as if watching a horizon only she could see. One stormy night, as rain lashed against the windows and the fire spat and hissed, Anya wrapped herself in the quilt and fell into a deeper dream than any before. She stood in a room she recognized as her own cottage, but it was darker, filled with a heavy silence. Linnea, now a young woman, sat by the hearth, the quilt spread over her knees. She was stitching the black patch, her movements quick, almost frantic. Anya could feel her grief, a cold, sharp thing in the air. Linnea's husband, a musician with laughter like sunlight, had fallen ill one winter and never recovered. The black patch was for him, for the silence he left behind. Linnea had loved him with a fierceness that now had nowhere to go. In her sorrow, she had pulled away from everyone, even her own daughter, Anya's mother. She had built walls around her heart, thinking that by forgetting the pain, she might survive it. But as Anya watched, the figure of the old woman from the first dream appeared beside Linnea. She placed a hand on Linnea's shoulder. "You cannot cut the thread, child," she whispered. "To forget the sorrow is to risk forgetting the love that caused it." Linnea looked up, tears streaming down her face. "It hurts too much to remember." "I know," the woman said. "But see." She pointed to the quilt. "You are still weaving. This dark patch is part of the whole. Without it, the brighter patches would not shine so brightly. Your story is not over. Your daughter needs you. The thread continues." In the dream, Linnea slowly nodded. She picked up a needle and thread of gold and began to stitch a tiny, delicate border around the black patch, turning the tear into a star. It was an act of transformation, not erasure. Anya woke with a start, the storm still raging outside. But inside, she felt a profound peace. She understood now. The heirloom, the quilt, the journal were not just objects. They were invitations. The real heritage was not in owning them, but in the actions they inspired, the brewing of tea under the stars, the baking of courage cookies, the mending of hearts. It was in the remembering, the sharing, the weaving of new stories into the old fabric. The next morning the storm had passed, leaving the world washed clean and sparkling. Anya took the quilt outside and spread it over the damp grass. Sitting in the center, she opened the journal to a blank page at the back. She took a pen and began to write her own story, the story of a woman who learned to listen to the whispers of the past, who discovered that she was never truly alone. She wrote about the fire's ancient light, the roots that anchored her, the remembrance that connected her to a lineage of strong, gentle, kind-hearted people. That evening she invited her neighbors, an elderly couple who remembered her grandmother, a young family new to the wood, to share a meal. She baked bread using Maeve's recipe and served Starlight tea. As they sat around the fire, she told them the stories of the quilt. She showed them the green patch of Alara's love, the yellow patch of her hope, the gray patch of her waiting, and the black patch of Linnea's grief, now bordered in gold. The children listened with wide eyes, and the elders nodded, their own memories stirring. One of the neighbors, a woman with a voice like honey, began to hum the lullaby. "What is remembered lives," she sang, and others joined in, their voices weaving together in the cozy room. Anya looked around at the faces glowing in the firelight, at the quilt that lay across their laps, a tapestry of lives interwoven. She understood now that heritage was a living thing, passed down not through objects but through actions, through the sharing of stories, the offering of comfort, the courage to love despite the risk of loss. The quilt was a map, yes, but they were all travelers, adding their own patches to the endless, beautiful design. As the fire burned low and the stars emerged, Anya felt a deep sense of belonging. The roots of her family tree reached deep into the earth, and she was a new branch reaching for the sky. The past was not a burden, but a foundation. The future was not a mystery, but a continuation. And so, in the cottage at the edge of the wood, the story continued to be woven, thread by silver thread, memory by tender memory, under the gentle, watchful light of the weaver's star. Story 6. In a quiet valley cradled between two sleepy mountains, there lived a young woman named Anya, who carried a peculiar sort of silence within her. It was not an empty silence, but a full one, heavy with unspoken words and unseen colors. Her world was painted in gentle grays and soft browns, a comfortable but muted existence. The most extraordinary thing about Anya, a secret even she did not fully understand, was that her hair was not made of strands, but of the finest, most delicate silken thread, which she kept perpetually wound into a long, thick braid. Sometimes, in the deep quiet of the night, she would feel a faint, fluttering pulse within it, like the heartbeat of a tiny, sleeping bird. Her small cottage sat at the edge of the whispering woods, a place where the trees hummed old melodies when the wind passed through. Anya tended a small, struggling garden where the soil was rich, but the plants grew stunted and shy, their leaves curled inward as if afraid of the sun. She felt a kinship with them. She, too, found it difficult to unfurl. One afternoon, as a soft, persistent rain began to fall, Anya was attempting to coax a particularly timid seedling to stand a little taller. A voice as warm and textured as honeyed bread spoke from her garden gate. "The soil is ready," the voice said. "It is the soul that hesitates." Anya looked up to see an elderly woman with eyes the color of moss after a spring shower, and a smile that seemed to deepen the wrinkles around her mouth into maps of countless kind deeds. She wore a cloak patched with the colors of different seasons, a swatch of autumn gold at the collar, a piece of summer green at the hem. "My garden doesn't seem to know that," Anya replied, her voice barely a whisper on the damp air. The woman, who introduced herself as Maeve, stepped inside without a sound. She didn't look at the plants, but at Anya. "Gardens are mirrors, my dear. They show us what we feel in our roots. You are afraid of taking up too much space, of being too bright, so they are too." Maeve reached into a small pouch at her belt and sprinkled a dust that smelled of cinnamon and damp earth over the soil. "This is for courage," she said, "but it only works if you breathe with it." And then, as quietly as she had come, she was gone, leaving behind only the scent of her promise and the gentle patter of the ring. That night Anya sat by her small fireplace, the embers casting a dancing orange light across the room. She thought about Maeve's words. Afraid of taking up too much space. It was true. She lived small, spoke softly, made sure her presence was never an inconvenience. As she breathed in the quiet of the room, she felt that familiar flutter in her braid. On an impulse, she slowly, carefully began to unwind it. As the silken threads loosened, they didn't fall lank around her shoulders. They drifted weightless, forming a soft, shimmering cloud around her head. And within that cloud, tiny luminescent seeds, no bigger than specks of starlight, began to drift down, settling on her shoulders and lap. They were warm to the touch. This was her first small victory, the courage to simply let go. The next morning, she found that one of the seeds had taken root in a crack in her wooden floorboards by the hearth. A tiny green shoot had emerged, its leaves a vibrant, confident green she had never seen in her own garden. It was a small thing, but it was a start. Maeve began to appear at the most unexpected moments, always when Anya's doubt was at its thickest. She never gave direct instructions, only gentle observations that were keys to locked doors within Anya's heart. One day Anya was frustrated, trying to mend a broken fence. "I'm not strong enough," she sighed, her silken hair pulled tightly back. "Strength is not always about force," Maeve said, appearing beside her with a basket of wild berries. "Sometimes it is about flexibility. The willow bends so it does not break. What if your strength is of a different kind?" She pointed to Anya's hair. "A cocoon does not fight its transformation. It accepts it. It is in the patient stillness that the wings are formed." Anya considered this. She had always seen her quiet nature, her silken hair, as weaknesses. What if they were not? That evening, she practiced being flexible. Instead of forcing the fence post straight, she worked with its bend, weaving supple willow branches around it to create a beautiful, living repair. It was stronger and more lovely than it had been before. A second victory. That night as she slept, the silken cloud around her head shimmered, and tiny, perfect cocoons, spun from moonlight and dream stuff, began to form among the threads. Weeks turned into a gentle rhythm. With each small understanding, each acceptance of a part of herself she had previously rejected, her magical garden and her own strange metamorphosis responded. When she finally admitted she loved the sound of her own singing voice, a climbing rose by her door burst into blossoms that chimed softly in the breeze. The colors of her world began to shift. The grays warmed to silver and lavender, the browns deepened to rich umber and bronze. The tiny plant by the hearth grew into a beautiful, miniature tree with leaves that changed color with her mood. When she was peaceful, they were a serene blue-green. When she was joyful, they shimmered with gold. The greatest challenge came during a moonless night when a storm of doubt raged inside her. Old fears whispered that she was a novelty, that her changes were strange and would push others away. She felt the cocoons in her hair grow still and cold. She went into her garden, now a patchwork of brave colors and gentle sounds, and wept. The plant seemed to droop in sympathy. "Ah," came Maeve's voice, a steady anchor in the emotional tempest. She stood under the eaves, dry and calm. "The final test, to trust the change when you cannot see the path." She placed a warm, gnarled hand on Anya's shoulder. "The seed does not see the flower it is to become. It only knows to grow. The caterpillar does not comprehend the sky. It only knows the time for wings has come. You have done all the work, little one. Now you must simply be." Anya breathed in Maeve's unwavering faith. She let the fears wash over her and then away, like rain on stone. She accepted the storm inside, and in doing so, it quieted. She looked at her garden, at her own hands, and finally, fully, saw not a timid soul, but a resilient one. A creator of beauty. A being in transformation. As dawn broke, painting the sky in strokes of rose and apricot, a profound warmth spread from her heart through her entire body. She felt a gentle tearing, not of pain, but of release, from within the cocoons nestled in her hair. The silken cloud around her head began to glow, and from it emerged a cascade of butterflies. Their wings were not of any ordinary pattern, they were living tapestries of her journey. Some were the color of the first courageous seedling, others had the shimmer of her singing roses, and still others held the deep, knowing shades of the night she had faced her fears. They fluttered around her, a silent, beautiful celebration, before drifting out into the morning to dance among the flowers of her now thriving garden. Anya reached up. Her hair was still silken, but it was now woven through with strands of gold and silver, and it felt light, a part of her rather than a secret she carried. She looked for Maeve to thank her, but the old woman was gone. In her place, sitting on the garden gate, was a new cloak, beautifully sewn. It was made from the very patches of Maeve's own, the autumn gold, the summer green, a piece of winter's starlit blue, and a large, central patch of the exact rose apricot of the dawn sky. It was a mentor's final gift. The work was done. Anya put on the cloak. It fit perfectly. She walked through her garden not as its timid caretaker, but as its heart. She knew this was not an ending. It was a beginning. There were more seeds to plant, more colors to discover, more quiet melodies to learn from the whispering woods. The comfort she had found was not in staying the same, but in embracing the beautiful, endless, and gentle metamorphosis of being alive. And in the cozy quiet of her cottage, with the embers glowing and the gentle hum of the world outside, she breathed in and then out, perfectly at peace with the lovely, unfolding story of herself. Story 7. In the heart of the world, where the moon poured its silver milk upon the earth, lay the ancient forest of Lumenwood. It was a place untouched by the hurried hands of daylight, a kingdom that truly awoke only when the sun dipped below the horizon. Here the trees were not merely wood and leaf, they were living libraries, their bark etched with the stories of millennia, and their leaves whispering secrets in a language only the patient could understand. The streams did not simply flow, they sang soft, bubbling lullabies, and the stones, moss-covered and ancient, hummed with a deep, resonant vibration that could soothe the most restless of hearts. On this particular night, a young fox with fur the color of autumn oak leaves sat at the edge of a starlit clearing. His name was Rowan, and a quiet unease rustled within him. The great stream of murmurs, which usually wove through the forest like a ribbon of liquid crystal, had fallen silent. Its song, a constant, comforting presence, had vanished, leaving a hollow stillness in its wake. A soft swish-swish of wings broke the silence. From the high boughs of a grandfather pine descended Orion, a great horned owl whose feathers were the color of aged parchment and whose eyes held the gentle gleam of twin moons. He settled on a low branch beside Rowan, the sound as soft as falling snow. "The stream song is missing," Rowan said, his voice a small, worried thing in the vast quiet. Orion blinked slowly. "To hear a silence, little one must first learn to listen to the sounds. The forest has not lost its voice. It has merely changed its tune. The answer lies not in worrying about what is absent, but in seeking what is present." With those cryptic words, the old owl gestured with his beak toward the deepest part of the woods, where the bioluminescent fungi painted the path in ethereal shades of blue and green. "Follow the light of the star moss. It will guide you. And remember, the greatest wisdom is often shared not in words, but in whispers on the wind and the patient language of the land." Taking a deep breath of the cool, pine-scented air, Rowan stepped into the embrace of the forest. The path was illuminated by the gentle glow of the star moss, a celestial map laid upon the earth. As he walked, he practiced listening. He heard the drip-drip-drip of dew falling from a spider's web, a delicate, percussive rhythm. He heard the wind weaving through the needles of the pines, a hushed shh that seemed to say, "All is well." He paused by a cluster of talking stones, their surfaces warm and vibrating. He pressed his ear to the largest one and felt, more than heard, a deep, reassuring hum that traveled up through his paws and into his heart. Be still, it seemed to pulse. Be patient. Deeper he went until he came upon a grove where the trees grew in a perfect circle. In the center stood the great oak of echoes, its trunk so wide it would take 10 foxes to circle it, its branches cradling the stars. This was the eldest of all, a being who had seen countless seasons of rest and renewal. Rowan approached with reverence. "Great oak," he whispered. "The stream has lost its song, the forest feels incomplete." A single leaf glowing with a soft, internal golden light detached from a high branch and spiraled down to land at Rowan's feet. As it touched the ground, the image of a firefly shimmered upon its surface before fading. No words were spoken, but an understanding bloomed in Rowan's mind. The great oak was not giving him an answer, but a direction. The fireflies held a piece of the puzzle. He thanked the ancient tree and continued his journey, now following the sporadic, cheerful blinking of fireflies dancing between the ferns. They led him to the bank of the silent stream. In the moonlight, the water looked like a sheet of dark, polished glass. And there, huddled on a smooth, gray stone in the middle of the stream, was a badger kit named Pip. She was shivering, her nose twitching with fear, trapped on her little island as the water, though silent, still flowed deep and cold around her. "I was trying to follow the glowworm parade," Pip sniffled, her voice trembling. "But I slipped and the current carried me here. I'm too scared to swim back, and now the stream is so quiet and strange. It's frightening." Rowan's heart swelled with understanding. The stream hadn't lost its voice. It had softened it out of compassion for the frightened little creature, slowing its flow and stilling its song to keep from startling her further. The magic of the forest was protecting one of its own. "Don't be afraid," Rowan said, his voice gentle and steady. "The stream is being kind, it's waiting for you." But how to get her across? The water was too wide for Pip to jump, and too deep for Rowan to wade. He looked around, his eyes scanning the shadows. He remembered the language of the trees. He approached a graceful willow whose branches swept the water's surface. "Wise willow," he said, not with his voice, but with his heart, projecting his need for help. "A little one is stranded. Could you lend us your strength?" A gentle breeze rustled the willow's leaves, a sound like soft, sighing consent. One of its longest, most supple branches slowly, gracefully, lowered itself until its tip brushed the stone where Pip sat. "Hold on tight," Rowan encouraged. Pip, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and wonder, wrapped her paws around the branch. With the same gentle slowness, the willow lifted her, swinging her in a gentle arc through the cool night air and depositing her safely on the bank beside Rowan. The moment her paws touched the soft moss, a wonderful thing happened. A single, clear, musical note sounded from the stream. Then another and another. The stream of murmurs began to sing again, its melody even sweeter and more joyful than before, as if celebrating the safe return of the lost badger kit. The babble brook and gurgle swish filled the air, a symphony of relief and happiness. High above, Orion gave a soft, approving hoot that blended perfectly with the water's song. But the magic was not yet complete. As the stream's music returned, the bioluminescent fungi throughout the forest brightened, their blue and green light intensifying. The fireflies, which had been blinking randomly, now began to swarm above the water, arranging themselves into shimmering, swirling constellations that danced in time with the stream's melody. It was a celebration of cooperation, a testament to the forest's interconnected spirit. Pip, no longer frightened, looked at Rowan with shining eyes. "You listened," she said. "You listened to the forest, and it helped you help me." Rowan understood now. The silence had been a lesson. It had taught him to listen beyond the obvious, to hear the compassion in the stillness, the wisdom in the wind, and the language of help that needed no words. The elder owl had not given him the answer because the answer was not a thing to be given, but but a truth to be discovered through friendship and attentive care. As they made their way back to the starlit clearing, a soft, warm rain began to fall. It was not a storm, but a blessing. The pitter-patter on the broad leaves of the guardian ferns, the drip-drip tinkle as it collected and fell from the petals of night-blooming flowers, created a natural lullaby. The rain washed the dust from the leaves, making the whole forest gleam under the moonlight, and the scent of wet earth and blooming jasmine rose like incense. Orion was waiting for them, his feathers beaded with droplets that glittered like diamonds. "A forest is never silent," he said, his voice a low, soothing rumble. "It only asks that we learn new ways to hear." Just as the seasons turn from the vibrant energy of summer to the deep, necessary rest of winter, so too must we sometimes be still to understand the movement. The stream's silence was its winter, a time of quiet gathering. Your kindness was the spring that brought its music back to life. Rowan and Pip curled up together at the base of the grandfather pine, dry under its dense canopy. They watched the rain, listened to the restored song of the stream and the gentle percussion of the shower, and felt the deep, humming vibration of the contented earth beneath them. The fireflies eventually settled on the branches around them, providing a soft, living nightlight. The ancient forest of Lumenwood was once again whole, its nocturnal symphony complete, a harmony of water, wind, stone, and spirit. And as the moon journeyed across the sky, painting everything in its serene silver light, the two young creatures drifted into a peaceful sleep, cradled by the knowledge that they were part of this endless, gentle cycle of rest and renewal, forever watched over by the wise, kind eyes of the night. All was well, and the forest whispered its ancient, comforting secrets to all who knew how to listen. Story 8. In the quiet folds of the whispering woods, nestled between two sleepy hills, there lay a village known as Starlight Hollow. Here the cobblestone paths were worn smooth by generations of gentle footsteps, and the air always carried the faint scent of lavender and old books. Every evening as the sun dipped below the horizon, the village clock tower would chime 7 times, a sound as reliable as the North Star, and the lamplighters would begin their rounds, filling the streets with a soft, golden glow. But on this particular evening, something peculiar happened. It began with the stars. Finn, the village stargazer and mender of broken things, was the first to notice. Every night he would climb the winding stairs to his rooftop observatory, a cozy room with a domed ceiling that opened to the heavens. He'd adjust his brass telescope, sip a cup of chamomile tea, and sketch the constellations in his leather-bound journal. But tonight, as he peered through the eyepiece, he saw gaps in the sky where there should have been stars. The Little Dipper was missing its handle. The swan had lost a wing. It was as though someone had gently plucked the stars from the velvet darkness and tucked them away. Finn wasn't frightened, he was intrigued. He descended the stairs, his footsteps soft on the worn wooden steps, and stepped out into the lane. The night was still, save for the gentle rustle of wind chimes hanging from the eaves of the cottages. He could hear the distant gurgle of the creek and the patter of a light rain beginning to fall. But the stars, they were vanishing one by one. The next morning, the whole village was abuzz with the mystery. The baker, a cheerful woman named Cora, had noticed that her cinnamon rolls had risen twice as high as usual. The town librarian, an elderly man named Thistle, reported that all the books on the top shelf had rearranged themselves into alphabetical order by title instead of author. And the weaver, a young woman named Bryn, found that her loom was weaving threads into patterns she'd never seen before, swirls and spirals that looked like tiny galaxies. "It's the work of the Glimmer Gloom," whispered old Mr. Hemlock, the clockmaker, as he wound the gears of the town clock. "A mischievous spirit that dances in the rain and steals shiny things." But Finn wasn't so sure. He believed that every mystery, no matter how strange, had a reason and a solution. So he decided to investigate. His first clue came from a nursery rhyme his grandmother used to sing to him when he was small. He'd found it scribbled on a scrap of parchment tucked inside an old astronomy book. It went, "When the clock ticks backward and the rain falls up, seek the map that's hidden in the buttercup. Follow the path where the shadows play, to find what was lost at the end of the day." Finn pondered the words as he walked through the village square, the rain now a gentle mist that clung to his woolen cloak. He paused by the clock tower, listening to the steady tick-tock, tick-tock. It sounded normal enough. But then he noticed something odd. The shadow cast by the clock's hands seemed to be moving in the wrong direction. Not by much, just a subtle shift, as if time itself were hesitating. He made his way to the meadow where the buttercups grew thick and golden. Kneeling in the damp grass, he examined the flowers. Most were closed against the drizzle, but one, nestled at the base of the old stone bridge, was wide open. And there, tucked inside its petals, was a tiny, tightly rolled scroll. It was a map, a delicate thing, drawn in faded ink on what felt like silk. It showed the whispering woods, with a path marked by starlight symbols, leading to a place called the Glimmering Glen. But the path wasn't straight. It looped and curved in a way that made no sense. Finn realized that the map was a puzzle. The stars on it corresponded to the missing constellations. He decided to follow it. The woods were alive with sound, the drip-drip of rainwater from leaf to fern, the chirp of crickets tuning up for evening, the distant hoot of an owl. Finn walked slowly, his lantern casting a warm circle of light around him. He soon came to a fork in the path. According to the map, he should go left. But his instincts told him to go right, where a patch of foxglove bells chimed softly in the breeze. This was his first red herring, and it led to a delightful discovery. There, nestled among the foxgloves, was a family of hedgehogs, curled asleep in a nest of moss and fallen petals. One of them was clutching a tiny, silver thimble that gleamed in the lantern light. Finn smiled. It was the thimble the weaver Bryn had lost weeks ago. He tucked it into his pocket to return to her later. Back on the correct path, Finn continued, his senses sharp. He noticed that the fireflies here glowed in patterns, 3 short flashes, then 2 long ones. It reminded him of Morse code, though he wasn't sure why. He also saw that the raindrops, as they fell into a particular mossy pond, seemed to ripple upward instead of down. When the rain falls up, he thought, remembering the rhyme. He followed the trail of upward falling rain to a clearing where an ancient oak stood, its branches heavy with glowing lanterns that swayed in the wind. This was the Glimmering Glen. And there, sitting on a moss-covered stone, was a small, shimmering creature no taller than his knee. It had wings like a dragonfly and eyes like polished jet, and it was humming a tune that sounded like wind through pine needles. "Hello," Finn said softly, so as not to startle it. The creature looked up, and its humming stopped. "You found me," it said, its voice like the tinkling of crystal bells. "I've been looking for the stars," Finn replied, sitting on a nearby log. "Did you take them?" The creature, who introduced itself as Nyx, nodded sadly. "I didn't mean to cause trouble. I was lonely. The stars are my friends. They whisper stories to me at night. But lately the village has been so busy, no one looks up anymore. No one notices the patterns in the sky or the way the constellations change with the seasons. I thought if I borrowed a few, someone might come looking." Finn's heart softened. He understood loneliness. "But the stars belong to everyone," he said gently. "They guide travelers, inspire dreamers, and comfort those who feel small. When you took them, you didn't just hide light, you hid hope." Nyx looked down, its glow dimming. "I didn't think of that." "What if," Finn suggested, "instead of taking the stars, you helped us appreciate them? You could be the keeper of the night sky, reminding us to look up and wonder." Nyx's eyes brightened. I would like that. Together, they returned the stars to their places. Nyx flew up, light as a dandelion seed, and gently slotted each star back into the constellations. The swan regained its wing, the dipper its handle. The sky was whole again, brighter than ever. But the mystery wasn't entirely solved. Finn still wondered about the other peculiar happenings, the rising bread, the rearranged books, the new weaving patterns. As he walked back to the village with Nyx perched on his shoulder, he realized that all these things were connected. They were signs, gentle nudges from the world itself, reminding people to pay attention, to find joy in small surprises, to reconnect with each other and their home. The next day, Finn called a meeting in the village square. Under the restored starlight, with the clock tower chiming softly in the background, he told everyone about Nyx and the missing stars. He explained how loneliness had sparked the mystery, and how curiosity and empathy had solved it. The villagers listened, their faces lit by lantern light and understanding. Cora the baker brought out her extra fluffy cinnamon rolls and shared them with everyone. Thistle the librarian read aloud from a book of poetry about the night sky. Bryn the weaver showed off her new star-patterned cloth, woven with threads that shimmered like the Milky Way. And Nyx, no longer lonely, danced among them, its wings casting prismatic lights on the cobblestones. From that night on, the people of Starlight Hollow made a tradition of gathering under the stars once a week, to tell stories, sing songs, and simply be together. They noticed the constellations, learned their names, and felt the vast, comforting presence of the universe. Finn often joined them, his heart full. He'd look up at the sky, then around at his friends and neighbors, and feel that some mysteries weren't meant to be solved alone, they were meant to be shared. And as the gentle rain began to fall once more, tapping a soothing rhythm on the rooftops and the wind chimes sang their crystalline songs, he knew that Starlight Hollow was, and always would be, a place where every ending was a new beginning, and every heart found its way home by the light of the stars. Story 9. In the quiet village of Stillwater, nestled between whispering pines and a silver-woven river, there existed a peculiar sort of magic. It was not the kind that roared with thunder or flashed with lightning, but the kind that hummed in the background, like the gentle ticking of the old clock tower at the village square, or the soft chime of glass ornaments hanging from the eaves of every cottage. It was a magic of small wonders and gentle happenings, and for a long time it had been as predictable as the sunrise. Until the day the colors began to fade. It started subtly. Young Finn, a boy with a quiet nature and eyes that noticed the flight patterns of bees and the secret language of tree rings, was the first to notice. The brilliant crimson of the maple leaf he'd pressed in his book yesterday had softened to a pale pink. The vibrant yellow sunflowers in his mother's garden now wore the muted hue of old parchment. It wasn't a frightening change, but a puzzling one, as if the world was slowly being washed in a gentle, colorless rain. The village of Stillwater was abuzz with theories, spoken in hushed, curious tones over cups of chamomile tea and bowls of spiced stew. Old Man Hemlock, who tended the library and knew more about the world's oddities than anyone, suggested it was the work of a chroma thief, a mischievous spirit from a forgotten nursery rhyme. Others whispered that the great celestial clock in the sky was winding down, and with it, all of life's vibrancy. Finn, however, didn't believe in thieves or broken clocks. He believed in patterns. He spent his days walking the cobbled paths, his ears tuned to the ambient music of Stillwater, the plink-plonk of water dripping from mossy gutters after a soft rain, the harmonious dong of the clock tower marking each hour, and the constant, gentle rustle of the wind chimes that hung from every porch, their notes tinkling like frozen starlight. He noticed other small peculiarities, too. The hands on the sundial in the town square occasionally quivered and spun backwards for a single, breathless second. The stars at night seemed fewer, as if someone were gently plucking them from the velvet sky like ripe berries. And the flowers in the Glimmerwood just beyond the village didn't just lose their color. Some of them began to change hue entirely, a bluebell turning the soft green of a new leaf, a buttercup blushing a faint lavender. One evening, sitting by the crackling fireplace with his grandmother, Finn remembered an old rhyme she used to sing to him when he was very small. It was a simple, looping melody about the weaver of hues and the tuner of time. When the weaver's thread grows thin and slight, and the tuner's chime forgets the light, seek the map the stars have drawn, before the coming of the dawn. Find the heart where colors blend, and make the fractured world mend. No one had thought much of it, it was just a nursery rhyme. But to Finn it felt like a clue. The map the stars have drawn, he murmured, looking out his window at the night sky. He grabbed his warmest cloak and a lantern, its light a brave, golden star in the encroaching dimness, and made his way to the village square. The old clock tower stood sentinel, its face illuminated by the moon. Finn looked up not at the clock, but past it, to the constellations. He knew them all, the great oak, the silver trout, the dancing maidens. But tonight he saw something new. Or rather, something old that he'd never noticed. A faint cluster of stars, usually overlooked, now seemed to form a distinct pattern, a spiral like a snail's shell or an unfurling fern. It looked exactly like the ancient mosaic set into the floor of the town hall, a mosaic everyone walked over but no one really saw. This was his map. The next day Finn gathered a small, curious party. Alara, the baker's daughter, whose pastries could brighten the gloomiest day, Rowan, the woodcarver, whose hands could feel the life within a piece of timber, and Cora, the weaver, who understood the language of threads and dyes. He showed them the star map and the mosaic, and together they saw that the spiral pointed toward the heart of the Glimmerwood. Their journey into the woods was filled with delightful red herrings. They found a clearing where a family of badgers was collecting fallen, gray leaves, not out of mischief, but to line their den, finding the softer textures more comfortable. They discovered a stream where the water flowed upwards over a small waterfall, creating a tinkling, musical cascade that defied logic. Rowan, investigating the phenomenon, found that the stones beneath the water were magnetized, a natural wonder that explained the backwards flow. It wasn't the cause of their problem, but a beautiful, hidden secret of the woods they were now privy to. Following the star map's spiral, they ventured deeper. The air grew thick with the scent of damp earth and night-blooming flowers. The wind chimes of the village were a distant memory, replaced by the soft hoot of an owl and the crunch of their own footsteps on a carpet of pine needles. The colors here were the most fractured of all. A patch of moss shone with a faint silver, and a cluster of mushrooms pulsed with a gentle, internal golden light. Finally they arrived at the very center of the spiral, a small, circular grove where the trees formed a perfect ring. In the center of the grove grew a single, magnificent tree, unlike any they had ever seen. Its bark was the color of mother-of-pearl, and its leaves were a shifting tapestry of every color imaginable, though now they were dim, like a stained-glass window with no sun behind it. Wrapped around its base were thin, silvery threads that seemed to pulse with a weak, fading light. At the foot of the tree, curled and trembling, was a small, fox-like creature. Its fur was normally a brilliant, fiery orange, but now it was a pale, washed-out beige. Its large, intelligent eyes were filled with a deep, resonant sadness. It was softly humming the tune of the nursery rhyme. This was no chroma thief. This was the weaver of hues. Finn approached slowly, his movements gentle and non-threatening. He sat a few feet away, not speaking, just observing. He saw how one of the creature's paws was tenderly resting on a root of the great tree, and how with every pained breath it took, a thread of silver light would flicker and dim. The creature wasn't stealing the color, it was connected to it. It was in pain. "Your thread," Finn said softly, his voice barely a whisper. "It's growing thin, isn't it?" The creature looked at him, surprised. it gave a slow, sad nod. It gestured with its nose towards its paw, and Finn, with empathy guiding his eyes, saw the problem. A sharp, dark thorn from a bramble was deeply embedded in its pad, and a faint, shadowy discoloration was spreading from the wound. The thorn of sorrow, Finn thought, another fragment from the old rhymes. The creature's suffering was directly causing the magic of the world to fade. Rowan, with his carver's steady hands, carefully approached. "May I?" he asked the creature. It looked at Finn, then back at Rowan, and hesitantly offered its injured paw. With a delicate touch born of a lifetime of working with fragile things, Rowan extracted the thorn. The moment it was free, the creature let out a soft, shuddering sigh of relief. But the color did not immediately return. The shadowy infection remained. Cora, the weaver, understood. "The thread is still frayed," she said. "It needs to be mended." She reached into her pouch and brought out a small, luminous spindle she always carried, a tool passed down through her family. She didn't know its true purpose until this very moment. She held it out, and a strand of the silvery, fading light from the tree drifted towards it. With practiced, soothing motions, she began to respin the thread, her movements as rhythmic and calming as the ticking of the clock tower. Alara, meanwhile, had brought a basket. From it she took one of her famous honey and sunseed cakes, still warm from her oven. She broke off a small piece and offered it to the weary creature. As it ate, a tiny spark of its natural, fiery orange returned to the tip of its tail. The mending was a communal effort. Finn held the light steady, Rowan supported the creature, Cora respun the threads, and Alara provided comfort and sustenance. As the silver thread grew stronger and brighter, the magic began to flow back into the world. It started in the grove. The mother-of-pearl bark of the great tree of hues began to gleam, and its leaves ignited with 1,000 brilliant colors, casting dancing, prismatic light across their faces. The color washed out from the center of the grove in a gentle, visible wave. The silver moss turned a deep, vibrant green. The golden mushrooms shone like little lanterns. The wave continued through the glimmerwood, restoring the bluebells and buttercups to their proper glory, and then swept into Stillwater itself. Back in the village, people gasped with delight as the crimson returned to their quilts, the gold to their thatch, and the deep blue to the evening sky, now dotted with a full complement of twinkling stars. The clock tower chimed a perfect, clear note that seemed to resonate with the newly restored harmony of the world. The weaver of hues, now restored to its brilliant, beautiful self, nuzzled each of their hands in gratitude. It was the guardian of the world's palette, a gentle spirit who blended the light of the stars with the pigments of the earth, and it had been suffering in silence. Finn and his friends returned to Stillwater as the sun was setting, not with a tale of vanquishing a monster, but with a story of healing a friend. The mystery was solved not through fear or force, but through observation, empathy, and the simple, powerful act of helping someone in need. That night, the entire village gathered in the square. The air was filled with the scent of Alara's pastries, the sound of laughter, and the gentle, constant music of the wind chimes. The community was closer than it had ever been, bound by the shared wonder of the mystery and the joy of its resolution. They looked at their world with new eyes, appreciating every hue, every chime, every ticking second. And as they all looked up at the now complete tapestry of stars, they saw the constellation of the Weaver, shining brighter than ever before, a permanent map in the sky reminding them that the most powerful magic of all is the kindness woven between friends. The fire crackled, the night was warm, and in the peaceful, colorful silence of Stillwater, everyone drifted into dreams painted in the most vibrant and comforting of hues. Story 10. Story 10. In the velvet expanse where stars are sown like diamond dust across the infinite fields of night, there drifted a small, forgotten observatory station known as the Starlight Haven. It was a place of quiet hums and soft, pulsating lights, shaped like a great, crystalline lotus that had bloomed in the silence between worlds. Here two souls from distant corners of the cosmos found one another. The first was a being from the planet Luminara, a gentle creature named Orin. Orin's body was like living moss, soft and velvety, dappled with patches that glowed in soft hues of blue and gold when he felt peaceful. He communicated not with words but with colors, shifting patterns that danced across his skin, telling stories of joy, sorrow, and wonder. His homeworld was a place of deep forests and silent lakes, where the only sounds were the whispers of wind and the chime of falling dew. He had come to the Starlight haven to study the nebulae, those great clouds of stardust where new suns were born. The second was a traveler from the world of Harmonia, a delicate being named Lyra. Lyra resembled a creature spun from glass and gossamer, with slender limbs and wings that shimmered like captured moonlight. Her people spoke in harmonies, soft, melodic hums that conveyed meaning through pitch and resonance. A high, clear tone meant curiosity, a low, warm thrum signaled comfort. She had journeyed to the haven to listen to the music of the spheres, the faint, eternal song the universe sings to those who know how to hear. They met by chance in the central dome of the haven, a room with a ceiling made of transparent crystal that looked out upon the swirling lavender and rose of the Serenity Nebula. At first, they merely observed one another from a distance. Orin, upon seeing Lyra, glowed a soft, questioning green. Lyra, in turn, answered with a gentle, ascending chime. They did not understand one another's language, but something in their tones and colors felt kind. Slowly, cautiously, they began to explore communication. Orin would glow a warm, buttery yellow when Lyra floated near. Lyra would respond with a series of soft, overlapping notes like raindrops on a still pond. They learned that Orin's deep blue pulses meant he was content, while Lyra's low, vibrating hums meant she felt safe. It was a conversation made of light and song, and though they stumbled often, each misunderstanding ended not in frustration, but in soft, glowing laughter. Orin's skin flickering in merry silver sparks, Lyra's wings trembling with bell-like giggles. One afternoon, or what passed for afternoon in the timelessness of space, they decided to create a shared shelter within the haven, a place that was truly theirs. They chose a small, unused chamber tucked away behind the main observatory deck. It had once been a storage bay for botanical experiments, and a few forgotten plants still grew there, their leaves pale from lack of sunlight. Together they transformed it. Orin used his knowledge of living things to tend to the plants, his touch causing them to unfurl vibrant new leaves that glowed with a soft internal light. Lyra, with her delicate strength, arranged floating crystals that caught the light and refracted it into rainbows that danced upon the walls. They brought in cushions of woven starlight fiber and a small pool of water that shimmered with a pearlescent sheen. They called it the Glimmer Garden, a sanctuary of peace and beauty. It was in the Glimmer Garden that their first true misunderstanding arose. Orin, wanting to show his fondness for Lyra, gathered the most luminous moss from his home terrarium and presented it to her with a proud, pulsing magenta glow. To him, glowing moss was the highest gift of friendship. But Lyra, seeing the vibrant, almost aggressively bright moss, heard a loud, clashing chord in her mind. On Harmonia, such intense, unmodulated light was considered rude, an assault on the senses. She recoiled, her wings folding tightly, and let out a sharp, discordant note. Orin's glow dimmed to a confused, murky gray. He did not understand. He had offered a piece of his home, his heart, and it had been rejected. He retreated to a corner of the garden, his light flickering uncertainly. Lyra, seeing his dimness, felt a pang of regret. She floated closer and began to hum, not a melody of explanation, but one of apology, a slow, gentle, descending scale that spoke of sorrow and a desire to understand. She then gestured to the moss and hummed a question, a rising, lilting tone. It took time. Oren slowly brightened again, this time in soft, patient amber. He pointed to the moss and glowed a warm, steady gold, the color of deep affection. Lyra watched, listened, and then understood. The brightness wasn't aggression, it was love. She responded by weaving a new harmony, one she had never composed before, a melody that incorporated the visual sensation of his golden glow into sound. It was a song of acceptance and gratitude. From that day on, their friendship deepened. They spent countless hours in their glimmer garden, often simply sitting together in comfortable silence, watching the stars wheel past the crystal dome. Oren would glow in soft, rhythmic patterns that mirrored the slow dance of distant suns. Lyra would hum a quiet, continuous drone, the auditory equivalent of the vast, peaceful darkness between the lights. In those moments, they didn't need to translate. They simply were together, two different notes in the same universal chord. One evening, a rare celestial event occurred, a shower of comets, their icy tails painting brilliant streaks of white and blue across the nebula. They sat side by side on a soft mound of starlight cushions, their sanctuary bathed in the otherworldly glow. Oren's skin shone with a pattern of awe, ripples of silver and violet chasing each other across his form. Lyra's hum was a symphony of wonder, a complex arrangement that captured the breathtaking speed and beauty of the falling stars. In that shared, silent spectacle, something shifted. Oren reached out a soft, mossy hand. Lyra extended a delicate, crystalline finger. When they touched, a gentle warmth passed between them, and for a fleeting instant, they did not just see one another's colors or hear one another's songs. They felt one another's hearts. Oren felt Lyra's joy as a soaring, weightless freedom. Lyra felt Oren's peace as a deep-rooted calm. It was an empathic connection, a fleeting glimpse into each other's souls, and it required no translation at all. They learned in their quiet haven between the stars that the most advanced technology in the universe was not a hyperdrive or a quantum computer. It was the simple, profound act of reaching out. It was patience. It was the willingness to sit in confusion until understanding dawned, gentle as a new star. It was the universal language of kindness, a dialect spoken by every heart in the cosmos, regardless of its form. And so, in the Starlight Haven, surrounded by their glowing garden and the silent, watchful stars, the Luminaran and the Harmonian continued their peaceful existence. They were a living testament to the truth that friendship is not about speaking the same language, but about listening with the same heart. And as the nebula outside their window swirled in endless, beautiful patterns, they rested, two friends from different worlds, bound together by the soft, unbreakable light of companionship, a tiny, perfect constellation of their own making in the great, dark, and wonderfully kind universe. Story 11. Story 11. Deep within the heart of the world, cradled between the shoulders of sleeping mountains, lay the Silverwood. This was no ordinary forest. It was ancient, a living tapestry woven from moonlight and memory, where the very air hummed with a soft, latent magic. By day it appeared as a sea of emerald and jade, but when the sun dipped below the horizon and the first star pricked the velvet sky, the Silverwood awoke. Its true life began at dusk. The moss, a thick velvet blanket of deepest green, began to shimmer with a faint, internal light. Tiny, phosphorescent fungi, like scattered constellations, pushed their way through the damp earth, casting a gentle, blue-green glow upon the gnarled roots of trees. These trees were the elders of the forest, their bark etched with the runes of centuries. They did not speak in words but in sensations, a gentle, rustling sigh that spoke of contentment, a creak of a heavy bough that warned of a coming breeze, and the soft, plopping sound of a dewdrop falling from a leaf, which was their way of sharing a secret. On this particular evening, a young hedgehog named Pip was feeling restless. He had burrowed into his cozy nest of dried ferns and thistledown, but sleep would not come. A subtle anxiety, like the faint tremor before a storm, rustled through the forest's silent language. The usual soothing whisper of the leaves carried a note of unease. The stream, which normally babbled a cheerful, nonsensical song, seemed to be murmuring in a minor key. Driven by a curiosity he couldn't name, Pip uncurled and trundled out into the night. His tiny claws made soft PFFD sounds on the damp, spongy earth. Fireflies' living embers drifted lazily around him, their intermittent glow illuminating his path. He made his way towards a starlit clearing, a place the forest creatures held sacred. In its center stood the grandfather oak, the oldest being in the Silverwood. His trunk was wider than a river, and his branches, hung with silvery, weeping leaves, seemed to hold up the sky itself. He was the forest's steadfast guardian, its memory, and its gentle heart. Pip found the clearing already occupied. A family of rabbits sat twitching their noses, their ears swiveling to catch every sound. A badger, stout and solemn, watched from the shadows. High in the branches of a nearby hawthorn, a fox with a coat the color of autumn rust observed everything with quiet, intelligent eyes. They were all waiting. A soft, rhythmic whoosh, whoosh filled the air, growing steadily louder. It was the sound of immense, silent wings. From the highest branch of the grandfather oak, a great horned owl descended. Her name was Lyra, and her feathers were the color of storm clouds in polished bark. Her eyes were not merely yellow, they were twin pools of liquid amber, holding the light of 1,000 forgotten moons. She settled onto a lower, moss-furred branch, and the very air seemed to still in reverence. "You feel it too, little one," Lyra said, her voice a low, melodic hoot that vibrated in Pip's bones rather than his ears. It was not a question. Pip nodded, his spines quivering. "The forest feels sad," he whispered. "The stream's song is slower, the moon moss doesn't glow as brightly. What's happening?" Lyra blinked slowly. "The great cycle turns," she hooted softly. "The season of vibrant life is preparing for its long slumber. The magic of the Silverwood is not fading, little Pip. It is pulling inward, like a creature drawing its limbs close for warmth. It is gathering its strength for the deep rest that must come before the renewal." A gentle wind chose that moment to sigh through the clearing. It rustled the leaves of the grandfather oak, and for a moment Pip understood their language. It was a story of release, of letting go, of trusting the quiet dark. "But how do we help?" asked one of the young rabbits, her voice trembling. Lyra turned her majestic head. "We listen. We learn the language of this quieting. We do not fight the turning of the world, but move with it. That is the wisdom of the forest." She then told them a story, her voice weaving a spell as tangible as the moonlight. She spoke of the secret keeper, a stone that lay at the heart of the whispering stream, where the water chuckled over smooth, gray pebbles. This stone, she explained, was the first stone of the Silverwood, and it held the memory of every season that had ever passed. It understood the necessity of rest. "To hear its wisdom," Lyra said, "you must be still. You must listen not with your ears, but with your whole being. The stream will speak it, the stones will hum it, and the wind will carry it." Inspired, Pip felt a purpose settle over him. He would go to the whispering stream. He would listen. With a determined nod to the wise owl, he set off, his small, dark form disappearing into the bioluminescent undergrowth. The journey was a symphony of gentle sounds. The drip, drip, drip of moisture from the canopy onto broad, waxy leaves. The soft crunch of his feet on a path of fallen pine needles. The distant, lulling chorus of crickets. He passed a grove of willows, their long, slender leaves trailing in a slow-moving brook, creating a sound like 1,000 soft, whispering voices. Finally, he reached the whispering stream. It was wider here, flowing over a bed of stones worn smooth by time. The water did not rush, It meandered, its surface dappled with the reflection of starlight and the faint green glow of the bankside moss. In the very center of the stream, half submerged, was a large, dark stone, its surface veined with what looked like threads of captured moonlight. This was the secret keeper. Pip found a dry, mossy stone on the bank and sat. He stilled his breathing and opened his senses, just as Lyra had advised. At first all he heard was the water, a pleasant, bubbling murmur. But as he listened more deeply, the sounds began to separate and form a pattern. The stream wasn't just babbling, it was speaking. The water chuckling over a small cascade seemed to say, "Let it go." The gentle lap against the bank whispered, "Rest, now, rest." The stones beneath the water, rubbed smooth by the current, emitted a low, resonant hum that vibrated up through Pip's paws and into his heart. It was a hum of profound peace, of deep, ancient patience. He watched as a single, golden leaf from a birch tree detached from its branch. It pirouetted slowly in the night air, a tiny, dancing flame, before landing softly on the surface of the stream. The water accepted it without protest, cradling it gently and carrying it away into the darkness. The leaf did not struggle. It trusted the journey. In that moment, Pip understood. The sadness he had felt wasn't an ending. It was a gentle, necessary release. The forest wasn't dying, it was exhaling. The magic wasn't gone, it was retreating to the roots, to the deep, dark earth, to gather its strength for the magnificent explosion of life that would come after the snows. A profound calm washed over him. The anxiety that had prickled his spine melted away, replaced by a warm, heavy contentment. The Silverwood was teaching him about cycles, about the beauty and necessity of quiet and rest. It was a lesson in trust. He sat there for a long time, listening to the stream's gentle counsel and the stone's resonant hum, until the first hints of lavender and rose began to tinge the eastern sky. The nocturnal creatures had returned to their dens, and the diurnal ones were just beginning to stir. When Pip finally trundled back to his nest of ferns, his heart was full. He curled into a tight ball, the soft sounds of the waking forest, the first chirps of birds, the rustle of a squirrel in a branch, a comforting lullaby. He was no longer afraid of the coming quiet. He knew it was simply the forest drawing a deep, magical breath, gathering its stories and its strength for the tales it would tell when spring returned. High above, Lyra watched the small hedgehog settle into his rest. A soft, approving rumble echoed in her chest. The little one had learned the oldest lesson of the Silverwood. The magic was not just in the vibrant life and the brilliant light. It was also in the gentle surrender, the quiet trust, and the deep, restorative peace of the long, dark, and necessary rest. And as the sun finally crested the mountains, painting the world in gold, the Silverwood and all its creatures slept, dreaming of starlit clearings and the promise of renewal. Story 12. Story 12. Story 13. Story 13. Story 14. Story 14. Story 15. Story 15. Story 16. Story 17. Story 18. Story 19. Story 20. Story 21. Story 22. Story 23. Story 24. Story 25. 26. Story 27. Story 28. Story 29. Story 30. Story 31. Story 32. Story 33. Story 34. Story 35. Story 36. 37. Story 38. Story 39. Story 40. Story 41. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. The Whispering Locket and the Moonlit Grove. Beneath a sky quilted with stars, where the village of Bramble Hollow nestled between rolling hills, there lived a quiet girl named Leela with eyes the color of storm clouds and a heart that listened to things others couldn't hear. Her hands were always stained with charcoal from sketching the world as she saw it, not just trees and streams, but the shimmering edges where reality blurred into something older, wilder. On the eve of her 12th birthday, as fireflies winked secret messages in the meadow, she found a silver locket half buried in the roots of an ancient oak. Its surface was etched with constellations that shifted when touched, and when she pressed it to her ear, it hummed like a seashell full of distant winds. "That," said a voice like rustling parchment, "belongs to the keeper of between." Layla turned to find an owl perched on a fence post, its feathers dappled moonlight. Larger than any owl ought to be, with eyes like liquid amber, it tilted its head. "You've been chosen, little listener. The grove beyond the thorned gate needs you." The thorned gate revealed itself only at twilight, a tangled archway of briars that glowed faintly blue where the locket's light touched it. Beyond lay the moonlit grove, a forest where trees grew upside down, their roots cradling tiny galaxies of bioluminescent moss, and rivers flowed upward to vanish into mist. Here the air smelled of burnt sugar and forgotten dreams, and every shadow had weight. The owl, who introduced himself as Corwin, explained that the grove was a bridge between worlds, tended for centuries by keepers who maintained its balance. But the last keeper had vanished, and now the grove was fraying. Flowers bloomed black at their cores, streams hiccuped mid-flow, the very light seemed to curdle. "The locket lets you hear the grove's heart," Corwin said, preening a feather back into place. "But mending it will require more than listening. You must find the 3 tears stolen from the weeping pool, moonstone droplets that hold the grove's memories of joy, sorrow, and hope. Without them, this place will unravel, and your world will follow." Their first clue came from a river spirit with hair of frosted glass, who sang in a language of ice cracking and pebbles turning. The locket translated her mournful warble. "The first tear sleeps where laughter drowned, in the belly of the hollowed mountain. The mountain loomed at the grove's edge, its peak gnawed open like a bitten apple. Inside, tunnels pulsed with veins of glowing fungi, and the walls whispered riddles that made Leela's temples ache. I am eaten by the dark, but never full. I follow winter's sigh, yet never pull. What am I?" "A shadow," Leela murmured, tracing the answer on the wall with her finger. The stone rippled, revealing a chamber where the first tier floated above a pedestal, except the pedestal was a slumbering rockworm the size of a cart, its maw bristling with crystal teeth. Corwin hooted a warning, but Leela stepped forward, humming a lullaby her mother used to sing. The rockworm's eyelids fluttered, its growl softening to a purr as the song unspooled. When she plucked the tear from the air, it warmed her palm, filling her mind with visions of the grove's birthday. Saplings bursting from stardust, deer with antlers of living smoke, the first keeper planting songs in the soil. The second tier hid in the court of mirrors, a palace inhabited by reflections who'd forgotten their true forms. They flitted through halls of silver glass, mimicking Leela's movements until she doubted which way was real. "They'll trap you here," Corwin said, talons clicking nervously. Reflections crave substance. But when a mirror Leela reached out to grab her wrist, the real Leela did something unexpected. She sketched the reflection's face in charcoal, giving it freckles, a chipped tooth, a scar like a crescent moon. "There," she said. "Now you're more than an echo." The reflection blinked, tears of quicksilver pooling as it handed her the second tear. This one tasted of salt and apologies, showing the grove's first loss, a keeper dissolving into wind after centuries of service. By the time they reached the weeping pool, a basin of liquid mercury encircled by weeping willows, Leela's boots were full of sand from the hourglass desert, and her braid twined with feathers from bargaining with crow folk. The third tier was guarded by the thief of whispers, a creature woven from smoke and old regrets. It hissed, "Why should I return what I've rightfully stolen? This world abandoned me long ago." Lila hesitated. The locket showed her the thief's true form, a former keeper, warped by loneliness after the grove forgot him. "You're right," she said, lowering the locket. "It's not fair, but I'm here now. Let me remember you." She drew his story in the sand, his years of service, his slow fading, the moment the stars stopped saying his name. As the sketch deepened, the thief's smoke solidified into a man with kind eyes and leaves in his hair. With a sigh, he dropped the third tear into her palm. "Thank you," he said, vanishing into a shower of fireflies. Returning the tears to the weeping pool was like dropping snowflakes into a storm. The grove shuddered, then bloomed, trees straightened, rivers danced, and the sky peeled back to reveal a dawn made of opals. But as the magic settled, Leela felt the locket grow heavy. "It's binding you to the grove," Corwin said quietly. "To stay, you must become its new keeper, immortal but alone, to live." He nodded at the locket, now dull as tarnished tin. Leela thought of her mother's voice, of charcoal sketches tucked under her pillow, of the way sunlight caught the village bakery's frosting each morning. She placed the locket on the pool's edge. "The grove deserves someone who can give it everything, but that's not me, not yet." The grove sighed, not in anger, but understanding. The locket dissolved into stardust, sprinkling her hair with silver. "You'll always hear its whispers," Corwin said, nudging her shoulder. "Keeper or not." Back in Bramble Hollow, dawn gilded the hills. Leela's mother found her asleep under the oak, clutching a charcoal sketch of an owl and a silver locket. "Just a dream," her mother murmured, tucking the blanket closer. But Layla knew better. That night, she left a bowl of milk by the window. When she woke, it was empty, and a single amber feather lay on the sill. Outside, the meadow grass swayed in patterns too deliberate to be wind, and the shadows beneath the thorned gate hummed a familiar lullaby. Years later, when townsfolk asked why Leela's paintings seemed to breathe, why lost children always found their way home near her cottage, she'd simply smile. "The world's fuller than it looks," she'd say. And if you pressed your ear to her garden wall at midnight, you might hear it too, the soft, sweet sigh of a grove remembering its friend. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. The village of Willow Hollow nestled between whispering pines and a chuckling brook, where chimney smoke curled like sleepy cats into the twilight sky. Here cobblestone paths wound past cottages with mossy roofs, and the air always smelled of baking bread and damp earth. Young Finn, with eyes like polished river stones, loved his home's quiet rhythm, until the day the ordinary began behaving extraordinarily. It started subtly. Mrs. Bramble's prize-winning teapot, usually content to whistle a cheerful tune, began pouring lavender-scented tea instead of Earl Grey. Then old Mr. Thistle's garden rake danced a jig among the carrots when no one was looking. By week's end, woolen mittens knitted themselves into curious star shapes overnight, and the bakery's sourdough loaves emerged from the oven speckled with edible silver glitter. Whispers fluttered through Willow Hollow like autumn leaves. The quiet fidgets, folks called it, a gentle, puzzling unrest among everyday things. Finn, ever observant, noticed patterns others missed. The oddities always happened near dusk and only around objects touched by many hands, a well-loved teapot, a shared rake, community knitting wool. Determined to help, he visited the village's wisest soul, Ilara, who lived in a cottage shaped like a toadstool, its walls woven with living honeysuckle. Her eyes, deep as forest pools, crinkled kindly. Ah, Finn, she murmured, stirring a pot of moonflower syrup that smelled of cinnamon and starlight. The world whispers when it's unsettled. We must listen with more than our ears. That evening, as fireflies blinked like tiny lanterns, Finn and Alara sat on her porch. She handed him a magnifying glass framed in willow wood. Look closely, child. Magic leaves traces softer than cobwebs. Finn peered at a fidgeting knitting needle. There, glimmering faintly on its surface, were minuscule, iridescent footprints, like those of a tiny, nervous bird. Pixie tracks, breathed Alara. But pixies are merry tricksters. These prints tremble. Something troubles them. Their investigation led them to the heartwood tree, an ancient oak at the village center, its bark etched with generations of wishes. Beneath its roots lay the pixie post, a hollow where villagers left offerings of honey or shiny pebbles for good luck. That night they found the post in disarray. The usual gifts were scattered, and the air hummed with a faint, anxious buzz. Hiding behind a clover leaf was Pip, a thumb-sized pixie with moth-wing sleeves, wringing her hands. "It's the grumble stone," she piped, voice like a shaken bell. "It rolled into our nest beneath the post. It mutters such sad, heavy thoughts, and its grumbles make everything jittery." Pip led them down a root tunnel into a cavern glittering with crystal dew. There, wedged among pixie feather beds, was a smooth, gray stone, ordinary except for the low, rhythmic murmur it emitted. "No one notices, too plain," forgotten Alara knelt, her palm hovering above it. "This isn't just a stone, Finn, feel its energy." Finn placed his hand near it. A deep loneliness pulsed from it, cold as forgotten cellar air. "It's not magic," realized Finn softly. "It's unhappy. It came from the brook, maybe tumbled down in the last storm, and all the village shared warmth above made it feel left out." The solution came not through spells, but empathy. "Every heart needs to belong," said Alara. With Pip's help, they gently carried the grumble stone to the brook's sunniest bend, where dragonflies skimmed the water. Finn placed it among friendly, chattering river stones. Then, inspired, he fetched the village's polishing cloth, used by everyone to buff the wishing bell, and gave the stone a gentle rub. As the cloth passed over it, the stone's murmur softened into a contented sigh. Shiny, warm home. The next morning, Willow Hollow awoke to restored peace. Teapots whistled familiar tunes, rakes stood quietly, and bread baked golden brown. But something new graced the brook's edge. The stone, now gleaming like quartz, sat amidst its kin, radiating a soft, happy hum that harmonized with the water's song. Villagers, noticing its newfound glow, began leaving smooth pebbles beside it, a tiny, welcoming council. That evening, Finn joined Alara by her crackling hearth, sipping lavender tea that tasted perfectly of lavender. "The greatest magic," she said, her firelight casting dancing shadows, "is often kindness. Even stones remember how it feels to be seen." Outside, the brook chuckled, the wind sighed through pines, and the heartwood tree stood guardian over a village where every belonging, large, small, or even stony, had found its place. And as Finn walked home beneath a sky dusted with stars, he knew the deepest mysteries were solved not with wands, but with watching eyes and a willing heart, ready to mend what was quietly broken. Sleep wrapped around him like a soft quilt, filled with the comforting certainty that in Willow Hollow all was well, and all would ever be well. Story 60. 61. Story 62. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. Story 81. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. In the quiet hamlet of Starlight Hollow, nestled between whispering pines and a babbling brook, there existed a peculiar phenomenon every autumn. The village was famous for its celestial clockwork. The stars above seemed to shine brighter here than anywhere else, and the townsfolk often said they could hear the constellations humming softly on clear nights. But this year, as the leaves began to blush crimson and gold, something was amiss. The stars were disappearing. Not all at once, mind you. It began subtly. Old Man Hemlock, who sat on his porch each evening with a cup of chamomile tea, noticed first that the tip of the archer's bow had winked out. Then the baker's daughter, while collecting moon-kissed apples, saw that the little dipper had lost its handle. Each night another star vanished from the sky, leaving behind dark, empty patches in the familiar tapestry above. The village was abuzz with whispers, but not of fear, rather a curious, gentle concern. The missing stars became the primary topic of conversation at the nightly gatherings in the town square, where the soft chime of the clock tower marked the hours, and the scent of cinnamon and wood smoke hung in the air. It was then that a young woman named Lyra, who mended clocks and listened to the heartbeat of the world, decided to investigate. Lyra had eyes the color of twilight and a way of noticing things others overlooked, the way the dew settled on a spiderweb, or how the wind carried secrets from distant hills. She believed that every mystery, no matter how strange, had a gentle explanation if one only listened closely enough. Her first clue came from an old nursery rhyme the village children sang while skipping rope beneath the sycamore trees. When autumn leaves begin to fall, and the silver moon feels rather small, seek the path where time runs deep, where the starry-eyed guardians sleep. Find the key in the constellations, sigh, beneath the rainbow's hidden eye. Lyra pondered these words as she walked through the cobblestone streets, the evening breeze carrying the distant melody of wind chimes from Mrs. Willow's garden. She wondered about the starry-eyed guardians and the constellations, sigh. That night she spread out an ancient map of Starlight Hollow on her oakwood table. The map was embroidered with silver thread that shimmered like starlight, and it showed not only the village but the surrounding woods, the meadows, and even the patterns of the constellations above. As she traced the lines, she noticed something peculiar. The pattern of the missing stars in the sky matched the arrangement of certain landmarks on the map: the old well, the quartz rock near the brook, the hollow tree where fireflies danced. It was as if the stars were mirroring the earth below. The next morning, Lyra decided to follow the map to the first location, the quartz rock by the babbling brook. As she approached, she heard a soft, melodic humming, the same sound the stars were said to make. There, sitting on the rock, was a little creature no larger than a hedgehog, with fur the color of midnight and eyes that sparkled like diamonds. It was weeping silver tears. "Why are you sad?" Lyra asked gently, kneeling so she wouldn't loom over the small being. The creature looked up, surprised. "I am a starlight nymph," it whispered. "We are the guardians of the stars, but our home, the celestial meadows, is growing dim because the humans have forgotten the old songs that keep the stars alight. We've been gathering the fading starlight to preserve it, but we don't know how to return it." Lyra's heart ached with understanding. This was no theft or mischief. It was an act of love and desperation. She remembered the nursery rhyme, "Find the key in the constellations, sigh." Perhaps the constellations' sigh was not a sound but a pattern, a clue hidden in the stars themselves. That evening, Lyra gathered the villagers in the town square. The clock tower chimed 7 times, and the air was filled with the gentle patter of rain beginning to fall, each drop glistening like liquid silver in the lantern light. She told them of the starlight nymphs and their dilemma. "We must sing the old songs," Lyra explained. "The songs our grandparents sang to the stars." But which songs? The villagers were puzzled. They knew many tunes, lullabies, harvest chants, melodies for the solstice, but which ones were the right ones? Here, the mystery deepened with a red herring. Old Man Hemlock recalled a song about the moon, and the baker's daughter remembered a rhyme about the sun. They sang them earnestly, their voices rising into the night, but the stars did not return. Instead, something delightful happened. The rain above them began to sparkle, and the flowers in misses. Willow's garden shimmered with newfound luminescence. The songs hadn't brought back the stars, but they had awakened magic in the earth itself. The roses now glowed softly, and the raindrops left tiny, starry reflections where they fell. Lyra smiled. "We're on the right path," she said, "but we need the song of the constellations." She looked again at the ancient map, now sprinkled with glowing raindrops. The pattern of the missing stars seemed to form a musical staff across the sky. And then she understood. The constellation's sigh was the pattern of the stars themselves, and the key was in their arrangement. She hurried to the clock tower, where the largest telescope in the village was kept. Peering through it, she studied the gaps in the sky. The absent stars formed notes, a melody waiting to be sung. With the help of the village musician, who played the flute like a breeze through reeds, they deciphered the tune. It was a soft, haunting melody, one that felt both foreign and familiar, like a dream half-remembered. That night, the entire village gathered once more. The rain had ceased, leaving the air fresh and clean. The clock tower chimed 9 times, and the wind chimes tinkled softly. Together, they sang the melody Lyra had discovered. Their voices wove through the night, gentle and heartfelt, rising to the heavens. And one by one, the stars returned. They shimmered back into place, brighter than ever before, casting a silvery glow over Starlight Hollow. The starlight nymphs appeared at the edge of the woods, their eyes no longer tearful but radiant with joy. They bowed to the villagers in gratitude. "You have remembered," the late nymph said. "The stars thrive on kindness and memory. Thank you for singing us back to light." From that night on, the people of Starlight Hollow made it a tradition to gather each week and sing the constellations to sleep. The nymphs, no longer lonely, often joined them, and the bond between earth and sky grew stronger than ever. The flowers that had gained luminescence from the misplaced songs continued to glow softly in the dark, guiding wanderers home with their gentle light. And Lyra, the clock mender who listened with her heart, became the keeper of stories and songs, ensuring that the light above would never fade again. As the embers in the fireplace crackle and the wind whispers outside your window, remember that even the darkest night holds mysteries meant to be solved with curiosity and kindness. And somewhere in a village like Starlight Hollow, the stars are humming a lullaby just for you. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. The village of Bramblebrook nestled in a valley where chimney smoke curled like sleepy cats into the twilight sky. It was a place of quiet routines and familiar comforts where everyone knew Mrs. Higglebottom's prize-winning marmalade recipe and old Mr. Thistlewick could predict rain by the ache in his left knee. Yet beneath the surface of cobblestone streets and blooming window boxes, whispered tales lingered of objects holding secrets, a grandfather clock that chimed forgotten tunes, a garden spade that unearthed shimmering stones. Few truly believed, except perhaps Oliver. Oliver was the quiet assistant to the village librarian, Mrs. Pennyworth. He preferred the dusty silence of the stacks to boisterous games, finding companionship in the whispers of pages turning and the scent of old paper. His most treasured possession wasn't a book, however, but a simple, chipped teacup. It had belonged to his grandmother, its porcelain painted with faded forget-me-nots. It felt warm somehow, even when the room was cold. One drizzly Tuesday, while reshelving a heavy volume on cloud formations, Oliver fumbled. The book tumbled, knocking the teacup from its usual perch on his desk. It didn't shatter, but landed with a soft thump on the worn rug. As Oliver knelt to retrieve it, a gasp escaped him. Where the cup had struck the floor, a tiny pool of shimmering, lavender-colored light pulsed gently, like liquid starlight. It wasn't water, and it smelled faintly of rain-kissed violets. Hesitantly, Oliver touched the rim of the cup. It hummed softly, and a voice, thin and wispy as a cobweb, drifted into his mind. "Oh dear, that was quite a tumble. My secrets are spilling." Oliver froze. "Secrets," he whispered aloud, his heart hammering against his ribs. "Why, yes," the teacup's voice chimed, clearer now. "I am a keeper cup. I hold the gentle secrets whispered into me, secrets of kindness, of hidden worries, of tiny joys. But when I'm knocked, well, sometimes they leak." The lavender puddle shimmered, showing a fleeting image, Mrs. Higglebottom, looking unusually sad, staring at an empty jar where her marmalade label should have been. Oliver understood. The marmalade recipe was missing. That was the secret worry spilling out. He carefully righted the cup. "How do I help?" "Secrets long to be heard, truly heard with kindness," the cup murmured. "But some secrets are lost, carried away on sighs or tears. Those need finding. There's a great sorrow brewing near the whispering peaks. It dims all the gentle secrets. Perhaps you could help mend it." And so Oliver's journey began. He packed a small satchel, a crust of bread, a wedge of cheese, his warmest scarf, and the keeper cup, carefully wrapped in soft cloth. He left a note for Mrs. Pennyworth, gone to find a lost whisper, back soon. The path beyond Bramblebrook wound upwards into the whispering peaks, where ancient pines sighed secrets to the wind. The air grew crisper, smelling of pine resin and damp earth. Oliver felt small beneath the towering trees. Doubt crept in. Who was he, a quiet librarian's assistant, to mend a great sorrow? He hadn't walked far when a rustle came from the ferns. A small, bright-eyed field mouse with a tiny acorn cap perched jauntily on its head scampered out. "Lost whispers, you say?" It squeaked, whiskers twitching. "Name's Pip, saw the lavender light spill earlier. Keeper cup business, tricky, but I know the paths. The wind tells me things." Pip, pragmatic and quick, became Oliver's first guide, darting ahead, pointing out treacherous routes and hidden springs. Higher up, the path became shrouded in mist. Oliver shivered. A soft sigh echoed around him, and the mist seemed to coalesce into a shape, a small, wispy cloud with eyes like dewdrops. Heavy thoughts weighed down the air, the cloud murmured, its voice like distant wind chimes. "I am Cirrus. I drift where sighs go. A great sadness gathers near the high tor. It tastes like salt and loneliness." Cirrus, dreamy and observant, floated beside them, its misty form occasionally revealing glimpses of the path ahead or a hidden cluster of berries. Finally, as the trees thinned near the rocky summit known as the High Tor, they found Badger. Not just any badger, but Bartholomew, a large, solid creature with fur like silvered moss and eyes that held the depth of weathered stones. He was digging patiently near a cluster of bluebells. "Trouble brewing," he rumbled, his voice a comforting bass. "The mountain weeps, springs run slow, flowers droop, sorrow has taken root." Bartholomew, wise and grounded, joined them, his steady presence a rock against the growing sense of melancholy. They reached the High Tor, a vast, wind-scoured plateau. In its center lay a deep, still pool, usually the source of the freshest mountain streams. Now it was dark and silent, choked with gray, slimy weeds. A low, mournful sound vibrated through the stone beneath their feet, the weeping mountain Bartholomew had spoken of. Standing by the pool, radiating waves of palpable sadness, was a figure made of shifting, gray stones, the mountain spirit. "Who disturbs my sorrow?" The spirit's voice grated like boulders grinding together. Tears, like liquid granite, rolled down its stony cheeks and dripped into the pool, feeding the choking weeds. Oliver's instinct was to flee, but the keeper cup hummed warmly against his chest. Pip nudged his ankle. Cirrus sighed softly. Bartholomew placed a steadying paw near him. Taking a deep breath, Oliver stepped forward, carefully unwrapping the cup. He held it out, not as a weapon, but as an offering. We came because we felt your sadness. We want to listen." The spirit's grinding voice faltered. "Listen, no one listens. They take the water, the stone, the beauty. They forget the mountain has a heart. My dearest friend is gone." More stony tears fell. "Ask about the friend," the keeper cup whispered gently in Oliver's mind. "Your friend." Oliver asked softly, "What happened?" A tremor shook the spirit. "The silver brook, it sang to me for centuries, sparkled in my crags, then silence, gone dry, stolen away or forgotten. Without its song, I am only stone." Oliver looked at his companions. Pip scampered to the pool's edge, sniffing. Dry, underground maybe, pipelines. Bartholomew studied the rock formations. The source shifted, see the crack, earth groaned, changed the path. Cirrus drifted over the desolate pool. "I taste old metal and dust far below, not natural. Wisdom, not force." The problem wasn't malice, but neglect and change. The silver brook hadn't been stolen. Its path had been blocked, perhaps by an old, forgotten mine tunnel that collapsed during a tremor. The village below, unknowingly, had diverted its source years ago for a new well, silencing the mountain's song. Oliver spoke gently to the spirit, explaining what they'd pieced together. "The brook isn't gone, it's lost, trapped underground. Its silence isn't forgetting you, it's imprisoned." The spirit's stony features shifted, the grinding sorrow easing into confusion, then a flicker of fragile hope. "Imprisoned, not forgotten." "No," Oliver said firmly. "We can't help find its voice again." Bartholomew knew the old mine entrances. Pip, small and quick, could scout the collapsed tunnels. Cirrus could drift through crevices, sensing moisture and the faintest echo of flowing water. Oliver, guided by the keeper cup's gentle hum, which grew stronger near the hidden water, listened for the brook's trapped song, a faint, desperate trickle beneath the rock. It took days. Pip squeezed through impossibly small gaps. Bartholomew used his powerful claws to carefully shift debris where safe. Cirrus flowed through fissures, reporting back. Oliver, his hands scraped but his spirit alight, pressed his ear to cold stone, the keeper cup amplifying the brook's faint, silvery murmur. Finally they found it, a strong flow of pure water, trapped behind a thick wall of fallen rock and an old, rusted sluice gate jammed shut. The challenge wasn't breaking the rock that might cause a flood or another collapse. It was the gate. Rusted solid. Bartholomew couldn't budge it. Pip was too small. Force wouldn't work. Oliver sat by the jammed mechanism, despair creeping in. Then the keeper cup hummed. "Secrets of metal, long sleep, needs waking," Oliver remembered Mrs. Pennyworth's old book on mountain springs. There was a page about iron sickness, needing oil and patience. He had a small flask of lamp oil in his satchel. Patiently, drop by drop, he applied it to the rusted hinges and the stiff lever of the sluice gate. He talked to it absurdly as he worked. "Come on now, old fellow, time to wake up. The brook misses its mountain. The spirit misses its song." He poured kindness into the task, as if coaxing a shy creature. Pip brought tiny pebbles to wedge under the lever for better purchase. Bartholomew applied slow, steady pressure where Oliver directed. Cirrus whispered cool encouragement. With a groan that echoed through the tunnel, then a triumphant screech, the ancient lever moved. The sluice gate creaked open, inch by stubborn inch. A gush of clear, cold, singing water burst forth, smelling of snowmelt and deep earth. It rushed past them, finding its old course, trickling, then babbling, then roaring joyfully towards the surface. Back on the high tor, the transformation was magical. The dark pool shimmered and cleared as the fresh, singing water surged into it, dissolving the choking weeds. The mountain spirit stood transfixed. The grating sorrow vanished from its voice, replaced by a deep, resonant chime like struck crystal. Color seeped into its stones, mossy green, sky blue, warm ochre. The song, my brook's song, you heard, you listened, you helped. The spirit touched the pool with a stony finger. The water glowed with a soft, golden light. A single perfect dewdrop, shimmering with all the colors of dawn, rose from the surface and floated gently towards Oliver. It landed softly in the keeper cup with a tiny plink. A secret of pure joy, the cup sighed contentedly. The journey back to Bramblebrook was filled with light. Springs flowed freely. Flowers lifted their faces to the sun. Pip chattered excitedly about the adventure. Cirrus drifted happily, reflecting rainbows. Bartholomew walked with a satisfied rumble. Oliver carried the keeper cup, now holding the dewdrop of joy, feeling a quiet confidence bloom within him, warmer than any hearth fire. He returned the lost marmalade recipe to Mrs. Higglebottom, found tucked inside a book on preserving techniques, her smile brighter than her golden jars. He told Mrs. Pennyworth a softened version of his adventure, emphasizing listening and kindness. The keeper cup sat back on his desk, looking perfectly ordinary. But sometimes, when the fire crackled low in the library hearth and moonlight streamed through the window, Oliver would see a faint, lavender glow emanating from it. And he knew the world was full of gentle secrets waiting to be heard, problems waiting for wisdom and friendship to mend them, and extraordinary magic hidden within the most ordinary things, especially a quiet heart willing to listen. He sipped his tea, the warmth spreading through him, a comforting echo of the mountain's restored song, a lullaby of kindness that promised sweet dreams. The twin moons of Zephyria cast soft silver beams through Lyra's cracked cockpit window, illuminating swirling motes of stardust as her escape pod settled into the mossy embrace of an uncharted world. Outside, the air hummed with the scent of night-blooming star vines, sweet as honeyed tea, cool as mountain springs. Lyra, a human botanist stranded light years from Earth, trembled not from cold, but from the profound silence. Until a chime echoed through the violet ferns, a melody like glass bells kissed by wind. There, refracting moonlight into rainbows, stood Kaelin, a crystalline being from the planet Shard, limbs of shifting quartz, eyes like liquid opal. Kaelin recoiled, facets dimming. To Lyra, its staccato light flares seemed aggressive, blinding strobes against the gloom. To Kaelin, Lyra's frantic gestures and metallic scanner were violent tremors in its vibration-sensitive world. When Lyra reached for a tool, Kaelin pulsed crimson alarm, shattering a nearby geode. "I only wanted to share water," Lyra whispered, offering her canteen. Kaelin mistook the glinting container for a weapon, retreating into shadows. That first night, loneliness wrapped around them both like frost. Dawn revealed their shared peril, the great Ion storm, a celestial tempest painting the sky in electric amethyst. Deadly to Lyra's fragile biology, lethal to Kaelin's light-based essence. Sheltering in a cavern, they huddled beneath a canopy of glow mushrooms, their bioluminescence painting the walls sapphire and gold. Kaelin trembled as storm static threatened to fracture its form. Lyra, recalling her grandmother's tales of kindness, hummed an old lullaby, low, steady vibrations. Kaelin's panic stilled. Tentatively, it echoed the tune in shimmering harmonics, the cave filling with a duet of human voice and crystal song. Misunderstanding melted like ice in sunlight. Lyra learned Kalen's light language, soft green for curiosity, warm gold for friendship. Kalen attuned to Lyra's heartbeat, recognizing its steady rhythm as safety. Together they foraged for ship repairs, Lyra guiding them past venom spore thickets, Kalen sensing subterranean mineral veins with seismic pulses. When a rockslide trapped Lyra, Kalen focused sunlight through its body, melting the debris. When corrosive rain threatened Kalen, Lyra wove starvine fibers into a shelter, her hands bleeding but determined. "You're my beacon," Lyra murmured, bandaging Kalen's stress-fractured arm with thermal gel. Kalen responded with a constellation-patterned glow. "You are my resonance." The storm passed, leaving the world jeweled in dew. Lyra's repaired pod hummed, ready for launch. Beneath the twin moons they stood forehead to facet, warm skin against cool crystal, sharing memories like treasures. Lyra's earth forests mirrored in Kalen's prismatic recollections of shard singing canyons. No grand speeches, only quiet understanding. As Lyra ascended, Kalen gathered starlight, projecting a luminous bridge across the sky, a temporary road between worlds. Now, when Lyra tends her interstellar greenhouse, she nurtures crystalline flowers that chime in the dark. And on Shard, Kalen treasures a vial of earth soil, its vibrations humming Lyra's lullaby. Across the void their friendship glows, a quiet promise that in the vast, cold cosmos, warmth blooms brightest when unlike hearts choose to listen. The stars outside your window tonight. They are winking with shared secrets. Rest now, little dreamer. Somewhere a crystal being is singing you a lullaby in light. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting dancing shadows upon the walls as the evening settled into a deep, velvety blue outside the window. In a small cottage nestled at the edge of a sleepy village, young Leo sat by the warmth, his knees drawn up to his chin, feeling a familiar loneliness settle over him like a well-worn blanket. It wasn't that he was unhappy, not exactly. But there was an emptiness in his chest, a quiet space that seemed to echo whenever the wind whistled through the old oak tree outside his window. Leo's grandmother had often told him stories of the whispering woods that bordered their village, a place where the trees murmured secrets to those who listened closely and where magic lingered in the dappled light. But Leo had never ventured beyond the first few familiar oaks. The woods felt too vast, too mysterious, and he was a boy who found comfort in the known, the creak of the cottage floorboards, the smell of baking bread, the steady rhythm of his own breath. But tonight felt different. Perhaps it was the way the firelight flickered, casting shapes that almost looked like beckoning hands. Or perhaps it was the small, smooth stone he had found earlier that day by the stream. A stone that, when he held it just so, seemed to glow with a soft, amber light from within, like a captured ember. He turned it over in his palm now, watching as the light pulsed gently, almost in time with the crackling of the fire. It was warm to the touch, and when he closed his fingers around it, he felt a faint hum, like a distant melody. "What are you?" he whispered to the stone. As if in answer, the glow brightened slightly, and for a moment Leo thought he heard a soft sigh, like the wind, but softer, kinder. He stood and walked to the window, peering out into the deepening twilight. The woods stood dark and silent, but the stone in his hand pulsed again, and this time it seemed to pull him gently toward the door. Something stirred in Leo's heart, a curiosity he hadn't felt in a long time. Pulling on his warmest cloak and tucking the glowing stone safely into his pocket, he slipped outside into the cool night air. The path into the whispering woods was faint, lit only by the sliver of moon overhead and the gentle glow from his pocket. With each step the world seemed to grow quieter, as if the very air was holding its breath. The rustle of leaves underfoot was soft, and the scent of damp earth and pine filled his senses. He could hear the distant hoot of an owl, the whisper of the wind through the branches, and beneath it all, a low, melodic hum that seemed to come from the stone itself. He walked for what felt like both moments and hours, until the familiar lights of the village had disappeared entirely behind him. The trees grew taller here, their branches weaving together into a canopy that should have blocked out the moonlight, and yet a soft, silvery light filtered through, illuminating a path that Leo felt certain hadn't been there before. And then he saw it, a faint, golden glow flickering between the trees ahead. It pulsed in time with the stone in his pocket, and as he drew closer, he realized it was a small, lantern-like orb, hovering just above the forest floor. It bobbed gently, as if waiting for him. "Hello," Leo called softly, his voice barely more than a breath. The orb brightened and drifted closer, and as it did, Leo saw that it wasn't a lantern at all, but a creature. A small, furry being with large, luminous eyes and wings that shimmered like moths' wings in the moonlight. It regarded him with a tilted head, and then let out a soft, chiming sound like tiny bells. "You can see me?" it asked, its voice like the rustle of autumn leaves. Leo nodded, too surprised to speak. The creature, a glimmerwing as Leo would later learn, drifted closer still. "You carry a heartstone," it chimed softly. "I haven't seen one in many seasons." Leo pulled the glowing stone from his pocket. I found it by the stream." The glimmerwing's eyes softened. "They are not found. They are given. Only those with a quiet heart and a listening spirit can even see its light." It hovered near his hand, and the stone's glow seemed to brighten in response. "My name is Flicker, and you must be lost." "I'm Leo," he said, his voice a little steadier now. "And I'm not lost, well, not exactly. The stone, it led me here." Flicker chimed again, a sound that Leo was beginning to recognize as laughter. "The stone doesn't lie, it responds. You led yourself here, Leo. But since you've come, would you like to see something wonderful?" There was a kindness in Flicker's large eyes that made Leo's loneliness feel a little less heavy. He nodded, and Flicker bobbed happily before turning and drifting deeper into the woods. Leo followed, the heartstone warm in his hand, its light blending with Flicker's golden glow. They walked together along the silver-lit path, and as they went, Leo noticed that the woods were not silent at all. They were filled with soft sounds, the gentle patter of tiny feet, the whisper of wings, the murmur of leaves sharing secrets. He saw other glimmerwings drifting among the branches, their lights weaving patterns in the dark. He saw moss-covered stones that hummed with a deep, earthy music, and streams that glowed with a soft, blue light. "Where are we?" Leo whispered, afraid to break the spell. "The heart of the whispering woods," Flicker replied softly. "A place that exists between moments, visible only to those who seek it with an open heart." They came to a clearing where the trees formed a natural amphitheater, their branches arched overhead like a cathedral ceiling. In the center stood an ancient, gnarled tree, its bark silver in the moonlight, and from its branches hung hundreds of softly glowing orbs, each a different color, each pulsing with a gentle light. "The memory tree," Flicker chimed reverently. "Each light is a memory, a moment of kindness, a burst of laughter, a quiet truth. They glow brightest when shared." As they drew nearer, Leo felt a warmth spread through him, not just from the heartstone, but from the tree itself. It felt like being wrapped in a comforting embrace. He reached out and touched the bark, and as he did, one of the orbs detached itself and drifted down to hover before him. It glowed with a soft amber light, much like his stone. "Go on," Flicker encouraged gently. "Touch it." Leo reached out, his fingers brushing against the warm light. And suddenly, he wasn't in the clearing anymore. He was back in his grandmother's kitchen years ago. She was teaching him how to knead dough, her hands flour-dusted and gentle over his. He could smell the yeast and honey, feel the warmth of the oven, hear her soft humming. She looked down at him with eyes full of love. "Remember, Leo," she said, her voice as real as if she were standing beside him now. The most important ingredients are patience and kindness. They make everything rise. The memory faded, and Leo found himself back in the clearing, tears prickling his eyes. The orb pulsed softly before drifting back to its branch. She had a kind heart, Flicker chimed softly. She visited here often. Leo looked at the Glimmerwing, surprised. You knew her. All who carry heartstones are known to us, Flicker said. They leave echoes of their kindness here, in the memory tree. For a long moment, Leo stood in silence, the weight of his loneliness lifting slightly, replaced by a warmth that felt like understanding. He had been so focused on the empty space inside him that he had forgotten how to fill it, but here, in this hidden world, he remembered. Kindness. Connection. The simple act of sharing a moment with another. As if reading his thoughts, Flicker drifted closer. The Heartstone responds to what is already within you, Leo. It glows for those who have light to share, even if they've forgotten how to see it themselves. Leo looked down at the stone in his hand. Its light seemed brighter now, steadier. What do I do with it? He asked. Whatever feels right, Flicker replied. Some leave their stones here, adding their light to the tree. Others carry them back into the world to remember. But before Leo could decide, a sudden change swept through the clearing. The gentle hum of the woods grew strained, and the lights of the memory tree flickered uneasily. From the shadows beyond the clearing, a cold draft swept in, carrying with it a sense of deep sadness. Flicker's glow dimmed slightly. The sorrow wind they chimed, their voice worried. It comes sometimes when loneliness grows too heavy in the world outside. It seeks to dim the lights of the memory tree. Leo watched as the darker shadow crept closer, and with it, the glowing orbs on the tree began to flicker more urgently, some growing dim. He felt a chill that had nothing to do with the night air. It was a cold that seeped into the heart. What can we do? He asked, his voice barely a whisper. Flicker looked at him, their large eyes serious. The sorrow wind feeds on isolation. It cannot withstand shared light, but to stand against it, it requires courage and trust. Leo thought of his grandmother's words, patience and kindness. He thought of the loneliness he had carried and how it had lessened here in this place of connection. He looked at the heartstone in his hand, now glowing steadily, and then at Flicker, whose light, though dimmed, still held firm. Without another word, he walked toward the approaching shadow, holding the stone out before him. Its amber light pushed back against the darkness, creating a small circle of warmth around him. You are not alone, he said to the shadow, his voice stronger now. And neither am I. The sorrow wind seemed to hesitate, swirling uncertainly at the edge of his light. But Leo stood firm, thinking of all the memories in the tree, all the moments of love and kindness that had been shared here. He thought of his grandmother, of Flicker, of the Glimmerwings watching from the trees. And then he began to hum, the same tune his grandmother had hummed in the memory. It was a simple, gentle melody, one of warmth and home. As he hummed, the heartstone's glow brightened, spreading until it touched the nearest branches of the memory tree. One by one, the orbs there brightened in response, their lights joining with his. Flicker drifted to his side, and their chime joined his hum, adding a bell-like harmony. Then other Glimmerwings joined, their lights brightening as they added their voices to the song. The moss-covered stones hummed their deep notes, the streams added their watery whisper, and even the leaves rustled in rhythm. Together they created a melody of light and sound that pushed back against the sorrow wind, not with force, but with warmth. The shadow wavered, thinning like mist in the morning sun, until finally it dissolved entirely, leaving behind only the gentle night and the steady glow of the memory tree. For a moment there was silence. Then the wood seemed to sigh, a sound of relief and peace. The lights of the tree glowed brighter than ever, pulsing in a soft, steady rhythm. Leo lowered the stone, his heart feeling lighter than it had in years. He turned to Flicker, who was glowing with a warm, golden light. "You see," Flicker chimed softly. "You had the light all along, you just needed to remember how to share it." Leo smiled, a real, genuine smile that warmed him from the inside out. He looked at the heartstone in his hand, then at the memory tree. Slowly, he walked to the ancient tree and placed the stone gently among its roots. As he did, a new orb formed on one of the lower branches, a soft, amber light that pulsed in time with his heartbeat. "Now a piece of your light will always be here," Flicker said, drifting closer. "And you can visit whenever you wish." Leo nodded, feeling a sense of peace settle over him. The emptiness inside was gone, replaced by a warmth that he knew would never truly fade. As the first hints of dawn began to lighten the sky, Flicker led him back to the edge of the woods. The path seemed shorter this time, or perhaps it was just that Leo walked with a lighter step. At the tree line, Flicker hovered before him. "Remember, Leo, the world is full of hidden light. Sometimes we just need to look for it, and sometimes we need to be it." Leo reached out and Flicker brushed against his hand, their warmth lingering even after they drifted back into the woods. He walked back to his cottage as the sun began to rise, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold. The familiar creak of the door, the smell of home, it all felt the same and yet completely different. He had brought the warmth of the woods back with him. That day, Leo baked bread, using his grandmother's recipe. He shared it with his neighbors, and as he did, he found himself listening more closely to their stories, offering a kind word, a smile. He noticed how their faces lit up, and how his own heart felt fuller with each connection. In the evenings, he would sometimes sit by the fire and look out at the whispering woods. They no longer seemed mysterious or lonely, they felt like a friend. And sometimes, if he looked very closely, he would see a soft, golden light flickering between the trees, and he would smile, knowing that he was never truly alone. The memory of that night stayed with him, a warm, glowing ember in his heart. And though he never again found a heartstone by the stream, he didn't need to. He had learned that the truest light comes not from stones or magic, but from the connections we make, the kindness we share, and the courage to be a light for others, even on the darkest nights. And so, as the fire crackled and the stars twinkled outside his window, Leo would close his eyes, feeling the warmth of friendship and the peace of knowing that somewhere in the whispering woods, a tree full of memories glowed softly, reminding all who sought it that they too carried a light within, steady, true, and always enough. In the quiet village of Meadowshire, where cobblestone lanes wound like sleepy serpents between thatched cottages, lived a boy named Silas. His world was one of ordinary wonders, the scent of baking bread drifting from Mrs. Bramble's oven, the way sunlight turned the mill pond into liquid gold each dawn. Yet Silas often felt a quiet longing, as if the world held secrets just beyond his reach. That longing led him to the dusty attic of his grandmother's cottage one misty afternoon, where he discovered an old wooden music box tucked beneath a quilt of faded stars. Its surface was carved with spiraling patterns that seemed to shift like smoke when touched, and when Silas wound its tiny key, it played no melody at all. Instead, it released a soft, shimmering light that painted pictures in the air, memories not his own. The first vision showed a locket shaped like a teardrop, lost deep within the whispering woods on the edge of the village. Silas recognized it at once. It belonged to his grandmother, who'd spoken of it with wistful sighs, calling it her heart's compass. The music box hummed and Silas understood. This was no ordinary trinket. It could reveal the hidden stories of lost things, but only if he followed where it led. With the box cradled in his hands, its light pulsing like a gentle heartbeat, Silas stepped into the woods. Shadows draped the path like velvet curtains, and the air smelled of damp moss and secrets. His journey began with uncertainty, but but soon helpers emerged from the greenery. First came Thistle, a badger with fur like twilight and eyes that held the patience of ancient stones. He moved with a slow, deliberate grace, teaching Silas to read the language of roots and rivulets. Every bend in the path has a tale, Thistle rumbled, his voice a soothing rasp. Listen with your feet, not just your ears. Next fluttered Pip, a sparrow with feathers the color of storm clouds and a habit of reciting rhymes. Left at the crooked oak, right where the ferns sigh low, she'd chirp, her wings tracing maps in the dappled light. Last was Bramble, a hedgehog whose quills glittered with dewdrops and whose laughter was a soft, rustling sound. She carried a tiny satchel of courage, a thimble-sized cup of honeysuckle nectar that warmed the spirit when sipped. Together they ventured deeper, guided by the music box's glow. It showed them fragments of the locket's past, grandmother as a girl, laughing as she hung it from a branch while chasing fireflies, the day a storm swept it into a burbling creek. The woods grew stranger, trees whispered in riddles, and streams flowed uphill. Silas's heart ached with every step, not from weariness, but from the weight of the stories he carried. He realized this was no mere quest for an object. It was a journey into the tender, tangled heart of memory itself. The challenge arose when they reached the Grove of Echoes, a clearing where the air shimmered like heat haze. There the locket lay cradled in the roots of an ancient willow, but guarding it was the keeper of whispers, a being woven from starlight and sorrow, with eyes like frozen ponds. She had no form, only a voice that echoed with 1,000 lost sighs. Take this locket, she murmured, and you steal a piece of someone's soul. Memories are not trinkets to be reclaimed. Silas felt fear tighten his throat. Thistle nudged his hand. Wisdom, little traveler, the badger whispered. Not force. Pip landed on Silas's shoulder, humming a rhyme about letting go. Bramble pressed the honeysuckle cup into his palm, its sweetness a balm. Silas closed his eyes, recalling the music box's visions, not just the locket's loss, but the joy it once held. He understood then what the keeper truly guarded, not the object, but the right of memories to breathe, to change, to be more than frozen moments. Memories aren't meant to be kept locked away, Silas said softly, his voice steady as a stream. They're like seeds. If you hold them too tight, they never grow. My grandmother's sorrow isn't in losing this locket, it's in forgetting how it felt to laugh when it swung from that branch. He held up the music box, its light swirled, showing the keeper her own memories, of being a sapling kissed by rain, of sheltering fledglings, of seasons turning without regret. Sometimes, Silas added, letting go is how we keep things alive. The keeper's form softened, melting into a shower of silver mist that rained down like tears. Where it touched the earth, forget-me-nots bloomed in a blue circle around the willow. You carry old wisdom in young bones, the keeper sighed, her voice now warm as hearth smoke. Take the locket, but leave a memory in its place. Silas placed his hand on the willow's bark. He thought of this journey, Thistle's steady presence, Pip's guiding rhymes, Bramble's brave giggle. The tree absorbed it, its leaves shivering with contentment. The locket slipped into Silas's palm, cool and light. The return to Meadowshire was lit by a buttery sunset. Grandmother's eyes welled when Silas pressed the locket into her hands, but he quickly opened the music box. Its light wove a new vision, not the past, but the present, the four friends walking home, the willow grove blooming behind them, the village glowing ahead like a promise. The memory isn't in the locket, Grandma, Silas whispered. It's in us, and now we have a new one to share. That night, as crickets sang outside and the cottage breathed with the scent of chamomile tea, Silas wound the music box one last time. Its light danced across the ceiling, painting not just lost things but found joys, the gleam in grandmother's eyes, the badger's wise nod from the garden fence, the sparrow's evening song. And as Silas drifted to sleep, he knew the greatest magic wasn't in objects or visions. It was in the quiet courage to listen, the warmth of companions, and the gentle truth that some journeys don't end. They bloom inside you forever. The village of Willowbrook was a place where the ordinary and extraordinary danced together like fireflies on a summer evening. Nestled in a gentle valley where the river hummed lullabies and the clock tower chimed with the softness of a mother's whisper, it was known for two things: the kindest hearts in all the land and the most curious little mysteries. Our story begins on an autumn evening, just as the last rays of sun dipped behind the purple hills. A soft, misty rain had begun to fall, tapping gently on rooftops and leaves like tiny, invisible fingers. In her cottage at the edge of the village, a young baker was just closing her shutters when she noticed something peculiar. The stars above Willowbrook, usually so bright and plentiful, seemed fewer than usual. As she looked closer, she realized with a soft gasp that the constellation of the Silver Swan, which always watched over the village, was missing entirely. Now this baker, let us call her Cora, was known for her patience and her keen eye. Where others might have panicked, she simply pulled her woolen shawl tighter and pondered. She remembered an old rhyme her grandmother used to sing. When the swan takes flight from sight, seek the map drawn in starlight. Follow where the rainbows sleep, secrets that the glen will keep. Cora hummed the tune softly, the words weaving through her thoughts like the scent of cinnamon through her warm kitchen. She decided she would look into the matter at first light. The next morning, the whole village was abuzz. Old Finn, the clockmaker, declared that his finest pendulum clock was now ticking backwards. Miss Alara, the florist, rushed into the town square exclaiming that her entire patch of moon petals, flowers that normally glowed silver, had turned a deep, dreamy blue overnight. And young Leo, the shepherd boy, reported that the stream near the elderberry grove now flowed uphill. Cora listened to everyone with a gentle, attentive smile. She brought baskets of still warm hazelnut buns to share, and as the villagers nibbled and murmured, she noticed something. Each strange occurrence seemed tied to a place, mentioned in her grandmother's rhyme. She found Finn polishing his spectacles by the fountain. "The clock only turned backwards after you wound it with the silver key, didn't it?" she asked softly. Finn nodded, and Cora noticed the key had a tiny, almost invisible swan engraved on its bow. Next, she visited Miss Alara's garden. The moon petals were indeed a stunning sapphire blue, and they shimmered as if dusted with frost. "Did you use water from the western well to tend them yesterday?" Cora inquired. Miss Alara blinked in surprise. "Why, yes, how did you know?" Cora simply smiled and patted her hand. Her wanderings led her next to the elderberry grove, where the stream gurgled merrily upwards. Leo was sitting on a mossy stone, looking puzzled but delighted. "It's warmer this way," he told Cora, "and it smells like honey." Cora dipped her fingers in the water and brought them to her lips. It did taste faintly of honey and something else, something like starlight. That evening, Cora spread an old map of Willowbrook on her oak table. The map was dotted with faded constellations, each marking a special place in the village. With a candle flickering beside her and the distant chime of the clock tower drifting through her window, she began to connect the points. The silver swan's wingtip touched the old well. Its beak pointed toward the elderberry grove. Its tail feathers brushed against Finn's clock tower, and its heart rested right over the village square. Just then, a thought struck her like a soft chime. What if the missing stars weren't lost, but hidden? What if they were waiting to be found? The next day, Cora gathered the villagers. "I believe," she said in her calm, clear voice, "that our village is not in danger, but on the verge of a wonderful discovery. The rhyme says to seek the map drawn in starlight. I think we must follow the path of the swan." And so, hand in hand, they did. First, they went to the western well. As they peered inside, they didn't see water, but a reflection of the night sky, complete with the missing swan constellation shimmering up at them. Finn, in his excitement, dropped his silver key into the well. Instead of a splash, they heard a sound like wind chimes. Next, they followed the sound to the elderberry grove. The upside-down stream now glimmered with a soft, silvery light. Miss Alara dipped a watering can into it and sprinkled the water on her blue moon petals. Instantly they turned not back to silver, but began to glow in shifting colors, rose, gold, violet, as if holding rainbows within their petals. Lastly, they arrived at the clock tower. Finn's backward-sticking clock now chimed in reverse, each tone unlocking a memory, the laughter of children, the scent of baking bread, the warmth of shared stories. And with the final chime, the silver swan constellation reappeared in the sky, brighter and closer than ever before. But the greatest surprise awaited them in the village square. There in the very center, a new flower had bloomed overnight. It had petals like liquid starlight and a center that shimmered like a tiny galaxy. Around it the cobblestones now glowed with soft, swirling patterns, the same constellations from Cora's map etched in light. They realized then what had happened. The peculiar happenings were not troubles but invitations, to look closer, to remember, to come together. The missing stars had hidden themselves so the villagers would seek them out and rediscover the magic in their own hearts and history. That night, as the gentle rain returned and the wind chimes sang their glassy songs, the people of Willowbrook gathered around the new starlight flower. They shared stories and sweets, and Cora passed around one last batch of hazelnut buns, now sprinkled with edible silver dust that glittered like captured starlight. And as they looked up at the silver swan, now shining more brightly than ever, they understood that some mysteries are not meant to frighten or confuse, but to remind us that wonder is always near, waiting for curious hearts and kind eyes to find it. The clock tower chimed softly, the stream hummed its upside-down lullaby, and one by one the villagers drifted to their homes, wrapped in the cozy certainty that their world was even more magical than they had dreamed. And high above, the stars twinkled in agreement, keeping their gentle watch over the little village where mysteries were solved with empathy, and every ending felt like a warm, welcoming beginning. Leo had always been curious about the old oak tree at the very edge of his grandmother's garden. Its gnarled branches seemed to reach out like welcoming arms, and its leaves whispered secrets on even the stillest days. His grandmother called it the listening tree, but she always cautioned him against venturing too close to the hollow nestled within its massive trunk. Some doors, she'd say with a twinkle in her eye, are best opened when you're ready for the journey beyond. One crisp autumn afternoon, the scent of wood smoke and fallen apples heavy in the air, Leo felt ready. A gentle breeze carrying the scent of damp earth and something else, something sweet and unfamiliar, tugged at him. He approached the hollow. Instead of the dark space he expected, shimmering light, like trapped sunshine filtered through honey, spilled out. Taking a deep breath of the cool, sweet air, Leo stepped inside. The light enveloped him, warm and soft as spun gold against his skin. When it cleared, he found himself not in darkness, but standing on a path of smooth, moon-pale stones, winding through a forest unlike any he'd ever seen. This was the Whisperwood. The trees weren't merely tall, they soared like cathedral pillars, their bark a mosaic of silver and deep violet. Their leaves weren't green, but shimmering shades of sapphire and emerald, casting dappled light that danced on the path like living jewels. Bioluminescent flowers, shaped like tiny bells and glowing with soft blues, pinks, and golds, carpeted the forest floor, pulsing gently as if breathing. The air hummed with a low, melodic thrum, like a giant, contented cat purring, and carried the scent of crushed mint, vanilla orchids, and warm stone after rain. Overhead, creatures that looked like floating dandelion seeds, but glowing with soft internal light, drifted lazily on unseen currents. Leo felt a thrill of pure wonder tingle from his scalp down to his toes. He hadn't walked far when a soft chime sounded beside him. A cluster of tiny winged creatures, no bigger than his thumb, hovered near a large, glowing mushroom. They looked like they were spun from spun glass and starlight, with delicate, iridescent wings that hummed faintly. Their large, luminous eyes blinked at him with gentle curiosity. These were the glow sprites. One darted forward, leaving a trail of shimmering dust that smelled faintly of cinnamon, and chimed again, a sound like tiny crystal bells. It seemed to be pointing towards a fork in the path where a large, moss-covered stone partially blocked the way. Leo understood. "Thank you," he whispered, bowing slightly. The sprites chimed happily, swirling around his head for a moment in a shower of sparkling dust before flitting back to their mushroom. Approaching the mossy stone, Leo saw the problem. The path forked, but the right-hand way was almost completely obscured by thick, velvety moss cascading from the stone and hanging vines heavy with luminous purple berries. He needed to clear it gently. As he reached out to push aside the moss, it shifted. A pair of large, sleepy eyes blinked open from within the moss itself. A creature resembling a small, incredibly fluffy bear entirely covered in the softest, deepest green moss yawned, revealing a tiny pink tongue. It stretched, mossy limbs extending, and regarded Leo with calm, ancient eyes. This was a moss bear, Leo instinctively knew. He remembered his grandmother's advice about respecting the quiet places. Instead of pushing, he bowed again. "Excuse me, please," he said softly. "I don't mean to disturb your rest, but I'm trying to pass this way." The moss bear studied him for a long moment, then slowly, deliberately, shifted its bulk just enough to clear the path. It gave a soft, rumbling purr that vibrated through the ground and settled back down, its eyes closing peacefully. Leo carefully stepped past, brushing a gentle hand over the cool, soft moss on the creature's back. "Thank you," he murmured. The path led downwards now, towards the source of the melodic thrumming he'd heard earlier. It opened into a breathtaking clearing. A wide, shallow river flowed here, its water crystal clear and shimmering with every color imaginable like liquid rainbow catching the light. But the most astonishing sight was the riverbed itself. It was covered in smooth, polished stones, but these stones weren't inert. They glowed softly, each radiating its own unique hue: deep amethyst, fiery topaz, serene aquamarine. And they were singing. Not with voices, but with pure, resonant tones that vibrated through the air and water, creating the forest's harmonic hum. Leo knelt at the water's edge, dipping his fingers in. The water felt cool and silky, tingling slightly. The stones beneath shimmered brighter at his touch. He saw that the stones closest to the bank seemed dimmer, their songs fainter, almost sad. Gently, carefully, he began picking up the dimmer stones from the shallows and placing them back into the deeper, faster-flowing current in the center of the river. As each stone touched the stronger flow, it flared brightly, its song swelling back to full strength, joining the glorious chorus. He didn't know why they'd become displaced, perhaps by playful water creatures or gentle floods, but helping them felt right. As he worked, the entire clearing seemed to brighten, the hum becoming richer, sweeter, vibrating warmly in his chest. He felt a profound sense of peace and connection. Leaving the singing river behind, the path began to climb again, winding between enormous tree roots that formed natural arches. The light shifted, becoming softer, duskier. Ahead, nestled in the cradle of three colossal roots, stood a structure that took Leo's breath away. It was a cottage, but not made of wood or stone. It seemed woven from living vines heavy with night-blooming flowers that glowed with soft, white light. The roof was a canopy of enormous, luminous leaves. Warm, inviting light spilled from a round window. As Leo approached, the door, made of intertwined willow branches, creaked open silently. Inside, the air was warm and fragrant with the scent of baking bread and lavender. An old woman sat by a hearth where a fire of cool, blue and green flames crackled merrily, casting dancing shadows. Her hair was like spun moonlight, and her eyes held the depth and kindness of the forest itself. She wore a robe that seemed woven from shifting shadows and starlight. "Welcome, Leo," she said, her voice like wind through leaves and chimes on a breeze. "The whisperwood speaks of your gentle heart." She gestured to a plump cushion woven from glowing reeds. "Rest your feet, the listening tree sent word you might find your way here today." Over cups of steaming, sweet-smelling tea that tasted of wild honey and summer berries, the weaver, for that was her name, she who tended the stories of the whisperwood, listened as Leo shared his journey, the glow sprites, the moss bear, the singing stones. She smiled, the wrinkles around her eyes deepening like the rings of an ancient tree. "You listened," she said softly. "To the sprite's chime, to the moss bear's quiet, to the stone's fading song. You met the unknown not with fear, but with respect and kindness. That is true courage, young explorer. It is not the absence of fear, but the choice to act gently despite it." Leo felt a warmth spread through him that had nothing to do with the tea. He hadn't thought of himself as brave, he'd just been curious and careful. The weaver nodded as if hearing his thoughts. "Curiosity guided you, kindness was your compass, and quiet courage cleared your path. Remember this feeling." She handed him a small, smooth stone from a bowl on her table. It was warm to the touch and pulsed with a soft, golden light, humming a single, pure note. "A stone from the river, singing its thanks. Keep it close. It will remind you that even the smallest light can brighten the dark, and even the quietest step can lead to wonders." As the weaver's hearth fire burned low, casting long, comforting shadows, Leo felt a gentle tug, a sense of completion. He thanked the weaver, who simply smiled and gestured towards the door. The path home is always open to those who walk it with a light heart. Stepping outside, he saw the moon-pale path glowing softly before him, leading back the way he came. The whisperwood seemed to sigh contentedly around him. The moss bear was still peacefully asleep, a soft green mound by the path. The glow sprites chimed a gentle farewell as he passed. The singing river's chorus swelled in a harmonious wave as he crossed a natural arch of glowing roots above it. Soon he stood before the shimmering light spilling from the listening tree's hollow. He stepped through the warm honey-gold radiance and found himself back in his grandmother's garden, the familiar scent of wood smoke and autumn apples washing over him. The sun was just dipping below the horizon, painting the sky in streaks of orange and purple. He looked down at his hand. The warm, golden, softly humming stone was still there, pulsing gently against his palm, a tangible piece of magic and a reminder of his quiet bravery. He heard his grandmother call from the kitchen door, her voice warm and familiar. Leo ran to her, the stone safely tucked in his pocket, its gentle warmth a comforting secret against his leg. He flung his arms around her. "Grandmother," he whispered, his heart full of the whisperwood's song, "I found a door, and I walked through it." She hugged him back tightly, her own eyes twinkling with understanding deeper than words. She smoothed his hair, breathing in the lingering scent of mint, vanilla, and starlight that clung to him. "Ah, my little explorer," she murmured, her voice thick with love. "I thought you might be ready. The best journeys always begin with a single step, taken with a brave and gentle heart. Come inside now. The fire's crackling, and there's warm milk with honey." She led him towards the cozy glow of the cottage windows, the stone in his pocket humming its soft, reassuring song, a lullaby of courage found, wonders witnessed, and the comforting certainty that the world held more magic than he could ever imagine, waiting patiently for those willing to listen and step gently into the unknown. The scent of baking bread mingled with the wood smoke, wrapping around him like a warm blanket, and the gentle purr of the cat by the hearth seemed to echo the whisperwood's own contented thrum, lulling him into a deep, peaceful sense of belonging, both here and in the memory of that enchanted place. The adventure was over for now, but the warmth, the light, and the quiet courage it had kindled within him would remain, a glowing ember in his heart forever. Deep within the whispering woods, where ancient oaks wore beards of moss and sunlight dappled the forest floor like scattered gold coins, lived Fern, a young rabbit with fur the color of twilight shadows. This forest wasn't just trees and earth. It was alive with quiet magic, a place where the boundaries between creature and spirit, reality and dream, shimmered like heat haze on a summer's day. Fern knew the hidden pathways, the taste of dew-kissed clover at dawn, and the comforting scent of damp earth after a gentle rain. He knew, too, the secret lives that pulsed beneath the surface. The whispering woods thrived on a delicate, ancient harmony. The Badger clan, deep in their set, carefully turned the soil, ensuring seeds slept well. The Squirrel Council, high in the canopy, managed the dispersal of nuts and berries, their bushy tails flicking with purpose. Glimmerflies, tiny creatures woven from starlight and pollen, tended the night-blooming flowers, their soft hum a lullaby for the woods. An old grandfather mossback, a turtle whose shell was etched with centuries of growth rings, was the keeper of the tides, sensing the subtle shifts in the forest's deep magic tied to the seasons and the weather itself. Fern's favorite time was the amber season, when autumn painted the leaves in fiery hues. The air grew crisp, carrying the scent of wood smoke from unseen hearths and the sweet decay of fallen apples. One evening, as the setting sun stained the sky lavender and peach, Fern noticed something amiss. The gentle giggle of Crystal Brook, usually a constant companion near his burrow, had faded to a troubled gurgle. The glimmerflies, usually flitting like scattered embers near the water's edge, hovered anxiously, their light dimmer than usual. Even the leaves seemed to whisper with a note of worry, rustling secrets Fern couldn't quite grasp. Seeking wisdom, Fern hopped along the familiar, root-ribboned path to the mossy stone, where Grandfather Mossback basked in the last warm rays. The ancient turtle's eyes, deep pools of moss-green wisdom, opened slowly as Fern approached. Grandfather Mossback, Fern began, his nose twitching with concern. Crystal Brook sounds sick, the glimmerflies are sad, the air feels heavy, like before a storm that never comes. Mossback took a slow, deliberate breath, the scent of damp earth and ancient stone clinging to him. He extended his neck, tasting the air. Ah, young Fern, your senses are keen. The balance shifts. The amber season's magic is waning, but this is different. A blockage, a knot in the forest's flow. He tapped his claw thoughtfully on the stone. The rains were heavy last moon. Perhaps the great roots of the sentinel oak shifted, or stones tumbled where they shouldn't. Crystal Brook cannot sing if her throat is choked. Fern's heart fluttered. What can we do? The forest feels wrong. Patience, little one, Mossback rumbled, his voice like stones grinding softly together. Harmony isn't a stillness, but a constant dance. The forest remembers its steps. We must find the source gently, wisely. Go to Willow at the bend where the ferns grow thick. She listens to the water's song like no other. Following the troubled brook upstream, Fern felt the unease deepen. The usual comforting scent of wet stone and watercress was tinged with stagnation. The playful sparkle on the water's surface was dulled. He found Willow, a water vole with fur like polished river pebbles, her small paws resting on a smooth stone, her eyes closed as she listened intently to the troubled water. Willow, Fern whispered, not wanting to startle her. Her eyes opened, large and dark with worry. Fern, the song it's choked. A great sadness sits upstream, near the sentinel's roots. Stones and mud have fallen, trapping the water. It cannot flow freely to nourish the lower pools or carry the moon's reflection to the sleeping fish. Just then a flurry of wings announced Pip, a sparrow as quick and bright as a sunbeam. I saw it from above, he chirped, landing on a swaying reed. A whole tumble of rocks and earth, it's huge. The waters backed up, making a muddy pool where the forget-me-nots bloomed. Fern felt a pang of sorrow for the drowned flowers. Grandfather Mossback said we need to help, but how? It looks too big. Willow patted the water gently. Strength comes not from size alone, Fern, but from working together, like the roots beneath our feet. She looked at Pip. Can you summon the Badger clan? Their strong paws are needed for moving the largest stones. Pip bobbed his head. On my way. He shot into the air, a brown dart against the deepening twilight. And Fern, Willow continued, find the Squirrel Council. Their clever paws and strong teeth can weave roots and vines to hold the bank steady once the blockage is cleared. Fern raced through the gathering dusk, the scent of pine needles sharp in the cooling air. He found the Squirrel Council holding a hushed conference in the hollow of a venerable beech tree. Their leader, a gray squirrel named Acorn with a tail like a silvery plume, listened intently. A blockage at the sentinel, that explains the restless whispers in the roots, Acorn mused, tapping a claw. The waters feed the deep magic. If it stagnates, the amber season's gentle release into frost's embrace will falter. The glimmerfly's light dims already. We will come. Our young ones are swift. They will gather the strongest vines. By the time Fern returned to the blocked stream, guided by the worried hum of the gathered glimmerflies casting a soft, ethereal light, the Badger clan had arrived. Bracken, the largest, with powerful shoulders and claws like polished ebony, was already testing the largest boulder. His low grunts mingled with the gurgle of trapped water. Smaller badgers worked alongside, shifting smaller rocks and clumps of earth. Careful now, rumbled Bracken, his voice thick with effort. Don't let the mudslide downstream, steady. The Squirrel Council arrived in a rustle of leaves and chattering instructions. Young squirrels scampered, their teeth working swiftly on tough, flexible vines. They wove them into strong nets and mats, directed by Acorn's sharp commands. Anchor it there, yes, against that root. We must shore up the bank before the water rushes free. Fern felt small amidst the bustling activity. He saw a cluster of smooth, fist-sized stones near the water's edge, part of the blockage but accessible. He began to push them, one by one, rolling them away with his nose and paws. The mud was cool and slick between his toes, smelling deeply of the forest's hidden depths. Nearby, Willow used her strong teeth to gnaw through a stubborn tangle of water roots, trapping smaller debris. The glimmerflies hovered close, their soft light illuminating the work, their gentle hum a constant, encouraging presence. The night deepened, painting the sky indigo and scattering diamond-bright stars. The air grew colder, carrying the promise of frost, but the work warmed them. Grandfather Mossback arrived, moving with slow, deliberate purpose. He settled near the growing pile of cleared debris, his presence radiating calm strength. He didn't lift stones, but his deep, resonant voice offered guidance. Ease that one to the left, Bracken. Let the water find its own path, don't force it. Willow, clear that channel for the flow. Good, the forest breathes easier already. Hours passed, measured by the slow wheel of stars above and the steady rhythm of working creatures. Muscles ached, paws were muddy, fur was damp, but a shared sense of purpose warmed them. Finally, with a concerted heave from Bracken and two other badgers, the last large boulder shifted, groaning as it rolled aside. For a heart-stopping moment, nothing happened. Then, a trickle of water found the new gap. It grew, bubbling over the cleared stones, giggling with newfound freedom. It rushed past the carefully woven vine mats holding the banks firm, carrying away the murky pool. Crystal Brook sang again, clear and bright, reflecting the myriad lights of the hovering glimmerflies like liquid stars. A collective sigh, warm and relieved, rose from the gathered creatures. Bracken sank back on his haunches, wiping mud from his snout. Acorn chattered happily, her tail twitching with satisfaction. The young squirrels bounced with glee. Willow dipped her paws into the flowing water, a smile spreading across her face. She sings true again. Grandfather Mossback nodded slowly, his ancient eyes reflecting the joyful light. Well done, children of the Whispering Woods, you have mended a tear in the great tapestry. Remember this night, the harmony we cherish is not a gift, but a responsibility shared by all who dwell here, great and small. When one part suffers, all feel the strain. When many work together with wisdom and kindness, the balance is restored. As if in response, a gentle breeze sighed through the trees, carrying the clean scent of flowing water and the sweet perfume of night-blooming flowers revived by the glimmerflies. The oppressive heaviness lifted, replaced by the forest's deep, peaceful hum. The leaves rustled a soft, contented melody. The creatures gathered on the banks, tired but content. Bracken produced a small clay jar of rich, dark earth honey. Acorn shared crisp autumn nuts. Willow offered tender waterroot stalks. Fern nibbled on a sweet clover leaf, the taste pure and clean. The glimmerflies danced above them, their light weaving patterns of gold and silver on the water and the faces of the friends. Grandfather Mossback spoke softly as they shared the simple feast under the watchful stars. See how the brook carries the fallen leaves. They are not lost, but become part of the earth downstream, nourishing new life. So it is with our actions. Tonight's work feeds the forest's future. The magic tied to the seasons flows strongest when the waters run free. The frost's embrace will come now, not with harshness, but as a gentle blanket, because the balance is kept. Fern snuggled into the soft moss beside Willow, watching the moonlight dance on the water. He felt the deep, steady thrum of the forest beneath him, the cool night air on his fur, the comforting warmth of friends nearby, and the sweet taste of honey on his tongue. The gentle wisdom of the ancient turtle, the strength of the badgers, the cleverness of the squirrels, the quiet dedication of the vole, the guiding light of the glimmerflies, it all wove together like the roots beneath the soil, holding the Whispering Woods in its timeless, harmonious embrace. The subtle magic of the place, the interconnected lives, the respect for the seasons and the elements, it wasn't a grand spectacle, but a quiet, enduring truth whispered on the wind and flowing in the water. As sleep began to pull at his eyelids, Fern understood. Caring for their shared home, listening to its needs, and acting together with kindness wasn't just a task. It was the very song the forest sang, a lullaby of belonging that would echo through generations, as enduring as the ancient oaks and as comforting as the moon's gentle light on a peaceful night. The forest breathed softly around him, whole and well, and Fern drifted into dreams cradled by its deep, harmonious peace. The embers in the hearth glowed like captured sunsets, casting long, dancing shadows across the worn rug. Outside, a gentle rain whispered secrets to the thirsty earth, a soothing lullaby for the night. Tonight's story begins not with a bang, but with the soft plink of a single dewdrop falling onto a velvety moss cushion, deep within the Whispering Woods. Here lived a young dewkeeper named Rowan. Rowan's world was small, measured in mossy glades, sun-dappled clearings, and the intricate dance of dawn light on spiderwebs. His task, passed down through generations, was sacred, to tend the morning jewels. These weren't ordinary dewdrops. They were condensed moonlight, starlight, and the purest dreams of sleeping creatures, gathered on the petals of moonflowers that bloomed only in the deepest, quietest hours. Each dewdrop held a tiny spark of magic, essential for the wood's delicate balance. They nourished the shyest flowers, guided lost fireflies, and painted the first light with shimmering rainbows. Rowan, slight and quiet as a falling leaf, moved with silent grace. His fingers, nimble as a spider's legs, would gently coax the precious jewels into tiny, hollowed acorn cups before the sun grew too bold and drank them away. He wore a cloak woven from cobwebs and twilight, shimmering faintly, and carried his most precious tool, the dew lens. Crafted from a single, flawless drop of ancient amber, it allowed him to see the intricate patterns of magic within each jewel, ensuring its purity. His only companions were Lumina, a firefly whose light pulsed with gentle curiosity, and the rustling gossip of the ferns. He was content, finding profound peace in his small, vital role. But one mist-laden morning, Rowan noticed something unsettling. The moonflowers, usually vibrant silver, seemed dull. The jewels they bore felt thin. Holding the dew lens to one, he gasped. Instead of the usual swirling constellations of light, the magic inside was faint, flickering weakly, like a dying candle flame. A cold prickle, entirely unfamiliar, traced its way down his spine. This had never happened before. The next morning was worse. Whole patches of moonflowers bore no jewels at all. Where they should have been, Rowan found only a faint, greasy residue that smelled faintly of burnt sugar and sorrow. Fear, cold and heavy, settled in Rowan's chest. The whispering woods felt different. The rustle of leaves held an anxious edge. The birdsong was muted. The lifeblood of his world was draining away. That night, unable to sleep, Rowan sat beneath the oldest oak, its gnarled roots forming a protective cradle. He held the dew lens, not to examine a jewel, but to gaze into the amber depths, seeking an answer. As the moon climbed high, painting the world in silver, the lens grew warm in his hand. Images flickered within the amber, not reflections, but visions. He saw a path he'd never taken, winding deep into the heart of the woods, where the trees grew so close their branches knitted a perpetual twilight canopy. He saw a shimmering, almost invisible barrier, like heat haze over stone. And he felt a pull, an undeniable summons. The lens was showing him the way to the source of the blight. Terror warred with duty within Rowan. His world was the open glades, the familiar paths. The heart of the woods was a place of rumor and shadow, spoken of in hushed tones by the wind. But the fading jewels, the woods growing unease, he couldn't ignore it. With trembling hands he packed a small pouch, a few precious, still bright jewels, some dried moonflower petals for strength, a flask of crystal-clear spring water, and the dew lens, now cool against his skin but humming with latent power. Lumina, sensing his resolve, settled on his shoulder, her light a tiny, brave beacon. "Stay close, little light," Rowan whispered, his voice barely stirring the air. "We journey where the sun fears to tread." The path the lens had shown was treacherous. Thorny vines snagged at his cloak, roots twisted unexpectedly underfoot, and the air grew thick and still, smelling of damp earth and ancient secrets. The perpetual twilight beneath the canopy was disorienting. Strange, phosphorescent fungi glowed eerily on tree trunks, casting long, shifting shadows that seemed to move with a life of their own. Whispers not of wind, but like the murmur of hidden voices, brushed against his ears, indistinct yet unsettling. Lumina's light seemed smaller, swallowed by the oppressive gloom. After what felt like hours, Rowan stumbled into a small, utterly dark clearing. The air hummed with a low, resonant vibration. Before him stood the barrier from his vision, a shimmering curtain of energy, like distorted glass, stretching from the mossy floor up into the impenetrable canopy. It pulsed faintly, and where it touched the ground, the moss was blackened and dead. This was the source of the greasy residue, the drain on the magic. This barrier was consuming the life force of the woods, siphoning the magic meant for the morning jewels. Heart pounding, Rowan lifted the dew lens. Peering through it at the barrier was like looking into a storm. Chaotic, dark energies swirled within it, lashing out like hungry tendrils. It was ancient, powerful, and deeply wrong. He sensed a profound hunger emanating from it, a hunger for light, for magic, for life itself. How could he, a mere dew-keeper, stand against such a thing? Despair threatened to engulf him. He sank to his knees, the cold, dead moss chilling him through his clothes. Lumina landed on his hand, her light dimming in sympathy. Just then a sharp twang echoed through the silence, followed by a soft curse in a voice like dry leaves skittering on stone. Rowan froze. From the shadows near the base of a colossal, decaying cedar, a figure emerged. It was large, easily twice Rowan's height, with 8 long, jointed legs moving with unnerving grace. Multiple eyes, like polished obsidian beads, gleamed in Lumina's faint glow. A weaver spider. Rowan's breath hitched. Spiders were creatures of cautionary tales, spinners of traps, inhabitants of dark corners. Instinct screamed at him to flee. The spider paused, its gaze fixed on Rowan. It raised one long leg, pointing not at him, but at the shimmering barrier. Then it gestured towards the cedar tree. Rowan saw it then, the most magnificent, intricate web he could ever imagine, spanning the entire width of the massive trunk. It was woven not just of silk, but of captured moonlight and starlight, threads shimmering with soft silver and blue. But parts of it were torn, sagging, the luminous threads frayed and dull. Where the web touched the barrier, the silk was blackened and brittle, dissolving into dust. The spider made a series of complex gestures with its forelegs, accompanied by soft clicks and sighs. Rowan, still terrified, slowly lifted the dew lens. Looking through it at the spider, the fear melted away, replaced by awe. The spider wasn't just large, it was old. Its carapace was etched with patterns like ancient constellations, and its eyes held a depth of weary wisdom. The web wasn't a trap, it was a shield, a vast, delicate net designed to catch ambient magic and weave it back into the fabric of the woods, reinforcing life. It was a guardian just like Rowan, and the barrier was tearing its work apart. The greasy residue. It was the corrupted remnants of the magic the barrier consumed, and the web tried to protect. My name, the spider's voice resonated directly in Rowan's mind, a sensation like cool silk brushing his thoughts, is Arania. I am the keeper of the twilight loom. This blight, it tears at the threads of the world. Her mental voice was filled with sorrow and frustration. It feeds on magic, growing stronger as the woods grow weaker. My web, it was meant to mend, to strengthen. Now it barely holds. Shame washed over Rowan. He had judged based on fear, on stories. Here was another guardian, fighting the same enemy, suffering the same loss. He lowered the lens, meeting Arania's gaze directly. I am Rowan, Dewkeeper. The morning jewels fade, the woods are sick. Arania dipped her head in acknowledgement. The jewels are the dawn's promise, the concentrated essence. This blight drains the source, the ambient magic my web tries to gather. Without the jewel's daily renewal, the woods wither. Without the wood's life force, my web fails. We are caught in the same snare, little keeper. An unexpected warmth bloomed in Rowan's chest, pushing back the fear. He wasn't alone. He pulled out one of the precious, still bright morning jewels from his pouch. Its gentle light pushed back the oppressive gloom of the clearing. Can this help? Can it mend your web? Arania's eyes glinted. It is pure light, pure magic, but it is a drop in an ocean of need. The barrier consumes it too quickly. We need to find the source behind the barrier, the anchor point feeding this hunger. She gestured towards the shimmering curtain. The lens, it showed you the way here. Can it show us beyond? Rowan lifted the dew lens again, focusing not on the chaotic swirls of the barrier itself, but through it, towards the heart of the ancient cedar. The chaotic energies resisted, blurring the image. But Rowan concentrated, pouring his worry for the woods, his newfound determination, into the lens. The amber warmed, glowed softly. Slowly, the chaotic swirls parted like fog. Beyond the barrier, nestled deep within the hollow core of the decaying cedar, Rowan saw it, a stone, dark and jagged, like a piece of the night sky fallen to earth. It pulsed with the same greasy, hungry energy as the barrier. Thin, dark tendrils snaked from it, feeding the shimmering curtain. This was the anchor, the heart of the blight. The night shard, Arania's mental voice, was grim. A fragment of pure void, fallen long ago. It slept harmless until something disturbed it. Now it wakes hungering. She pointed a leg towards the base of the barrier. There, a small weakness where the roots of the cedar resist its touch, but it is too small for me, too small for anything but. Rowan understood. The gap was tiny, barely large enough for a rabbit, let alone Arania's large form. But it was large enough for him. The thought of stepping through that terrifying energy made his knees tremble. The dark stone pulsed in his vision through the lens, radiating cold malice. "Someone must go," Arania said softly. "Someone small, someone who carries pure light, the jewels in your lens, it sees truth. Perhaps it can show the shard its own emptiness, reflect its hunger back upon itself." Rowan looked at the fading morning jewel in his hand, then at Lumina on his shoulder, then at the ancient, weary spider whose web was a shield for the world he loved. He thought of the dull moonflowers, the silent birds, the woods holding its breath. His small world needed him to be brave. He took a deep breath, the scent of decay and ozone sharp in his nostrils. "I will go," he said, his voice firmer than he felt. "Tell me what to do." Arania instructed him carefully. He would need to move swiftly. The gap was unstable. He must carry a jewel pure, concentrated magic, and hold the dew lens facing the night shard. The lens, attuned to light and truth, might disrupt the shard's dark resonance, reflecting its own consuming nature back at it. It was a fragile hope, a theory spun from moonlight and desperation. Rowan emptied his pouch except for 3 remaining morning jewels and the dew lens. He gave Lumina a gentle nudge. "Stay with Arania, little light, watch for me." The firefly bobbed reluctantly, settling onto one of Arania's forelegs. Crouching low, Rowan approached the weak point near the cedar roots. The air crackled with static, raising the hair on his arms. The greasy smell was overpowering. Through the gap he could see the dark hollow, the night shard pulsing like a diseased heart. Taking one last steadying breath, clutching a jewel and holding the lens before him like a shield, Rowan pushed through the gap. The world twisted. Cold, deeper than winter, seeped into his bones. Whispers became screams in his mind, voices of fear, despair, endless hunger. The greasy residue coated his skin, sticky and foul. The hollow was small, oppressive, the air thick and suffocating. The night shard sat on a bed of dead roots, radiating waves of chilling darkness that seemed to leach the warmth and hope right out of him. It was mesmerizing in its terrible emptiness, a void that promised only oblivion. Gritting his teeth against the mental assault, Rowan raised the dew lens, focusing its amber eye directly on the jagged stone. He poured all his focus, all his love for the dewdrops, the moonflowers, the rustling ferns, the gentle rain into the lens. He thought of Arania's weary wisdom, of Lumina's brave little light. He held the morning jewel aloft, its soft radiance a defiant spark in the overwhelming gloom. "Show it," he thought fiercely, directing his will through the lens. "Show it what it is. Show it the emptiness it creates." The dew lens flared. A beam of warm, golden amber light, infused with the pure white radiance of the morning jewel, lanced out, striking the night shard. For a moment, nothing happened. The darkness seemed to swallow the light whole. Then the shard screamed. Not a sound, but a psychic shriek that vibrated through Rowan's very soul. The beam from the lens wasn't hurting it, it was reflecting. Within the amber light, Rowan saw, magnified and horrifyingly clear, the true nature of the night shard, not power, but profound, infinite lack. It was a bottomless pit of need, consuming everything yet forever empty, forever starving. The lens was forcing it to see its own desolation. The shard pulsed erratically, the dark tendrils flailing wildly. The greasy residue on its surface began to bubble and smoke. The waves of cold grew jagged, unstable. The barrier outside flickered violently. Rowan could feel the resistance weakening, the oppressive hunger momentarily stunned by the shock of its own reflection. Now, Rowan. Arania's mental shout cut through the chaos. This was the moment. He couldn't destroy the shard, but he could disrupt its anchor. Summoning every ounce of courage, Rowan lunged forward, not at the shard, but at the dead roots beneath it. He jammed the glowing morning jewel deep into the crumbling, decayed wood, right where the darkest tendrils emerged. He pushed it in with all his strength, then scrambled back, holding the lens steady, the beam unwavering. The pure, concentrated magic of the jewel, embedded at the source of the corruption, was like throwing water onto hot oil. A violent hiss filled the hollow. The night shard shuddered, its pulsing light stuttering. The dark tendrils connected to the barrier recoiled, snapping back towards the stone with a sound like cracking ice. The barrier outside flickered wildly, then with a sound like a sigh of release, it dissolved. Not vanished, but flowed back, retreating into the night shard like ink sucked into a bottle. The greasy residue on the stone solidified into a dull, inert crust. The pulsing stopped. The hunger ceased. The shard didn't vanish, but it became still, dormant once more, encased in a shell of its own corrupted residue and the spent magic of the jewel. The crushing cold lifted, replaced by the damp, earthy smell of the hollow, now just a hollow, not a prison. Rowan slumped against the mossy inner wall of the tree, gasping, trembling with exhaustion and relief. The dew lens was cool in his hand, its light dimmed. He had done it. Through the gap where the barrier had been, weak dawn light began to filter into the clearing. Arania's large form filled the opening. She gently helped Rowan out. Lumina zipped to his shoulder, her light pulsing rapidly with excitement and concern. The clearing felt different. The oppressive hum was gone. The air, while still cool and damp, felt clean, alive. The blackened moss near where the barrier had stood was already showing faint signs of green regrowth. "You were brave, little keeper," Arania's voice resonated warmly in his mind. Braveler than the tallest oak, you faced the void and showed it a mirror. The jewel, Rowan whispered, looking at the hollow tree. "Is it enough?" "The immediate drain is broken," Arania said, examining the dormant shard with several eyes. "The barrier is down, but the shard is wounded, not gone. The pure magic you embedded, it has created a seal, a counterweight to its hunger. It will sleep again deeply, but the woods, they need time and care, more than before." She turned her gaze to her magnificent, damaged web. "My loom is weakened. It will take seasons to reweave what was lost." Rowan looked at the two remaining morning jewels in his pouch, then at the dew lens. An idea sparked, fragile but hopeful. The jewels, they are concentrated magic, pure light. Could they help mend your threads? Could the lens help you see how to weave them stronger? Arania tilted her head, considering. She extended a delicate spinneret, touching the luminous silk of her web. "The magic is similar, pure, undiluted. Yes, yes, I believe it could." She looked at the dew lens. "And the lens, it sees the patterns, the flows of magic. It could guide my work, show me where the fabric is thin." A sense of profound understanding passed between them, dew-keeper and weaver, guardians of light and pattern. Rowan didn't hesitate. He offered Arania the two remaining jewels. For the loom, for the woods. Arania accepted them with surprising gentleness, cradling them in her palps. "And I offer my threads," she resonated. "When the moonflowers bloom, I will spin threads of captured moonlight to protect them, to help gather the dreams more safely. My web will shield the sources, as it was always meant to do." She gestured towards the path leading out. "Go, Rowan Dewkeeper, tend your jewels, the dawn needs them. We will mend the woods together, you and I, from the glade and from the twilight." The journey back was different. The heart of the woods no longer felt oppressive, just deep and ancient and peaceful. Sunlight, real, warm sunlight, began to filter through the high canopy in places it hadn't reached in years. Birdsong, tentative but clear, echoed through the trees. As Rowan emerged from the dense growth into a familiar sun-dappled glade, the change was immediate. The air tasted sweeter, lighter. The leaves seemed greener, the moss springier underfoot. He reached his moonflower patch just as the first rays of true dawn painted the eastern sky. The flowers glowed with renewed vigor, their silver luminescence almost blinding. And on their petals, sparkling like diamonds strewn by a joyful giant, rested perfect morning jewels. Fat, radiant, brimming with swirling constellations of magic visible, even without the lens. Rowan knelt, tears of relief stinging his eyes. His fingers trembled as he began his work, collecting the jewels with a reverence deepened by the night's trial. Life returned to the whispering woods with a sigh of profound relief. Rainbows arched brighter over the dewy meadows. Fireflies danced in larger, more exuberant swarms. Flowers bloomed with colors unseen in seasons. The birds sang symphonies at dawn. Rowan's routine changed. Each dusk, before tending the moonflowers, he would journey to the edge of the twilight canopy. Sometimes Arania would be waiting, sometimes not. But always woven into the lower branches near the path, he would find a small, perfect gift, a tiny pouch of the strongest, most luminous spider silk, designed to hold the jewels safely, a dewdrop caught mid-fall, perfectly preserved in a filament of moonlight thread, or a small charm woven from fern fronds and stardust that seemed to whisper reassurance. He left offerings in return, a particularly bright jewel placed on a specific leaf, a vial of the clearest spring water, sometimes just sitting quietly, sharing the peace of the evening through their unique bond. He used the dew lens differently now. Not just to examine jewels, but sometimes to gaze towards the heart of the woods, seeing the faint, strengthening pulse of Arania's twilight loom, a vast, shimmering net of silver and blue light woven through the ancient trees, gathering and redistributing magic, reinforcing the seal around the dormant night shard. It was a shield, a healer, a silent partner in the dance of light and life. Rowan was still quiet. He still cherished the small glades and the soft plink of dewdrops. But his world had grown vast. He had journeyed into darkness and found not just fear, but an unexpected friend. He had faced the void with a mirror of light and a heart full of care for his small world. He understood now that even the smallest guardian, tending the tiniest drops of magic, held a thread in the vast tapestry of life. And that true strength often bloomed in the unlikeliest of friendships, woven together by shared purpose and quiet courage. As the fire crackled its final embers, casting the room in deep, peaceful shadows, remember Rowan, the dewkeeper, and Arania, the weaver in the twilight. Remember that even in the deepest dark, a single spark of kindness, a moment of bravery, and the bond of an unexpected friend can mend the world, one dewdrop, one silken thread at a time. Sleep now under the watchful stars, knowing that guardians, seen and unseen, tend the gentle magic of the world. Rest well. The dawn will come, bright and jeweled. In the serene village of Willow Grove, nestled amidst rolling green hills and surrounded by whispering woods, lived a gentle soul named Lyra. Lyra was known for her caring heart and love for nature, yet she often felt a whisper of unease deep within her, a longing for something she couldn't quite name. This feeling was like a tiny pebble in her shoe, persistent and urging her to change, though she feared the unknown. Lyra lived in a quaint, ivy-covered cottage at the edge of the forest. Her days were filled with the simple joys of tending her vibrant garden and listening to the melodies of the wind as it danced through the leaves. The villagers adored her for her kindness and often sought her wisdom, but Lyra secretly wondered if she was missing out on a greater adventure. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden sunlight poured through the canopy of trees, Lyra decided to wander deeper into the forest than ever before. She followed the path as it wound like a playful ribbon through the woods, the air rich with the scent of pine and earth. It was there she met a creature unlike any she had ever seen, a small, shimmering dragon named Finn. Finn was a curious and cheerful dragon, his scales glistening with a spectrum of colors that shifted and changed like the sky at sunset. He had been watching Lyra for a while, drawn to her gentle spirit and sensing her inner turmoil. With a voice as soft as a summer breeze, he greeted her. "Greetings, dear Lyra. I am Finn, a guardian of these woods. I sense you are seeking something, perhaps even without knowing what it is." At first, Lyra was startled by the dragon's presence, but his warm eyes and gentle demeanor quickly set her at ease. "I don't know," she admitted, her voice barely louder than a whisper. "I feel as though there's something more I should be doing, something I should become, but I don't know what it is." Finn nodded knowingly. Change can be daunting, but it is through change that we grow. Perhaps a journey of discovery is what you need. And with those words, Finn promised to accompany Lyra on a magical journey, one where she would learn not only about the world, but also about herself. Their journey began that very day. Finn led Lyra through hidden paths and enchanted glens, where the sunlight filtered through the leaves like golden rain. They visited the ancient oak with a trunk wide enough to hold secrets 1,000 years old, where Finn introduced her to the wise owls who nested there. The owls shared stories of the forest's history, tales of resilience and change, teaching Lyra the importance of embracing the unknown. As days turned into weeks, Lyra found herself growing more comfortable with the idea of change. Each new experience was like a brushstroke on the canvas of her life, adding depth and color. She learned from the playful brook that danced over stones, whispering secrets of adaptation and flow. She marveled at the caterpillars transforming into butterflies, their delicate wings a testament to the beauty of transformation. Throughout their travels, Lyra was never alone. Finn was a constant companion, always there to offer encouragement and wisdom. He taught her to see the magic in everyday moments, from the way the stars twinkled like diamonds in the night sky, to the way the morning dew coated the world in a shimmering veil. One day, as they rested by a serene lake under the silver glow of the moon, Lyra turned to Finn, her voice brimming with newfound understanding. "I've learned so much, yet I feel there's still more within me waiting to grow." Finn smiled, his scales reflecting the moonlight like 1,000 tiny mirrors. "You've discovered that growth is a journey, not a destination. You've learned to trust in the process, to embrace the changes that come your way." With Finn's guidance, Lyra realized that the unease she once felt was not a burden but a gift, a call to explore, to learn, to grow. She understood that change was not something to fear, but something to welcome, for it brought with it the promise of new beginnings and endless possibilities. As their journey came to a close, Lyra returned to Willow Grove, her heart full of peace and her spirit alight with the knowledge she had gained. The village welcomed her back with open arms, and she shared her experiences with them, inspiring others to embark on their own journeys of self-discovery. Lyra's garden flourished more than ever, a testament to her inner growth. Each bloom told a story of courage and transformation, a reminder of the beauty that lies in embracing change. And though Finn returned to his home in the forest, his presence lingered in Lyra's heart, a gentle reminder of the magic of friendship and the power of personal growth. Under the starlit sky, Lyra sat by her garden, feeling the warm embrace of the universe. She had found what she was seeking, not something outside of herself, but the courage to grow, to change, and to become the best version of who she was meant to be. And so, with a heart full of gratitude and a soul full of peace, she drifted into a restful sleep, her dreams guided by the gentle whispers of the forest and the shimmering presence of her dear friend, Finn. The distant hum of the Stardust Weaver's engines was usually a comfort to Kip, a small, fur-covered botanist from the mist-shrouded planet of Glimmerfell. Tonight, however, it felt thin and strained against the backdrop of the unfamiliar void. Kip clutched a sprig of luminous moon moss, its soft blue glow reflecting in their wide, dark eyes as they studied the ship's other occupant, Borvan. Borvan hailed from Xerxes Prime, a world of scorching sands and towering mesas. He was easily 3 times Kip's size, his body covered in plates of smooth, heat-resistant stone that shifted subtly with his movements. His eyes, deep-set in obsidian black, seemed to absorb the light. He was the ship's engineer, a stoic figure who communicated mostly in low rumbles and practical actions. They'd been assigned together for this deep space survey mission, Kip to catalog exotic flora, Borvan to maintain the ship, and the journey had been quiet. Too quiet. Kip found Borvan intimidating, his silence misinterpreted as disapproval. Borvan, in turn, found Kip's constant nervous fluttering and tendency to communicate in soft, complex patterns of bioluminescent flashes across their fur utterly baffling and slightly alarming. Approaching survey coordinates, System Zeta 7, the ship's comm AI announced. Planetary body designated Whisper shows promising atmospheric readings for non-sentient botanical life. Kip perked up, their fur rippling with hopeful green streaks. Finally, Whisper is said to have cryoblooms that survive in absolute zero. Imagine the adaptations. Borvan merely grunted, a sound like pebbles tumbling down a slope, and focused on the console. He tapped a sequence, and the ship shuddered violently. Warning lights flared crimson across the bridge. Gravimetric shear detected. The AI's voice lost its calm. Structural integrity compromised. Brace for impact. The universe tilted. Kip let out a high-pitched chirp, instinctively flashing frantic red patterns of fear. Borvan roared, not in anger but in effort, wrestling with the controls. Metal screamed. The viewscreen showed a swirling vortex of ice and debris. They'd hit an uncharted asteroid field, cloaked by Whisper's perpetual ice storms. With a final, sickening lurch, the Stardust Weaver slammed into something unforgivingly solid. The lights died, replaced by the harsh, intermittent strobe of emergency beacons. Silence descended, thick and cold, broken only by the hiss of escaping atmosphere and Kip's terrified whimpers. Borvan was the first to move, his stone plates scraping against the buckled deck. He located Kip huddled beneath a collapsed console, trembling violently, their fur pulsing erratic, frightened reds and oranges. Borvan reached out a massive hand. Kip flinched, flashing a bright, defensive yellow, a glimmerfell signal for back off. Borvan froze. He misinterpreted the flash not as fear, but as aggression, a warning flare. On Xerxes, bright lights often signaled danger or territorial challenge. He rumbled low in his chest, a sound of confusion and frustration. He needed to get them both off this dying ship, but this tiny, flashing creature seemed determined to hinder him. Cold, Kip managed to whisper, their voice thin. So cold. Their breath misted in the rapidly dropping temperature. Whisper lived up to its name, a frozen ball of ice and howling winds. Borvan understood that word. He looked at Kip's thin fur, then at the jagged tear in the hull, revealing a landscape of blinding white and razor-sharp ice spires. Survival here required cooperation, however baffling his companion might be. Heaving a sigh that sounded like grinding rocks, he pointed a thick finger towards the emergency locker, then mimicked shivering. He then pointed firmly towards the exit hatch. Kip, teeth chattering, understood the gesture, if not the rumbling. Survival. They needed to get out. Nodding shakily, their fur dimming to a wary, pale blue, they scrambled towards the locker. Inside were thermal suits. Kip struggled with the bulky, human-sized suit. Borvan watched for a moment, then, moving with surprising gentleness, knelt and helped Kip fasten the seals, his large, stone fingers surprisingly deft. Kip flashed a hesitant, grateful turquoise. Borvan blinked, unsure what it meant, but the lack of aggressive yellow was a relief. Outside, the cold was a physical blow. The wind screamed, laden with ice crystals that stung like needles. The wreckage of the Stardust Weaver was already half buried in drifts. Borvan, his stone body naturally insulating, scanned the desolate landscape. Kip, bundled in the suit, pointed a shaky hand towards a dark smudge on the horizon, a cliff face, perhaps offering shelter. The trek was agony. Kip struggled through deep snow, their small frame battling the vicious wind. Borvan moved steadily ahead, breaking a path. Kip fell repeatedly, each time flashing bursts of exhausted purple and embarrassed pink. Borvan, glancing back, saw only confusing flashes. He mistook the purple for distress signals he didn't understand and the pink for something else entirely unknown. Frustration mounted. Why wouldn't this creature just say what it needed? Suddenly, the ground gave way beneath Kip with a sickening crunch. They vanished into a hidden crevasse, a yelp swallowed by the wind. Borvan lunged forward, peering into the dark fissure. Kip dangled precariously, held only by a tangle of frozen roots, their suits snagged on jagged ice. Their fur was flashing pure, terrified white. This flash Borvan understood implicitly. Terror. Immediate danger. Without a second thought, he lowered himself, bracing his immense weight on the unstable edge. Ignoring the biting cold and groaning ice, he stretched his long arm down. "Grab," he bellowed over the wind, the single word thick with urgency. Kip looked up, seeing not the intimidating stone giant, but a lifeline. They reached, their small gloved hand grasping Borvan's massive stone fingers. With a grunt that shook the ice, Borvan hauled Kip up, cradling them against his surprisingly warm chest plate for a moment before setting them down on solid ground. Kip's fur pulsed with warm, steady gold, the glimmerfell color for profound gratitude and relief. Borvan felt a strange warmth spread through his own core, unrelated to the cold. He hadn't been thanked like that before. He nodded stiffly. "Careful," he rumbled, the word softer this time. They found the dark smudge the entrance to a vast ice cavern. Inside, the howling wind faded to a mournful sigh. It was still bitterly cold, but sheltered. Kip immediately spotted what Borvan had missed, strange, gnarled roots snaking across the walls and floor, glowing with a soft, internal light. Cryobloom roots. Kip breathed, their scientific fascination momentarily overriding fear. They generate heat, not much but some. Working together in silent, newfound understanding, they gathered dry, fibrous sections of the roots. Borvan used his strength to break off larger pieces. Kip used their knowledge to find the driest, most combustible parts. Borvan tried striking sparks from his stone knuckles. Kip, remembering basic survival training from their multi-species academy, pulled a small emergency igniter from their suit pocket. Soon, a small, precious fire crackled in a makeshift pit scooped from the icy floor. The warmth was meager but life-saving, painting dancing shadows on the cavern walls. As they huddled close, the shared fire became a bridge. Kip, emboldened by the rescue and the warmth, pointed to their own fur, now glowing a calm, steady blue. "Safe," they explained softly. They then flashed the earlier defensive yellow. Scared, not angry. They pointed at Borvan. Borvan stared, the pieces clicking. The flashes weren't nonsense or aggression, they were words. Feelings. He rumbled thoughtfully. He pointed to Kip's earlier golden glow. "That when pull up." "Thank you," Kip said, flashing the gold again. "Big thank you, friend." "Friend," Borvan repeated, the word unfamiliar but the warmth it sparked undeniable. He tapped his own chest plate. Borvan thought light danger, on Xerxes bright light bad, mean attack. Kip's eyes widened. "Oh no, on Glimmerfell light is talk, like sound for you. Red is scared, blue is calm, gold is thanks, green is happy." They demonstrated small, gentle pulses. Borvan watched, fascinated. He tried to mimic a rumble, but it came out as a gravelly purr. Kip giggled, a sound like tiny bells, and flashed cheerful green. Borvan found himself making the purring sound again. Communication wasn't just about words spoken, it was about listening with more than ears. Over the next few cycles, measured by the dimming and brightening of the cryo blooms, not the unseen sun, they faced the frozen wilderness together. Borvan used his strength to carve ice blocks, building a windbreak around their fire. Kip discovered edible lichen growing near the warm roots and purified ice melt using salvaged filters. They took turns keeping watch, sharing stories not with perfect words, but with gestures, drawings in the frost, and the growing language of shared experience. Kip learned that Borvan's stoicism masked a dry wit and a deep loyalty. Borvan learned that Kip's nervous energy hid remarkable courage and resourcefulness. One day, while searching for more fuel, Kip ventured deeper into the cavern system. They found a breathtaking chamber where the cryoblooms weren't just roots, but full, crystalline flowers blooming in the darkness, radiating gentle warmth and bathing everything in soft, rainbow light. "Borvan, come see," Kip called, their voice echoing. Borvan lumbered in, his obsidian eyes widening at the spectacle. "Warm," he rumbled appreciatively. "Good." He noticed Kip gazing in awe at a particularly large bloom, its light shimmering like captured starlight. He saw the longing in their small frame. Without a word, Borvan carefully broke off a small, radiant crystal petal, ensuring he didn't harm the plant. He presented it to Kip. Kip took it reverently, the petal glowing in their hands, casting warm light on their fur. They looked up at Borvan, their eyes shining. They didn't flash a color. Instead, they reached out and gently placed their small hand on Borvan's massive, stone forearm. The touch was brief, warm, and spoke volumes. Borvan rumbled, a deep, contented sound. He understood. Their salvation came not long after. Kip, remembering their botany, suggested using the highly concentrated heat from a cluster of cryo blooms, focused through a salvaged piece of reflective hull plating Borvan shaped, to create a powerful thermal signal. It was a long shot. They worked side by side, Kip directing the angle of the light, Borvan adjusting the reflector. For hours they sent their desperate beacon pulsing into the frozen sky, a silent plea woven from fire, ice, and newfound trust. Just as hope began to dwindle, a distinct, answering flare pierced Whisper's atmosphere a rescue shuttle. As the shuttle descended near their cavern, its engines a welcome roar, Kip and Borvan stood together. Kip held the glowing crystal petal. Borvan had carved a small, intricate representation of a cryobloom root from a piece of dark ice, a token for Kip. The rescue crew, a mix of species, stared in astonishment at the unlikely pair, the tiny, furred botanist and the towering stone engineer, standing side by side, not just surviving, but seemingly content. Back on the rescue ship, wrapped in thermal blankets and sipping warm broth, they sat together. The journey wasn't over, they still had to return to the bustling starbase. But the vastness of space felt different now. "You stay on ship," Borvan rumbled, looking at Kip. "After repairs, new mission, maybe." Kip looked up, their fur glowing a soft, steady blue, interwoven with threads of warm gold. They placed their small hand back on Borvan's arm, where the stone felt familiar and safe. "Yes," Kip said simply, their voice filled with a quiet certainty. Together, friends watch each other's path. Borvan rumbled again, that deep, purring sound that had become their shared language of comfort. He didn't need flashing lights to understand the warmth radiating from the small being beside him, a warmth that had melted the ice not just outside, but within. It was the warmth of trust earned, differences understood, and a friendship forged in the coldest void, now burning bright enough to light their way home, and wherever else the stars might light. In the quiet hum of the rescue ship, surrounded by the gentle light of distant suns, they knew the true meaning of their bond wasn't just about surviving the storm, but about finding a shared fire that no darkness could extinguish. And as sleep finally claimed them, safe and warm, The memory of the ice cave bloomed in their dreams, a testament to the unexpected garden's friendship could grow, even on the frozen edge of forever. In a quiet corner of a valley where the mist lingered like a soft gray blanket each morning, there lived a young person named Kalen. Their cottage stood at the edge of a whispering wood, and though the world around them was full of ordinary wonders, Kalen often felt as though they were wrapped in a cloak of stillness that muted the colors of life. Each day they moved through their routines with a quiet heart, tending to their small garden, mending nets by the creek, and watching the world from their window seat as the seasons turned. Yet deep within, Kalen sensed a longing, a soft, persistent whisper that spoke of something more, something waiting to unfold. One evening, as the last light of day faded into violet twilight, Kalen noticed a subtle change. A single strand of their hair, which had always been the color of dark earth, now shimmered with a faint, silvery sheen when touched by candlelight. At first they thought it a trick of the fading day, but the next morning another strand gleamed with the pale gold of dawn. Though puzzled, Kalen felt no fear, only a quiet curiosity, like the first stirring of a seed deep in the soil. It was on such an evening, as Kalen sat by the hearth tracing the new silver threads in their hair, that a soft knock came at the door. Outside stood an elderly woman with eyes the color of moss after rain, and a smile that held the warmth of countless summers. She introduced herself as Alara, a traveler in need of shelter for the night. Without hesitation, Kalen welcomed her in, offering a seat by the fire and a bowl of steaming broth. As they sat together in the fire's gentle glow, Alara's gaze fell upon Kalen's hair. "Ah," she said, her voice like the rustle of leaves in a soft breeze. "The change has begun." Kalen looked at her, bewildered. "What change?" Alara's eyes twinkled. "The change that comes when the heart is ready to bloom. Tell me, child, have you felt lately as though you are standing at the edge of something vast and beautiful, yet unknown?" Kalen nodded slowly, their fingers tracing the rim of their bowl. "I have felt like a caterpillar wrapped in its cocoon, waiting for a season that never comes." Alara smiled. "Then it is time you visited my garden." The next morning, Alara led Kalen through the woods along a path they had never noticed before, lined with ferns that shimmered with dew. At the end of the path stood a gate woven from living willow branches, and beyond it lay a garden unlike any Kalen had ever seen. Flowers bloomed in hues that shifted with the light, petals that glowed softly in shades of understanding, leaves that rustled with whispers of courage, and vines that curled like gentle questions waiting to be answered. "This," said Alara, "is a garden that grows with the heart. It responds to the quiet transformations within us." In the center of the garden stood a tree with bark like polished amber, its branches heavy with seed pods that pulsed with a soft, golden light. Alara plucked one and placed it in Kalen's palm. "Plant this where you feel most still," she said, "and tend to it with kindness." Kalen returned home that evening, the seed cradled carefully in their hand. They chose a spot near the creek where the soil was rich and dark, and there they buried the seed, whispering a wish into the earth. Days turned into weeks, and though nothing seemed to happen above the soil, Kalen continued to visit the spot each morning, offering a few words of encouragement or simply sitting in quiet companionship. Meanwhile, the changes within Kalen continued to unfold. One morning they awoke to find that their fingertips left faint trails of light when they moved them through the air, soft, shimmering patterns that faded like breath on glass. Another day they noticed that when they hummed a tune their grandmother had taught them, the flowers in their own modest garden seemed to lean closer, their colors deepening with warmth. Each small shift felt like a victory, a step toward understanding the quiet language of their own heart. Kalen began to spend more time in the garden with Alara, learning to listen to the whispers of the plants and to recognize the subtle ways emotions could shape the world around them. They discovered that when they felt courage, the roses bloomed a fiercer red. when peace settled over them, the lavender released its scent more freely. One afternoon, as a soft rain pattered against the leaves, Kaelin confessed to Alara a fear they had carried for years, a fear of being too quiet, too still, too unlike the vibrant, rushing world beyond the valley. Alara took their hand, her touch as light as a butterfly's wing. "You are like the seed beneath the soil," she said. "Change does not always announce itself with thunder. Sometimes it is the patient unfurling of a root, the slow turning of a leaf toward the sun. Your stillness is not emptiness, it is fertile ground." That night, Kaelin dreamed of a cocoon woven from strands of moonlight, and in the dream, they could feel the gentle stirring of wings within. When they awoke, the first thing they saw was a tender green shoot rising from the place where they had planted the seed. It grew quickly, as if nourished by the hope taking root in Kaelin's own heart. Each day the plant stretched taller, its stem sturdy and its leaves broad and velvety. Buds formed, tightly closed fists of potential that seemed to hold their breath. Then came the morning when Kaelin stepped into the garden and found the plant covered in blossoms that had opened overnight. Each flower was a work of living art, petals the color of dawn-streaked clouds, centers that shimmered with captured starlight, and a fragrance that carried the essence of belonging. As Kaelin reached out to touch one, a soft gasp escaped their lips. Their hands, which had once traced faint trails of light, now left behind delicate swirls of color that lingered in the air like watercolor brushstrokes. They ran to find Alara, who was waiting by the willow gate, her expression one of deep contentment. "You see," she said, "the garden always knows." But the greatest change was yet to come. That evening, as Kaelin sat beneath the emerging stars, they felt a strange warmth spreading through their chest, not uncomfortable, but like the sun warming a stone after a long winter. They looked down and saw that their skin had begun to glow with a soft, golden light, as though they had swallowed a piece of the moon. And when they glanced into the still waters of the creek, they saw that their hair had transformed completely, no longer dark earth, but a cascade of silver and gold that shimmered like a river under starlight. For a moment, fear flickered in their heart. But then they remembered Alara's words, "Change is not something to be feared, but something to be welcomed like an old friend." They closed their eyes and breathed deeply, and as they did, the light within them steadied, becoming a gentle, constant radiance. When they opened their eyes again, they saw that the entire garden had responded. Flowers glowing in harmony, leaves trembling with soft music, and the very air seeming to dance with invisible joy. Alara approached, her own form now shimmering faintly at the edges, as though she were made of light and memory. "It is time for me to continue my journey," she said. "But remember, Kaelin, this is not an ending. It is a beginning. You have learned to tend the garden within, and now you must help others find their own light." She placed a hand on Kaelin's shoulder, and for a moment their lights merged, gold and silver weaving together like threads in a tapestry. Then, with a smile that held all the warmth of the world, Alara turned and walked toward the woods, her form dissolving into the mist like a dream upon waking. Kaelin stood alone in the garden, but they did not feel alone. The light within them felt like a companion, a quiet certainty that had always been waiting to emerge. They knew that there would be more challenges, more seasons of doubt and growth, but now they also knew that change was not a storm to be weathered, but a dance to be joined. In the days that followed, Kaelin began to notice others in the valley who carried their own quiet longings. A young child who spoke to animals but feared being misunderstood, an elderly man who painted visions only he could see, a woman who heard music in the wind but had no one to share it with. One by one, Kaelin welcomed them into the garden, showing them how to plant their own seeds of potential, how to listen to the whispers of their hearts. And as they did, the garden grew, spreading its magic beyond the willow gate, weaving through the valley like a promise. New flowers bloomed, each one unique, each one telling a story of patience and courage. Kaelin's own light never faded. Instead, it learned to dance with the lights of others, creating patterns of connection and understanding that stretched toward the horizon. On quiet evenings, when the world settled into stillness, Kaelin would often sit by the creek, watching their reflection in the water, a being of gentle radiance, surrounded by a world waking to its own beautiful possibilities. And in those moments they would feel the truth settle deep within their soul, that every ending is but a new beginning in disguise, and that the most profound transformations often begin with a single, whispered wish, planted in the dark, fertile soil of a waiting heart. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where sunbeams danced on dew-kissed cobblestones, and the air always smelled faintly of baking bread and wild thyme. Young Ben lived there with his grandfather, a quiet boy with eyes the color of storm clouds, and a heart that noticed things others overlooked. While other children chased butterflies or played kick-stone, Ben often sat by the old stone well in the square, tracing the cracks in the worn wood of its cover, wondering about the secrets whispered beneath the surface. One misty autumn morning, while helping his grandfather clear the attic of his creaky, timber-framed cottage, Ben discovered a forgotten wooden chest tucked beneath dusty eaves. It smelled of cedar and thyme. Inside, nestled amongst faded quilts and bundles of letters tied with faded blue ribbon, lay a small object wrapped in soft, unbleached linen. Unwrapping it carefully, Ben found an ordinary-looking teapot. It was made of smooth, cool porcelain, painted with a simple, swirling pattern in cobalt blue. It felt surprisingly heavy for its size, and when Ben tilted it, he heard a faint musical chime, like tiny bells tinkling deep within its belly. "Grandfather," Ben called down the ladder, his voice hushed with wonder. "What's this?" The old man climbed up, his joints creaking like the attic floorboards. He peered at the teapot, a slow smile spreading across his weathered face. "Ah, the whispering kettle belonged to your great-great-grandmother, Elowen. Folks said it held more than just tea." He tapped the side gently. "She claimed it could brew stories if you listened close enough. Just stories, never saw it myself, but it was precious to her." That night after grandfather had gone to bed, Ben sat by his own small window, the whispering kettle on the sill beside him. The moon painted silver streaks on the floorboards. On impulse, Ben poured cool water from his jug into the kettle and whispered, "Tell me a story." Nothing happened. Disappointed, Ben sighed. But as he turned to leave, a faint wisp of steam curled from the spout. It didn't smell like tea leaves, it smelled like old paper and distant rain. And then, soft as a sigh, a voice seemed to echo not in his ears, but within his very bones. It spoke of a hidden glade, far beyond the whispering woods that bordered Willowbrook, where a pool of purest moonlight water shimmered, its surface reflecting forgotten constellations. The voice spoke of the pool's magic fading, dimmed by a creeping, cold shadow of forgetting. The story ended with a feeling of profound sadness, like a lost melody. Ben felt a strange pull in his chest, a yearning as deep as the kettle's chime. He knew with a certainty that surprised him that he had to find that glade. The whispering kettle hadn't just told a story, it had offered a quest. He packed a small bag, a wedge of cheese, a crusty loaf, his warmest woolen scarf, and carefully the whispering kettle wrapped in the linen cloth. At dawn, Ben slipped out, the village still dreaming. The path into the whispering woods was familiar at first, carpeted with fallen leaves the color of embers and gold. But soon the trees grew taller and closer, their gnarled branches weaving a canopy that filtered the sunlight into shifting green patterns. The air grew cooler, filled with the scent of damp earth and pine resin. Ben felt small and alone. He stopped by a mossy boulder, unsure which path to take. "Lost are we, young sprout," a gruff voice rumbled from beneath the boulder. A large, silver-furred badger with wise, dark eyes pushed his way out. He wore a tiny pair of spectacles perched precariously on his snout. "Name's Thorn. Paths in these woods twist like a squirrel's tail if you don't know their rhythm." Ben explained his quest, showing Thorn the whispering kettle. The badger sniffed it thoughtfully. Moonlight water a tricky business. Shadow of forgetting is thick near the glimmer glade now, makes the path slippery for the mind. He adjusted his spectacles. Wisdom you'll need, not speed. I know the old ways. I'll guide you part of the journey. But the final path, that requires a different kind of sight. Thorn proved a patient and knowledgeable guide. He showed Ben how to read the language of the moss thicker on the north side of trees, how to listen for the different songs of the streams, the one that chuckled led deeper, the one that sighed led towards rocky cliffs, and which berries were safe to eat, bright blue with star-shaped leaves. He shared stories of the forest, his voice a comforting rumble as they walked. Strength isn't always in the claw or the tooth, Ben, Thorn said as they navigated a tangle of roots. Sometimes it's in knowing when to be still, when to listen. After 2 days of travel, the woods began to change. The vibrant greens faded to muted grays and silvers. The air grew colder, carrying a scent like frost and old stone. Sounds became muffled. Even the birdsong seemed distant and thin. Thorn stopped at the edge of a silvery birch grove. This is as far as I go, lad. The shadow thickens here. It makes creatures forgetful, even grumpy old badgers. You'll need lightheartedness now, a spark to pierce the gloom. Look for Pip. Ben thanked Thorn, who gave him a gruff nod before disappearing back into the deeper green. Feeling the cold seep into his bones, Ben pressed on. The silence was oppressive. He tried to recall the kettle's story, but the details felt fuzzy, like a dream upon waking. Doubt whispered coldly in his ear. Why are you here? Go back. It's warm at home. Then a flash of brilliant blue shot past his head. A tiny bird no bigger than Ben's thumb, with feathers like sapphires and wings that hummed, hovered before him. Hello, hello, feeling a bit gray, are we? Blasted shadow makes everything so dull. The bird's voice was like tinkling glass bells, impossibly cheerful in the gloom. I'm Pip, Pip the forget-me-not finch. I remember everything, especially the bright things. Are you lost? Are you sad? Do you need a song? Ben's spirits lifted instantly at Pip's infectious energy. He explained about the moonlight pool and the shadow of forgetting. Pip zipped around his head. Oh, the glimmer glade, beautiful, terrible shadow making it all misty. Follow me, I remember the way. I remember the song the moonbeams sing on the water, la 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 luminous. Pip darted ahead, his tiny form a beacon of dazzling blue against the gray landscape. His constant, cheerful chatter and bursts of song were like tiny candles pushing back the cold forgetfulness. He reminded Ben of the kettle's warmth, of his grandfather's smile, of the smell of baking, bread in Willowbrook, all the bright things the shadow tried to smother. Finally, they emerged from the last of the gray birches into a small, circular clearing. It should have been bathed in ethereal light, but instead, a thick, swirling gray mist clung low to the ground, obscuring everything. At the center, Ben could just make out the faint, sorrowful shimmer of the moonlight pool, its light weak and flickering. The air was thick with the shadow of forgetting, a heavy, sorrowful feeling that made Ben want to curl up and sleep, to let go of all purpose. The shadow feeds on loneliness, Pip chirped, his voice subdued for the first time. It wraps the pool in forgetting, makes it feel abandoned. Ben stood at the edge of the mist, clutching the whispering kettle. How could he fight this? Thorn had said wisdom, not force. Pip spoke of loneliness. He remembered the kettle's story, the sadness within it. He thought of his own quiet nature, how sometimes he felt unseen. Perhaps the pool felt that way too. He knelt on the cool, damp grass. He unwrapped the whispering kettle and set it gently before him. He poured water from his flask into it, the sound loud in the oppressive silence. Then, instead of asking for a story, Ben began to speak. He spoke softly, pouring his heart out to the hidden pool. He spoke of noticing the small things, the intricate pattern on a spider's web at dawn, the way sunlight turned the village fountain into liquid gold, the comforting weight of his grandfather's hand on his shoulder. He spoke of feeling small sometimes, but finding wonder in the world anyway. He spoke of his journey, of Thorn's steady wisdom, of Pip's dazzling joy. He spoke of seeing the pool even through the mist, of believing in its light. As Ben spoke, a thin, warm stream of fragrant steam began to rise from the whispering kettle's spout. It smelled like sun-warmed stone, like honeysuckle on a summer evening, like comfort and belonging. The steam didn't fight the gray mist, it wove through it, gentle and persistent. Where the steam touched, the mist seemed to soften, to thin, revealing patches of silver grass beneath. Pip, understanding, began to sing. Not his usual frantic, cheerful tune, but a soft, pure melody that echoed the feeling in Ben's words, a song of quiet noticing, of gentle companionship, of light remembered. He fluttered near the steam, his blue feathers catching the faint moonlight struggling through the thinning mist. Ben continued, his voice gaining strength as he poured out his simple truth. You are not forgotten, you are seen, you are beautiful. The whispering kettle chimed softly, a resonant note that vibrated through the clearing. The warm, story-laden steam poured forth more strongly now, intertwining with Pip's song. The heavy, sorrowful feeling of the shadow began to lift, replaced by a growing sense of peace. The gray mist dissolved not with a roar, but with a sigh, melting away like frost under a kind sun. The glimmer glade was revealed. Moonlight pure and liquid silver streamed down unobstructed, illuminating a small, perfectly round pool. Its water wasn't water at all, but seemed to be made of captured moonlight, swirling gently, reflecting stars that weren't in the sky above. It shimmered with a soft, internal radiance, casting dancing silver reflections on the surrounding ferns and mossy stones. The air was crisp, clean, and filled with the gentle hum of pure magic. The shadow of forgetting was gone, dispersed by the warmth of shared stories, the light of friendship, and the simple, powerful act of being seen and acknowledged. Ben approached the pool reverently. He dipped the whispering kettle into the moonlight water. As it filled, the porcelain seemed to glow from within, the cobalt blue patterns deepening like a twilight sky. He felt a profound sense of calm wash over him, a connection to something ancient and gentle. The journey back was lighter. Pip chattered excitedly about the glade's restored beauty. Thorn met them at the edge of the silver birch grove, a knowing glint in his eye. Wisdom listened to, friendship offered, light remembered. Well done, Sprout. He accompanied them back to the edge of the familiar woods. When Ben finally slipped back into his room in Willowbrook, dawn was just painting the sky peach and rose. He placed the whispering kettle, now holding the precious moonlight water, carefully on his windowsill. It glowed softly, a comforting nightlight. He knew the magic wasn't just in the water. It was in the journey, the helpers, and the quiet understanding he'd found within himself. From then on, Ben wasn't just the quiet boy. He was the boy who listened, who noticed, who understood that the greatest magic often lies in kindness, connection, and the courage to share your heart. And on clear nights, when the moon was full, he would brew a small pot of chamomile tea with just a drop of the moonlight water in the whispering kettle. As the fragrant steam rose, carrying whispers of ancient glades and steadfast friends, he would share stories not just of grand adventures, but of the quiet wonders of Willowbrook, the steadfast wisdom of the woods, and the dazzling joy found in even the smallest blue feather, reminding everyone who listened that they too were seen, remembered, and full of their own quiet, extraordinary light. And the steam would curl around the room, warm and comforting, weaving a blanket of peace before the journey into dreams. In the quiet cobblestone village of Starlight Hollow, where the air always smelled of fresh rain and baking bread, there lived a gentle soul named Arden. Arden was the village stargazer, a keeper of celestial maps and whispered legends, whose small cottage was tucked between the whispering pines and the gently babbling brook's silver thread. Each evening, as the great clock tower in the village square chimed 7 times, Arden would climb the winding stairs to the rooftop observatory, unfold a worn velvet blanket, and settle in to trace the constellations with a knowing finger. But one crisp autumn evening, as the last chime faded into the twilight hush, something felt amiss. The sky, usually a tapestry of glittering diamonds, seemed dimmer. Arden's heart gave a little flutter of concern. Peering through the brass telescope, a gift from a long-ago traveler, Arden soon realized what was wrong. The 7 sisters, a cluster of stars that always watched over the village, were missing. Not clouded over, not hidden, simply gone, as if someone had gently plucked them from the heavens. The next morning the village was abuzz with soft, puzzled whispers. Old Miss Alara, who ran the tea shop with its fragrant shelves of herbal blends, noticed her wind chimes, carved like celestial bodies, were singing a different, melancholy tune. The baker, a round-cheeked man named Finn, mentioned that the dough for his star-shaped shortbread cookies refused to rise properly. And young Lily, who loved painting the night sky, found that all the silver in her paint box had turned a dull, listless gray. Arden, with a kind and curious heart, decided to investigate. Tucking a warm woolen scarf around their neck and slipping a notebook and a thermos of spiced apple cider into a satchel, they set out into the village. The air was filled with the gentle patter of rain beginning to fall, each drop tapping a soft rhythm on the cobblestones and leafy canopies overhead. Their first stop was the village library, a cozy building that smelled of old paper and lavender. Arden sought out the oldest book of nursery rhymes, bound in cracked leather. There was one rhyme, often sung by children skipping rope near the brook. When the sisters hide from view, and silver turns to morning dew, seek the path where time flows back, to find what pure hearts alone unpack. Where time flows back, Arden murmured, tapping a thoughtful finger on the page. That could mean the old sundial in the meadow, which was known to cast its shadow backward on certain days due to a quirk of the light. Or perhaps it referred to the grandfather clock in the clockmaker's shop, which sometimes ticked in reverse when the air grew heavy with magic. Following this thread, Arden visited the sundial first. The meadow was lush and green, dotted with color-changing flowers that shifted from blue to violet as the rain gently kissed their petals. But the sundial showed nothing unusual. Its shadow stretched long and true. A red herring, perhaps, but a beautiful one. As Arden turned to leave, they noticed a patch of moonbell flowers glowing softly near a gnarled oak. They made a note to bring some to Miss Alara later. She loved them for her evening tea. Next, Arden headed to the clockmaker's workshop. The shop was a delightful clutter of gears, pendulums, and chiming clocks of all sizes. The clockmaker, a small woman with spectacles perched on her nose, was humming as she polished a delicate timepiece. "Ah, Arden, here to see the old grandfather," she asked cheerfully. "It's been acting odd again, ticking backward every now and then. But listen." She held up a finger. In the quiet between the rhythmic tick-tock of a dozen clocks, the large oak grandfather clock in the corner let out a soft, reverse tock-tick, tock-tick. Arden's eyes lit up. Has it done this before? Only when something in the heavens shifts, the clockmaker replied. But I'm afraid it's just old and sentimental. It doesn't mean anything sinister. Another red herring, but as Arden thanked her and stepped back into the drizzling rain, they noticed something etched faintly on the clock's face. A tiny pattern of stars, almost invisible unless you knew to look. It matched the constellation of the 7 sisters. Evening was drawing near, and the mystery deepened. Arden returned to the rooftop observatory, sipping the warm spiced cider and watching as the village lanterns were lit one by one, their golden glow reflecting in the rain-slick streets. The missing stars weighed on their mind. What could have caused them to vanish? and why did it affect the village's magic so? Then Arden remembered the old map of Starlight Hollow, drawn by the founders centuries ago. It was kept in the archives beneath the library, a delicate thing illustrated with constellations and secret pathways. Hurrying back through the gentle rain, Arden unrolled the map on a large oak table. There, near the brook's silver thread, was an illustration of the Seven Sisters, with a notation in elegant script, where the water mirrors the sky, the stars may dip to drink. Could it be? Arden rushed to the brook, the sound of the water a soft, constant murmur. The rain had eased to a mist, and the moon was rising, casting a silvery path on the water's surface. And there, nestled among the reeds and smooth stones, was a sight that made Arden catch their breath. 7 small glowing stones, each pulsing with a gentle star-like light, were arranged carefully in a shallow pool where the brook widened. They were the missing stars. But how? And why? Then Arden noticed faint, small footprints in the soft mud nearby. They followed them quietly past the whispering pines until they came upon a little clearing. There sat a young forest sprite, no taller than a buttercup, weeping softly into her hands. Her name was Piper, and she was known for her love of shiny things. Piper, Arden said gently, kneeling so as not to startle her. What's the matter? The sprite looked up, her eyes like dewdrops. Oh, Arden, I only wanted to help. The stars looked so lonely up there, so far from everyone. And the brook looked so inviting. I thought if I brought them down for just one night, they could see how beautiful our village is from below. But now I can't get them back into the sky, and everything is going wrong. Arden's heart swelled with empathy. They sat beside Piper, listening to the distant chime of the clock tower marking the hour, the wind rustling the leaves like a lullaby. You have a kind heart, Piper, Arden said softly. But the stars have their own magic. They watch over us, and we watch over them. They must return to their places so the balance remains. Together, they devised a plan. Arden remembered the nursery rhyme, seek the path where time flows back. It wasn't the sundial or the clock, it was the reflection of the stars in the water. When the stars were placed in the brook, time itself seemed to ripple backward in their glow. With the help of the villagers, who had gathered curiously by now, they carefully lifted the glowing stones from the water. Miss Alara brought her wind chimes, whose new melody seemed to guide them. Finn brought a basket of freshly baked star-shaped shortbread, now perfectly risen, and Lily brought her paints, the silver restored to its luminous shine. Arden arranged the stones in a circle on the bank, and as the moon rose higher, everyone joined hands, sprite, human, young, and old, and hummed an old, comforting tune. The stars began to glow brighter, rising slowly from the stones like bubbles of light, drifting upward until they settled back into their familiar constellation high above. The village sighed in relief and wonder. The sky was whole again, shimmering with a renewed brilliance. Piper, though initially sad, was now beaming. Her wish had been granted in a way she never expected. The stars had indeed seen the village, reflected in the eyes of its people. From that night on, the villagers of Starlight Hollow began a new tradition. Every full moon they would gather by the brook with lanterns and stories, and together they would trace the constellations in the water's reflection, reminding themselves that sometimes the most magical things are those we share. And as Arden returned to the rooftop observatory, wrapped in the velvet blanket, the gentle sounds of the night, the brook's murmur, the wind chime's song, the distant clock tower, lulled them into peaceful dreams under the watchful, loving gaze of the 7 sisters, forever home where they belonged. In the quiet village of Stillwater, nestled between whispering pines and a silver-woven river, there existed a peculiar sort of magic. It was not the kind that roared with thunder or flashed with lightning, but the kind that hummed in the background, like the gentle ticking of the old clock tower at the village square, or the soft chime of glass ornaments hanging from the eaves of every cottage. It was a magic of small wonders and gentle happenings, and for a long time it had been as predictable as the sunrise. Until the day the colors began to fade. It started subtly. Young Finn, a boy with a quiet nature and eyes that noticed the flight patterns of bees and the secret language of tree rings, was the first to notice. The brilliant crimson of the maple leaf he'd pressed in his book yesterday had softened to a pale pink. The vibrant yellow sunflowers in his mother's garden now wore the muted hue of old parchment. It wasn't a frightening change, but a puzzling one, as if the world was slowly being washed in a gentle, colorless rain. The village of Stillwater was abuzz with theories, spoken in hushed, curious tones over cups of chamomile tea and bowls of spiced stew. Old Man Hemlock, who tended the library and knew more about the world's oddities than anyone, suggested it was the work of a chroma thief, a mischievous spirit from a forgotten nursery rhyme. Others whispered that the great celestial clock in the sky was winding down, and with it, all of life's vibrancy. Finn, however, didn't believe in thieves or broken clocks. He believed in patterns. He spent his days walking the cobbled paths, his ears tuned to the ambient music of Stillwater, the plink-plonk of water dripping from mossy gutters after a soft rain, the harmonious dong of the clock tower marking each hour, and the constant, gentle rustle of the wind chimes that hung from every porch, their notes tinkling like frozen starlight. He noticed other small peculiarities, too. The hands on the sundial in the town square occasionally quivered and spun backwards for a single, breathless second. The stars at night seemed fewer, as if someone were gently plucking them from the velvet sky like ripe berries. And the flowers in the Glimmerwood just beyond the village didn't just lose their color. Some of them began to change hue entirely, a bluebell turning the soft green of a new leaf, a buttercup blushing a faint lavender. One evening, sitting by the crackling fireplace with his grandmother, Finn remembered an old rhyme she used to sing to him when he was very small. It was a simple, looping melody about the weaver of hues and the tuner of time. When the weaver's thread grows thin and slight, and the tuner's chime forgets the light, seek the map the stars have drawn, before the coming of the dawn. Find the heart where colors blend, and make the fractured world mend. No one had thought much of it, it was just a nursery rhyme. But to Finn it felt like a clue. The map the stars have drawn, he murmured, looking out his window at the night sky. He grabbed his warmest cloak and a lantern, its light a brave, golden star in the encroaching dimness, and made his way to the village square. The old clock tower stood sentinel, its face illuminated by the moon. Finn looked up not at the clock, but past it, to the constellations. He knew them all, the great oak, the silver trout, the dancing maidens. But tonight he saw something new. Or rather, something old that he'd never noticed. A faint cluster of stars, usually overlooked, now seemed to form a distinct pattern, a spiral like a snail's shell or an unfurling fern. It looked exactly like the ancient mosaic set into the floor of the town hall, a mosaic everyone walked over but no one really saw. This was his map. The next day Finn gathered a small, curious party. Alara, the baker's daughter, whose pastries could brighten the gloomiest day, Rowan, the woodcarver, whose hands could feel the life within a piece of timber, and Cora, the weaver, who understood the language of threads and dyes. He showed them the star map and the mosaic, and together they saw that the spiral pointed toward the heart of the Glimmerwood. Their journey into the woods was filled with delightful red herrings. They found a clearing where a family of badgers was collecting fallen, gray leaves, not out of mischief, but to line their den, finding the softer textures more comfortable. They discovered a stream where the water flowed upwards over a small waterfall, creating a tinkling, musical cascade that defied logic. Rowan, investigating the phenomenon, found that the stones beneath the water were magnetized, a natural wonder that explained the backwards flow. It wasn't the cause of their problem, but a beautiful, hidden secret of the woods they were now privy to. Following the star map's spiral, they ventured deeper. The air grew thick with the scent of damp earth and night-blooming flowers. The wind chimes of the village were a distant memory, replaced by the soft hoot of an owl and the crunch of their own footsteps on a carpet of pine needles. The colors here were the most fractured of all. A patch of moss shone with a faint silver, and a cluster of mushrooms pulsed with a gentle, internal golden light. Finally, they arrived at the very center of the spiral, a small, circular grove where the trees formed a perfect ring. In the center of the grove grew a single, magnificent tree, unlike any they had ever seen. Its bark was the color of mother-of-pearl, and its leaves were a shifting tapestry of every color imaginable, though now they were dim, like a stained-glass window with no sun behind it. Wrapped around its base were thin, silvery threads that seemed to pulse with a weak, fading light. At the foot of the tree, curled and trembling, was a small, fox-like creature. Its fur was normally a brilliant, fiery orange, but now it was a pale, washed-out beige. Its large, intelligent eyes were filled with a deep, resonant sadness. It was softly humming the tune of the nursery rhyme. This was no chroma thief. This was the weaver of hues. Finn approached slowly, his movements gentle and non-threatening. He sat a few feet away, not speaking, just observing. He saw how one of the creature's paws was tenderly resting on a root of the great tree, and how with every pained breath it took, a thread of silver light would flicker and dim. The creature wasn't stealing the color, it was connected to it. It was in pain. "Your thread," Finn said softly, his voice barely a whisper. "It's growing thin, isn't it?" The creature looked at him, surprised. It gave a slow, sad nod. It gestured with its nose towards its paw, and Finn, with empathy guiding his eyes, saw the problem. A sharp, dark thorn from a bramble was deeply embedded in its pad, and a faint, shadowy discoloration was spreading from the wound. The thorn of sorrow, Finn thought, another fragment from the old rhymes. The creature's suffering was directly causing the magic of the world to fade. Rowan, with his carver's steady hands, carefully approached. "May I?" he asked the creature. It looked at Finn, then back at Rowan, and hesitantly offered its injured paw. With a delicate touch born of a lifetime of working with fragile things, Rowan extracted the thorn. The moment it was free, the creature let out a soft, shuddering sigh of relief. But the color did not immediately return. The shadowy infection remained. Cora, the weaver, understood. "The thread is still frayed," she said. "It needs to be mended." She reached into her pouch and brought out a small, luminous spindle she always carried, a tool passed down through her family. She didn't know its true purpose until this very moment. She held it out, and a strand of the silvery, fading light from the tree drifted towards it. With practiced, soothing motions, she began to respin the thread, her movements as rhythmic and calming as the ticking of the clock tower. Ilara, meanwhile, had brought a basket. From it she took one of her famous honey and sunseed cakes, still warm from her oven. She broke off a small piece and offered it to the weary creature. As it ate, a tiny spark of its natural, fiery orange returned to the tip of its tail. The mending was a communal effort. Finn held the light steady, Rowan supported the creature, Cora respun the threads, and Ilara provided comfort and sustenance. As the silver thread grew stronger and brighter, the magic began to flow back into the world. It started in the grove. The mother-of-pearl bark of the great tree of hues began to gleam, and its leaves ignited with 1,000 brilliant colors, casting dancing, prismatic light across their faces. The color washed out from the center of the grove in a gentle, visible wave. The silver moss turned a deep, vibrant green. The golden mushrooms shone like little lanterns. The wave continued through the glimmerwood, restoring the bluebells and buttercups to their proper glory, and then swept into Stillwater itself. Back in the village, people gasped with delight as the crimson returned to their quilts, the gold to their thatch, and the deep blue to the evening sky, now dotted with a full complement of twinkling stars. The clock tower chimed a perfect, clear note that seemed to resonate with the newly restored harmony of the world. The weaver of hues, now restored to its brilliant, beautiful self, nuzzled each of their hands in gratitude. It was the guardian of the world's palette, a gentle spirit who blended the light of the stars with the pigments of the earth, and it had been suffering in silence. Finn and his friends returned to Stillwater as the sun was setting, not with a tale of vanquishing a monster, but with a story of healing a friend. The mystery was solved not through fear or force, but through observation, empathy, and the simple, powerful act of helping someone in need. That night, the entire village gathered in the square. The air was filled with the scent of Alara's pastries, the sound of laughter, and the gentle, constant music of the wind chimes. The community was closer than it had ever been, bound by the shared wonder of the mystery and the joy of its resolution. They looked at their world with new eyes, appreciating every hue, every chime, every ticking second. And as they all looked up at the now complete tapestry of stars, they saw the constellation of the Weaver, shining brighter than ever before, a permanent map in the sky reminding them that the most powerful magic of all is the kindness woven between friends. The fire crackled, the night was warm, and in the peaceful, colorful silence of Stillwater, everyone drifted into dreams painted in the most vibrant and comforting of hues. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, its golden light dancing across the room like 1,000 tiny fireflies. Shadows swayed upon the walls, and the scent of cedar smoke and cinnamon filled the air. Outside, the world was hushed beneath a blanket of fresh snow, but here, by the warmth of the flames, all was cozy and safe. In a small village nestled between ancient hills and whispering pines, there lived a quiet child named Kaelin. While other children raced through the meadows or climbed the gnarled oak trees, Kaelin preferred the company of old books and the gentle hum of the spinning wheel in grandmother's cottage. Often they felt a little out of place, like a single star trying to shine in a sky already crowded with constellations. One evening, as the first frost painted delicate patterns upon the window panes, Kaelin's grandmother beckoned them closer to the fire. Her voice was like the rustle of autumn leaves, soft and full of secrets. "Come, child," she said, her eyes twinkling in the firelight. "I have something for you." From a small wooden chest, she drew out an object wrapped in velvet the color of midnight. As she unfolded the cloth, a soft, warm light spilled into the room. It was a lantern, not of metal or glass, but carved from what looked like petrified honeycomb, and within it glowed something that pulsed like a sleeping heart. "This," grandmother said, her voice barely above a whisper, "is an ember lantern. It does not hold fire, but memory, the memory of light from places few have ever seen. It has been in our family for generations, waiting for the right keeper." Kaelin reached out, their fingers trembling slightly as they took the lantern. It was warm to the touch, and the light within swirled like molten gold. "What does it do?" they asked, their voice full of wonder. "It guides," grandmother replied. "Not along roads you can see with your eyes, but paths you feel in your heart. When the time is right, it will show you the way." That night, Kaelin fell asleep with the ember lantern on their bedside table, its gentle glow casting soft shapes upon the ceiling. And in their dreams they heard a melody, a distant, humming tune that seemed to call from deep within the woods. The next morning, a thick mist had settled over the village, softening the edges of cottages and fences, muffling the sounds of waking life. Kaelin dressed quietly and, almost without thinking, took the ember lantern from its place. As they stepped outside, the lantern's light brightened, pulsing in time with that strange, dreamlike melody. Curiosity tugged at Kaelin's heart. They followed the light, leaving the village behind and venturing into the forest where the trees stood tall and silent, their branches heavy with snow. The world was so still that Kaelin could hear their own heartbeat, and the soft crunch of their boots in the snow seemed to echo in the vast, white silence. For hours they walked, the ember lantern glowing ever brighter, its light cutting through the mist like a beacon. Just as the sun began to dip below the tree line, casting long blue shadows across the snow, Kalen came upon a sight that made them catch their breath. There, half hidden behind a curtain of frozen ivy, was a door set into the side of an enormous, ancient oak. It was carved with intricate patterns of leaves and stars, and from beneath it spilled a warmth that smelled of earth and honey. The ember lantern pulsed joyfully, as if greeting an old friend. Hesitantly, Kalen reached out and pushed the door. It swung open without a sound, revealing not a hollow tree, but a passageway that sloped gently downward, lined with roots that glowed with a soft, bioluminescent light. The air grew warmer, and the humming melody grew louder, now accompanied by the gentle sound of trickling water. Kalen stepped inside, and the door closed behind them. But instead of fear, they felt a strange sense of homecoming. The passage opened into a vast, underground cavern, where the ceiling was studded with glowing crystals like a starry sky, and a slow, clear river wound its way between banks of soft moss and luminous flowers. This was a hidden world, a place of gentle light and deeper quiet. And there, sitting by the river with a fishing rod made of willow, was a creature unlike any Kalen had ever seen. It was small and stout, with fur the color of mossy stones, and eyes that held the wisdom of centuries. It turned as Kalen approached, and its face broke into a warm smile. "Ah," it said in a voice like stones smoothing in a stream. "You've come at last. I am Thistle." Kalen stood frozen for a moment, then remembered their manners. "I'm Kalen," they said softly. "And this lantern brought me here." Thistle nodded, setting aside the fishing rod. "The ember lantern knows its own. It remembers the light of this place, you see. It was made here long ago, from the crystal that grows only in these caves." The creature gestured around them. "Welcome to the Glimmer Delve." Over the next few hours, Thistle showed Kalen the wonders of the Glimmer Delve. They walked along the riverbank where flowers chimed softly when touched, and through meadows of glowing grass that swayed in a breeze that seemed to come from nowhere. Thistle explained that this was a place of balance, where light and shadow, sound and silence lived in harmony. "But something is changing," Thistle said, their voice growing somber. "The heart crystal, the source of all light in the Glimmer Delve, has begun to dim. The flowers chime less brightly, the river flows more slowly, and even the air feels heavier. I have tried everything I know, but I fear the balance is shifting." Kalen looked at the ember lantern in their hand. Its light, too, seemed softer than before. "Can I help?" they asked. Thistle's eyes softened. "Perhaps the heart crystal does not respond to force or haste. It responds to memory, to stories, to kindness, to the quiet moments that often go unnoticed. You carry an ember lantern, which holds a piece of its light. You may be able to remind it how to shine." Together they journeyed deeper into the cavern, following the river to its source, a vast crystalline chamber where a massive crystal, twice as tall as Thistle, stood pulsating with a faint, weary light. This was the heart crystal, and Kalen could feel its sadness like a weight in the air. Thistle placed a paw on the crystal's surface. "It has grown lonely," they murmured. "For centuries, keepers like me tended to it, sharing stories and songs. But I am the last of my kind, and my voice alone is not enough." Kalen stepped forward, holding up the ember lantern. As its light touched the heart crystal, a soft shimmer ran through the chamber. Then, without quite knowing why, Kalen began to speak. They spoke of grandmother's cottage, of the smell of baking bread, and the sound of the spinning wheel. They described the way frost painted the windows, and how firelight made stories dance upon the walls. They talked about feeling out of place, and yet how the lantern had made them feel chosen. As Kalen spoke, the ember lantern glowed brighter, and the heart crystal began to hum in response. a deep, resonant sound that vibrated through the stone beneath their feet. Encouraged, Kalen shared more, small, tender memories they hadn't realized they cherished. The time they helped a fallen bird back to its nest. The first snowflake they ever caught on their tongue. The way their grandmother's laughter sounded like bells. With each memory the crystal brightened, its light growing warmer, stronger. Thistle joined in, adding their own stories, of underground rivers that sang, of glowing mushrooms that bloomed only once a century, of generations of keepers who had loved this place. And then something miraculous happened. The heart crystal began to project their memories into the air around them, soft, glowing images that danced and swirled like living paintings. Kalen saw Thistle as a young keeper, learning to fish in the glowing river. Thistle saw Kalen reading by firelight, safe and content. They saw each other's joys and sorrows, hopes and fears, and in that sharing they understood they were not so different after all. The chamber filled with light, brighter and more beautiful than before. The flowers on the riverbank chimed in celebration, and the air itself seemed to sparkle with joy. The heart crystal was restored not by magic or force, but by friendship and shared memory. Thistle turned to Kalen, their eyes shining. You have given it what it needed most, connection. You have reminded it that it is loved. Kalen smiled, feeling a warmth spread through their chest that had nothing to do with the lantern. And you've reminded me that I have something to offer, too. As the balance restored itself, Kalen knew it was time to return home. Thistle walked with them to the oak tree door, the ember lantern now glowing with a steady, confident light. You will always be welcome here, Thistle said, placing a small, smooth stone in Kalen's hand. It glowed with the same soft light as the cavern. Whenever you feel lost or alone, hold this. It will remind you that you carry a light within you, one that can brighten even the darkest places. Kalen hugged Thistle, feeling the rough warmth of their fur. I'll come back, they promised, and I'll bring more stories. The journey home felt shorter, as if the forest itself was guiding them back. When Kalen stepped into grandmother's cottage, the fire was still crackling, and the smell of cinnamon still hung in the air. Grandmother looked up from her knitting, her eyes gentle. You've been on a journey, she said, not as a question, but as a statement. Kalen nodded, placing the ember lantern on the table. I found where the light comes from, they said softly. And I learned that it lives in stories and in kindness and in not being afraid to share who you are. Grandmother smiled, her face crinkling like a well-loved map. Then the lantern has found its true keeper. That night, as Kalen lay in bed, the ember lantern glowed peacefully on the bedside table. They held Thistle's stone in their hand, its light soft and steady. Outside, the snow continued to fall, wrapping the world in a blanket of silence and peace. And as sleep began to pull them into dreams, Kalen realized that the journey had transformed them. They no longer felt like a star alone in the sky, but like part of a constellation, connected to others by light and story, by memory and friendship. They had discovered that the greatest magic was not in glowing alone, but in helping others to shine. The fire in the hearth whispered its last embers, and the room grew dark save for the gentle light of the lantern and the stone. And in that quiet, comforting glow, Kalen drifted into a deep and restful sleep, knowing that somewhere beneath an ancient oak, a friend was smiling up at a crystal sky, remembering them too. And all was well. The old oak tree at the edge of Rowan's garden had always felt like a friend. Its gnarled roots cradled mossy stones, and its canopy, dense with summer grain, sighed secrets to the wind. Rowan, a quiet boy with eyes the color of storm clouds and a heart full of gentle curiosity, often sat beneath it, sketching the intricate patterns of leaves or listening to the rustling chorus above. He felt a peculiar stillness there, a sense of something ancient and watchful, especially as dusk painted the sky in lavender and peach. One such evening, as fireflies began their first hesitant dances in the gathering gloom, Rowan noticed something different. Nestled between two particularly large roots, where shadows pooled deepest, shimmered a faint, silvery light. It wasn't the glow of a firefly, it was steadier, cooler, like captured moonlight. Intrigued, he crawled closer. The light seemed to emanate from a small, perfectly smooth stone, almost hidden beneath a curtain of emerald moss. It felt warm against his palm, humming with a soft, resonant energy that vibrated up his arm. He tucked it carefully into his pocket, a secret treasure, unaware that its touch had already begun to weave a subtle change within him. That night, sleep was elusive. The stone pulsed gently on his bedside table, casting shifting moonbeams across the ceiling. As the grandfather clock in the hall chimed midnight, a peculiar melody drifted through his slightly open window, not the wind, but a high, sweet piping, like a bird song woven with starlight. Drawn by an irresistible pull, Rowan slipped from his bed, the warm stone clasped tightly. He padded silently downstairs and out into the moon-washed garden. The piping led him unerringly back to the old oak. To his astonishment, the space between the roots where he'd found the stone was no longer dark earth. Instead, shimmering like heat haze, stood an archway woven from living willow branches and threaded with strands of pure, cool light. The piping seemed to beckon from within. Taking a deep breath of the night air, heavy with the scent of honeysuckle and damp earth, Rowan stepped through the shimmering portal. He emerged not into darkness, but into a world bathed in perpetual twilight. Above, unfamiliar constellations glittered in a deep indigo sky, larger and brighter than any he'd seen. Giant luminous mushrooms dotted the forest floor, casting soft glows of blue, violet, and gold. Trees, unlike any in his world, soared with trunks like polished obsidian or shimmering mother of pearl, their leaves whispering in colors that seemed to shift with every breath of the gentle, fragrant breeze. This was the Glimmerwood, a hidden realm existing just beyond the veil of ordinary sight. The source of the piping stood before him. Perched on a glowing toadstool was a creature no taller than Rowan's knee. Her skin was the deep brown of polished walnut, her hair a cascade of vibrant green vines woven with tiny, star-like white flowers. Large, luminous eyes, the color of new spring leaves, regarded him with wary curiosity. Delicate, iridescent wings, like a dragonfly's but more graceful, hummed faintly at her back. In her hands she held a flute carved from a single, pale reed. "Hello," Rowan whispered, his voice sounding loud in the profound quiet. "Did you call me?" The tiny being tilted her head. "The moonstone called," she replied, her voice like the tinkling of distant bells. "It sensed your quiet heart. I am Fern, guardian of the whispering stream." She gestured towards the stone in his hand. "That is a heartstone. It resonates with the lifeblood of the Glimmerwood. Few humans feel its call, fewer still answer." Rowan looked down at the stone, now pulsing in time with the gentle light emanating from the mushrooms. "It feels alive," he murmured. "It is," Fern confirmed. "And it has chosen you because the Glimmerwood is sickening." Her luminous eyes dimmed with sorrow. "The whispering stream, source of all harmony here, flows slow and thick. Its song is fading. Without its music, the light dims, the colors mute, and the very essence of this place withers. We need its song restored." Rowan felt a pang of empathy. The Glimmerwood, though alien, felt deeply precious, its gentle magic resonating with the stillness he cherished under his oak tree. How can I help? I'm just a boy." Fern fluttered closer, landing lightly on his shoulder. Her wings brushed his cheek, cool and soft. "The Heartstone connects you now. It lets you see, hear, and feel the Glimmerwood truly. And you are quiet, Rowan, you listen. That is the key. The source of the stream's sickness lies deep within the whispering caverns, beyond the shimmering falls. We must journey there, listen to the silence, and understand what has stolen the song. will you come? The request was immense, terrifying. Yet looking into Fern's earnest, leaf-green eyes and feeling the steady pulse of the heartstone against his skin, Rowan found his fear mingled with a burgeoning sense of purpose. He nodded. I will. Their journey began beneath the luminous canopy. Fern guided Rowan along paths of soft, glowing moss. They passed towering crystal flowers that chimed softly when the breeze touched them, and groves where trees with bark like silver lace hummed ancient melodies. Rowan's senses were overwhelmed. The air tasted sweet and clean, like rain on stone. The colors were so vivid they seemed to vibrate. The quiet was profound, yet filled with subtle sounds. The rustle of unseen creatures, the drip of luminous dew, the distant murmur of the ailing stream. They encountered other denizens of the Glimmerwood. Grumble, a moss-covered rock spirit with eyes like polished river pebbles, grumbled about the dullness seeping into his favorite sunning spot, but offered them directions towards the falls. Pip, a skittish sprite made of swirling autumn leaves, chattered nervously about shadows deepening near the caverns, but gifted them a handful of glowing berries that tasted of sunshine and starlight, renewing their energy. Fern was patient, explaining the delicate balance of the Glimmerwood, how the stream's song nurtured the plants, which in turn fed the light sprites, whose dance kept the air pure. Rowan listened, absorbing it all, his quiet nature proving an asset. He noticed things Fern, in her worry, sometimes missed. A patch of unusually gray moss, the way certain luminous beetles avoided a specific path, the faint, discordant note beneath the stream's weakening murmur. The path grew steeper, the air cooler and damper. The vibrant colors of the forest began to leach away, replaced by muted grays and blues. The cheerful chirps and hums grew scarce. The sound of rushing water grew louder, but it was a harsh, grating roar, not the harmonious melody Fern described. Soon they stood before the shimmering falls, or what should have been shimmering. Instead of cascading liquid light, a thick, sluggish, obsidian-black torrent poured over the cliff edge, crashing into a pool below that reflected no starlight, only a depthless void. The air here tasted stale and metallic. The falls, they're poisoned, Fern whispered, her voice trembling, her wings drooping. The sickness comes from the caverns beyond. The entrance to the whispering caverns loomed like a dark maw behind the curtain of black water. An unnatural chill emanated from it. Rowan felt the heartstone grow cold against his skin, its pulse erratic. Fear, cold and sharp, pricked at him. He thought of his warm bed, the familiar creak of the old oak. But then he looked at Fern, her small form radiating determination despite her fear, and felt the heartstone's insistent, though weakened, call. He squeezed the stone, drawing warmth from his own resolve. We have to go in. Inside the cavern, the darkness was absolute, oppressive. Only the heartstone's faint silvery glow and the soft luminescence of Fern's wings pierced the gloom, revealing walls slick with a cold, viscous substance that smelled faintly of decay. The roar of the poisoned falls echoed strangely, morphing into unsettling whispers that seemed to coil around them, speaking of despair and forgetting. Listen, Fern urged, her voice barely a breath. Not just with your ears, feel the stone, feel the cavern. Rowan closed his eyes, shutting out the terrifying darkness. He focused on the heartstone in his palm, feeling its cool surface, its faltering pulse. He remembered the quiet under his oak tree, the deep listening he practiced when sketching leaves. He breathed deeply, ignoring the stale air, and listened with his whole being. Beneath the roar and the whispers, he felt a profound silence. But it wasn't empty. It was heavy, thick with sorrow. And within that sorrow he sensed a presence. Not malicious, but deeply wounded, trapped. There's something, hurting, he murmured, opening his eyes. Deep inside, it's scared, and its fear is poisoning the water. Fern's eyes widened. The heartstone, it lets you feel the source, but what could it be? Nothing dark has ever lived in these sacred caverns. Guided by Rowan's newfound sensitivity, they pressed deeper, navigating treacherous slopes and pools of stagnant black water. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, trying to seep into their thoughts, urging them to turn back, to forget. Rowan focused on the Heartstone's pulse, a tiny anchor of light and warmth, and on the quiet place within himself. Fern clung to his collar, her tiny light a beacon. Finally, they reached a vast inner chamber. At its center lay a pool, the origin point of the whispering stream. But instead of pure, singing water bubbling from the earth, a thick, black sludge oozed forth. And chained to the bedrock beside the pool, radiating waves of palpable grief and fear, was a creature that stole Rowan's breath. It resembled a great, sleek otter, but woven from pure, liquid moonlight. Or it should have been. Now its luminous form was dulled, streaked with oily black tendrils that seemed to root it to the stone. Heavy, dark chains, seemingly made of solidified shadow, bound its limbs. Its large, intelligent eyes, once perhaps like molten silver, were clouded with pain and despair. A low, mournful keening emanated from it, the sound that had twisted into the poisoned roar of the falls and the discordant whispers. The Naiad. Fern gasped, her voice thick with horror and recognition. The spirit of the stream, but who could have done this? Why? Rowan felt the creature's anguish wash over him through the Heartstone, a wave of desolation so deep it brought tears to his eyes. He understood instantly. This wasn't an act of malice from outside. The chains were formed from the Naiad's own despair. The Heartstone showed him flashes, a cataclysm long ago, a fracture deep within the earth that had severed the Naiad's connection to the deeper, purer sources of life, leaving it isolated and terrified. Its fear had festered, manifesting as the physical chains and the poison seeping into its essence. "It's trapped by its own fear," Rowan said softly, stepping closer, the Heartstone's light flaring slightly as it resonated with the Naiad's pain. "It's lost, Fern. It doesn't know how to sing anymore." Fern fluttered down, landing near the Naiad's massive, sorrowful head. "Oh, bright one," she whispered, her voice filled with compassion. "You are not forgotten. You are not alone." She raised her reed flute and began to play. Not a complex melody, but a simple, pure note, clear and unwavering, a sound of pure presence and empathy. Rowan felt the Heartstone grow warm again. He understood. It wasn't about breaking physical chains. It was about reminding the Naiad of its true nature, of the connection it had lost. He knelt beside the Great Spirit, placing his hand, still clutching the Heartstone, gently on its cool, damp flank. He closed his eyes and did the only thing he knew. He listened. He listened past the keening, past the fear, deep into the core of the being before him. He felt the echo of the pure, singing water it once was, the memory of the sunlight dancing on its surface, the joy of nurturing life. He poured that feeling of recognition, of remembered light and song, through the Heartstone and into the Naiad. He didn't speak. He simply was there, present, acknowledging the spirit's pain and holding the memory of its wholeness. Fern's pure note wove around Rowan's quiet presence, a gentle counterpoint to the Naiad's sorrow. The Heartstone pulsed brighter, its silvery light mingling with Fern's soft glow, bathing the chained spirit. A tremor ran through the Naiad. The keening faltered. The oily black tendrils seemed to recoil from the combined light. The chains of shadow flickered, becoming less substantial. The creature lifted its head slightly, its clouded eyes turning towards Rowan. In them, for a fleeting moment, a spark of its former luminescence ignited a spark of recognition, of connection. Rowan smiled gently, pouring every ounce of his quiet reassurance, his newfound understanding, through the Heartstone. "You are part of the Glimmerwood," he whispered, his voice barely audible yet filled with conviction. "We remember your song." It was like the sun breaking through storm clouds. the naiad drew a deep, shuddering breath. A pure, clear note, like a single drop of crystalline water falling into a still pool, echoed through the cavern, silencing the discordant whispers. The chains of shadow dissolved into wisps of harmless smoke. The oily black tendrils receded, drawn back into the earth as if repelled by the returning light. The sludge bubbling from the pool began to clear, transforming into shimmering, pure water that sparkled with inner light. The mournful keening shifted, transforming into a tentative, hopeful hum. The transformation was swift and breathtaking. The naiad's form blazed with restored moonlight, its fur rippling like liquid silver. It rose free, shaking itself, sending droplets of pure light scattering like diamonds. It dipped its head, nuzzling Rowan's hand with cool, damp gratitude, then touched Fern gently with its nose. A wave of pure, harmonious energy pulsed outwards from it, washing through the cavern. The walls shed their slime, revealing veins of glowing crystal. The oppressive darkness retreated, replaced by a soft, ambient light. The whispering stream began to sing again. Not a roar, but a joyous, bubbling melody that echoed through the caverns, growing stronger and clearer with every passing second. The sound was pure life, pure harmony. Fern danced in the air, her laughter like chimes. You did it, Rowan, you listened. As they emerged from the caverns, the change in the Glimmerwood was immediate and profound. The shimmering falls now lived up to their name, cascading in a torrent of liquid light and music. Color flooded back into the forest with breathtaking speed. The gray moss turned vibrant green, the luminous mushrooms blazed with renewed intensity, the obsidian trees gleamed, and the mother-of-pearl trunks shimmered with rainbows. The air hummed with the restored songs of unseen creatures, a symphony of pure joy. Pip the leaf sprite whirled past in a joyful gust of color, and Grumble the rock spirit basked in a patch of newly restored warm light, emitting a contented rumble that sounded almost like a purr. The journey back through the Glimmerwood was a celebration. The path was easier, bathed in the gentle light of the restored realm. Creatures emerged to greet them, shy wood sprites peeking from behind glowing toadstools, luminescent butterflies dancing around Fern's head, even a great stag with antlers like spun crystal who bowed its head solemnly as they passed. The heartstone in Rowan's hand pulsed warmly, no longer just a connection, but a symbol of a bond forged. They reached the willow-light archway beneath the giant, now radiantly healthy, Glimmerwood oak equivalent. Fern hovered before Rowan, her eyes bright. The Glimmerwood owes you a debt, Rowan. Your quiet heart, your willingness to listen deeply. That was the key the Heartstone knew we needed. She touched the stone in his hand. Keep this. It will always connect you here. You are a friend of the Glimmerwood now. Visit whenever the moon is high and the night is still. Rowan looked back at the vibrant, singing world, then at the small, fierce guardian who had become his unlikely friend. I will, Fern, thank you. He stepped through the shimmering archway. He found himself back beneath his own familiar oak tree, just as the first pale streaks of dawn touched the eastern sky. The heartstone in his hand was cool and smooth, its internal light dimmed but still present. The garden was quiet, bathed in the soft, gray light of pre-dawn. It felt different, though. Richer. He could hear the individual songs of waking birds with startling clarity, smell the damp earth, and the scent of the oak leaves with new intensity. He felt the thrum of life in the roots beneath his feet. He hadn't just saved the Glimmerwood had awakened something within him, a deeper connection, a profound understanding of listening beyond words, of the quiet strength found in empathy. Days turned into weeks. Rowan kept the heartstone safe, a secret warmth in his pocket. He spent even more time beneath the old oak, sketching not just the leaves, but the intricate dance of light and shadow, the hidden patterns he now knew existed just beneath the surface. He found he could sense the health of the plants in his garden, feel the subtle shift in the wind before a storm. He listened, truly listened to the world around him. The rustle of the leaves, the murmur of the nearby brook, the quiet conversations of squirrels. He found patience where there was frustration, understanding where there was confusion. One crisp autumn evening, as the moon rose full and silver, casting long shadows, Rowan sat beneath his oak tree, the hearthstone cool in his hand. He closed his eyes, listening to the night. Beyond the chirping crickets and the sighing wind, he could just faintly perceive it, the distant, harmonious melody of the whispering stream, flowing strong and pure. He smiled. He knew Fern was out there, tending her realm. He knew the naiad sang its joyful song. He knew that sometimes the greatest adventures and the most profound changes begin with quiet curiosity, a step into the unknown guided by a gentle heart and the courage to truly listen. And as the cool night air wrapped around him like a familiar blanket, the scent of wood smoke drifting from distant chimneys, Rowan felt a deep sense of peace, a quiet joy humming in tune with the secret song of the hidden world and the gentle pulse of the stone in his hand, a reminder that magic, friendship, and transformation are always closer than they seem, waiting just beyond the veil of the everyday for those who know how to listen. The old oak creaked softly above him, a comforting sound, an old friend keeping watch as the moon climbed higher, painting the world in silver, and Rowan, his heart full of quiet wonder and newfound wisdom, drifted towards sleep, cradled by the enduring magic of listening. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where mist clung to the meadows like cobwebs at dawn. It was a quiet place where days unfolded with the gentle rhythm of rain on rooftops and the scent of baking bread. Young Theo, with eyes the color of storm clouds and a quiet disposition, often felt like a misplaced stitch in its comfortable tapestry. While others chased butterflies or built forts, Theo found solace in the dusty corners of his grandmother's attic, drawn to forgotten things. One rainy afternoon, while seeking shelter from a sudden downpour, Theo unearthed a small, unassuming wooden box tucked beneath a pile of yellowed lace. Inside, cushioned by velvet as soft as a moth's wing, lay a teacup. It wasn't grand porcelain or gleaming silver. It was simple earthenware, the color of warm honey, with a single hairline crack running from its rim. But as Theo's fingers brushed its surface, a shiver ran through him, not cold, but a hum, like the low note of a distant bell. He felt a warmth spread up his arm, carrying with it the faint scent of cinnamon and sunshine. Curiosity, a quiet but insistent friend, tugged at him. Theo filled the cup with rainwater dripping from the eaves. As the first drop touched the crack, something extraordinary happened. The water didn't leak. Instead, the crack shimmered faintly, like trapped starlight, and the water inside changed. It wasn't just water anymore. Looking into the cup, Theo saw not his reflection, but a miniature scene. A sun-drenched meadow he'd never seen, filled with flowers that pulsed with soft, internal light. A wave of profound peace washed over him, settling into his bones like warm honey. This was the cup of whispers, his grandmother later murmured, her voice hushed with reverence. It showed not just places, but the hidden heart of things, their truest, calmest essence. Theo felt a shift within himself, a connection to the cup's quiet magic. But the village began to change subtly. Flowers in Widow Hemsley's garden wilted overnight, their colors leaching away. The cheerful babble of the brook behind the mill became a fretful murmur. The comforting warmth of freshly baked bread seemed to vanish too quickly. The cup of whispers, Theo discovered, showed him the lack of peace as well. When he peered into it near the wilting flowers, he saw only gray mist and heard a faint, discordant sigh. The heart of Willowbrook was fading. The journey began not with footsteps on a road, but with a growing conviction in Theo's own heart. He needed to understand why the village's quiet magic was unraveling. His first helper arrived unexpectedly. Bartholomew, a portly badger with spectacles perched precariously on his snout, emerged from the roots of the ancient oak by the brook one twilight. Bartholomew was the keeper of deep roots, possessing an encyclopedic, if somewhat slow and methodical, knowledge of the valley's hidden history and natural rhythms. He spoke in measured tones, punctuated by thoughtful snuffles. "Disturbance," Bartholomew rumbled, adjusting his spectacles as he peered at the wilting flowers. "The balance is askew, the ley lines beneath us, they hum a troubled tune." He explained that the valley's magic, woven from the land's natural peace, and the villagers' quiet contentment, was like a tapestry. A thread had snapped. The second helper was Pip, a skittish finch with feathers the color of spun gold and a voice like tinkling bells. Pip was the messenger of sunbeams, flitting everywhere, seeing everything in bright, fleeting glimpses. The old stone. Pip chirruped one morning, landing on Theo's windowsill. By the north field, it looks sad. Dark moss grows where sunlight used to kiss it. Pip's perspective was fragmented, but vital. She noticed the small things others missed. Theo, Bartholomew, and Pip became an unlikely trio. Bartholomew provided the slow, deep understanding, the history of the standing stones that anchored the ley lines, the way the brook's song reflected the village spirit. Pip brought bright flashes of insight, a patch of unnaturally dark earth near the mill, the way the wind soughed mournfully around the old well. Theo, guided by the cup of whispers, learned to interpret its visions. Near the standing stone Pip mentioned, the cup showed only jagged shards of darkness where once there had been a warm, amber glow. The heart of the stone was wounded. The challenge wasn't a dragon or a dark wizard. It was a fracture, a deep, unseen crack in the ancient foundation stone of the northern boundary, likely caused by a recent, unnoticed tremor. This fracture was draining the valley's inherent peace, its quiet magic seeping away like water from a broken vessel. Force was useless. Trying to mend the stone physically would be like trying to glue back a shattered dream. Wisdom was needed. Theo gathered his friends under the gnarled branches of the oak. Bartholomew snuffled thoughtfully. "The magic is the land's breath, the village's calm heart. The fracture is a wound in that calm." Pip flitted nervously. "Can we sing to it, make it happy again?" Theo looked into the cup of whispers. He saw the valley not as it was, but as it could be, vibrant, peaceful, whole. He saw the fracture not as a jagged scar, but as a line waiting to be filled with light. "Not force," Theo murmured, understanding dawning. "Connection, we need to remind the valley of its own peace, its own wholeness. We need to weave the calm back together." It wasn't about fixing the stone. It was about healing the feeling the stone represented. Bartholomew nodded slowly, a deep rumble of approval in his chest. Pip chirped excitedly. Their plan was gentle, woven from the very essence of Willowbrook. On the night of the full moon, when the hidden currents of the world flowed strongest, they gathered at the fractured stone. Theo placed the cup of whispers carefully on the ground before it. Bartholomew, connecting his paws to the earth, began a low, resonant hum, a sound like roots growing deep into bedrock, steady and grounding. Pip, fluttering above, sang a melody pure and bright as sunlight on dew, weaving threads of joy and hope into the air. Theo closed his eyes, holding the image of the valley's heart from the cup, the peaceful meadows, the singing brook, the warm kitchens. He poured his own quiet wish for wholeness into the cup. As he focused, the hairline crack on the cup of whispers began to glow, not with the trapped starlight of before, but with a soft, golden radiance. This light spilled out not as a beam, but as a gentle mist, flowing towards the fracture in the standing stone. It wasn't an explosion, but a sigh of relief. The golden mist seeped into the dark crack in the ancient stone. Where it touched, the jagged darkness softened, filled with a warm, honey-colored light that pulsed gently, like a heartbeat. Bartholomew's hum deepened, resonating with the stone. Pip's song soared, clear and sweet. Theo felt the cup of whispers grow warm in his hands, a conduit for their combined intention not to force, but to remind, to reconnect. Slowly, steadily, the light filled the fracture completely. It didn't vanish, it became a luminous seam, a beautiful scar of mended magic. As the last tendril of mist settled, a wave of profound peace washed outwards, silent but immense. It flowed through the grass, rustled the leaves, and settled over Willowbrook like a warm blanket. Theo opened his eyes. The standing stone stood whole, the luminous seam fading to a soft, warm glow that matched the earthenware cup. In the cup of whispers, the water now showed the meadow bathed in moonlight, flowers glowing softly, utterly serene. The heart of the valley was whole again. The next morning, Widow Hemsley's flowers bloomed with impossible brilliance. The brook sang its cheerful song. The scent of baking bread seemed richer, warmer, lingering longer. Willowbrook hadn't changed drastically, it was simply more itself. More peaceful, more content, more deeply woven with quiet magic. Theo understood now. His journey hadn't taken him far in miles, but deep within himself and his connection to the world. He learned that the greatest magic wasn't in grand displays, but in quiet attention, in gentle connection, and in the courage to mend what was broken with understanding rather than force. He learned that even a crack like the one in the cup or the stone could hold light and become a thing of beauty, a testament to healing. Bartholomew returned to his roots, his spectacles glinting with quiet satisfaction. Pip continued her sunbeam messages, her song a little brighter. And Theo. He still visited the attic, but now he often sat by his window, the simple honey-colored cup in his hands. He'd fill it with water or tea and gaze into its depths, not always seeing visions, but always feeling the deep, resonant peace of his mended home, a gentle hum in his heart. The cup of whispers rested beside his bed, a quiet guardian, its hairline crack a luminous thread in the moonlight, a reminder that even the smallest things and the quietest hearts can hold extraordinary secrets and the power to heal. And with that comforting warmth settling around him like the softest quilt, Theo drifted into a peaceful sleep, the scent of cinnamon and sunshine a gentle lullaby in the quiet night. In a quiet corner of the spiral galaxy, where stardust settled like glittering snow, there lived two beings from different worlds. On the crystalline planet of Luminar, there was a gentle creature named Kalen, whose skin shimmered with the colors of his emotions, and whose long, slender fingers could weave light into soft, glowing patterns. On the rust-colored world of Veridia, there lived a small, round being named Rin, who communicated through melodic hums that vibrated with meaning, and whose feet left faint, phosphorescent trails wherever they walked. Their friendship began by accident, when both of their small exploration vessels were caught in the gentle pull of a wandering comet's tail and guided toward a forgotten asteroid. There, nestled within a crater veiled by curtains of slow-drifting cosmic dust, they found a place that would become their sanctuary. A vast, natural cavern whose walls were embedded with softly pulsing crystals that hummed in harmony with the distant stars. Kalen, upon first seeing Rin, had flushed a nervous silvery blue, his light-weaving fingers trembling. Rin, in turn, had emitted a low, warbling hum of caution. They were so different. Kalen expressed joy in bursts of gold and understanding in deep, calm violet. Rin expressed curiosity in a rising scale of notes and comfort in a steady, low thrum. They had no words in common, only the silent, vast language of the cosmos around them. Their first project was the garden. The cavern was beautiful but barren. Kalen, using his innate connection to light, gathered luminous mosses from the asteroid's surface and encouraged them to grow along the walls, their soft blue and green glow providing a gentle, perpetual twilight. Rin, whose humming could resonate with the vibrations of matter, coaxed dormant seeds from the asteroid's soil. Strange, bell-shaped flowers emerged, their petals chiming softly when the air shifted. Together they created a haven, a space station garden of otherworldly beauty, where light and sound lived in harmony. Of course, there were misunderstandings. One afternoon, Kaelin, feeling particularly fond, wove a complex tapestry of warm, orange light and floated it toward Rin as a gift. In Kaelin's culture, this was the highest form of affection. But Rin, seeing the advancing orb of light, interpreted it as an aggressive gesture. On Veridia, sudden bright lights were warnings of predators. Rin let out a sharp, discordant shriek and retreated into a corner, their body trembling. Kaelin immediately dimmed to a soft, confused gray. He had caused distress, and his heart ached. He slowly sat down, a respectable distance away, and began to pulse a very slow, very gentle rhythm of pale lavender light, the color of apology and patience on Luminar. For a long time, Rin just watched. Then tentatively a single, clear note emerged, a question. Kaelin responded by shaping the lavender light into a simple, open circle. Rin understood. This was not an attack, it was an attempt to connect. A low, warm hum of forgiveness filled the cavern, and Rin slowly approached. They spent the rest of that cycle sitting side by side, Kaelin occasionally pulsing a soft gold, Rin answering with a contented drone. They had learned their first true lesson about each other. Their favorite pastime was to climb to the highest point of their crystalline cave, where a natural opening framed a breathtaking view of the nebula outside. They would sit for hours, watching the great swirls of magenta and cerulean gas, the distant suns being born in silent, brilliant explosions, and the slow, graceful dance of planets around their stars. During one such quiet moment, as a particularly vibrant shower of meteors painted streaks of silver across the void, Kaelin noticed Rin was unusually still. A faint, sad, grayish-pink hue was emanating from Rin's normally vibrant trail. Kaelin understood loneliness when he saw it. He didn't weave a grand light or make a sound. Instead, he simply reached out one shimmering hand and placed it gently on the cool, smooth surface of the crystal beside Rin. Rin looked at the hand, then at Kaelin's face, which was glowing with a steady, compassionate amber. In response, Rin began to hum a new melody, one Kaelin had never heard. It was a song of longing for the red deserts and singing sands of home, a melody of missing one's own kind. Kaelin listened, his colors shifting in empathy, and when the song was finished, he pointed a finger toward a particularly bright, steady star in the distance, the star that was Veridia's sun. Then he pointed to another, a twinkling blue one, for Luminar. Finally, he drew a slow, encompassing circle of soft white light around both of them, there in their shared cave. The message was clear: we are both far from home, but we are home for each other here. Rin's hum shifted into a tone of profound gratitude, and they leaned ever so slightly against Kaelin's side. In that moment there were no barriers of biology, no gaps in vocabulary. There was only the shared silence, the magnificent tapestry of the cosmos above, and the warm, unshakable certainty of friendship. They had built more than a garden or a shelter, they had built a bridge. A bridge made not of metal or code, but of patience, of laughter learned from missteps, of quiet companionship under alien stars. They had discovered that the most advanced technology in the universe was not a hyperdrive or a teleporter, but the simple, universal language of a kind heart. A language that needs no translation, that can be seen in a color, heard in a hum, and felt in the peaceful silence between two friends, forever connected across the starlit void. Deep within the ancient forest of Eldermere, where the moon poured its silver light like liquid through the canopy of ancient boughs, there existed a world that only revealed its true nature when the sun dipped below the horizon. Here the trees stood as silent sentinels, their bark etched with the wisdom of centuries, and the very air hummed with a magic as old as the stars themselves. On this particular night, when the moon hung full and heavy like a luminous pearl in the velvet sky, a young fox named Kaelin ventured further than he ever had before. His russet fur was brushed with silver moonbeams, and his paws made no sound on the carpet of moss and fallen leaves. He was following a trail of softly glowing mushrooms that pulsed with a gentle blue light, their bioluminescence creating a pathway through the deepening shadows. Kalen had heard the elders speak of the Heartwood Glade, a place where the magic of the forest gathered most strongly, where the trees whispered secrets to those who knew how to listen. Though his heart beat with a mixture of trepidation and wonder, he felt drawn forward by an invisible thread of curiosity. As he walked, the forest came alive around him. Fireflies wove patterns of gold in the air, their light mingling with the silver moonbeams filtering through the leaves. The stream that meandered through the woods babbled a soothing melody, each ripple and eddy forming words in the ancient language of water, a language that spoke of journeys to distant lands and the comfort of returning home. Kalen paused by the stream, dipping his nose to the cool, clear water. As he drank, he heard the stones beneath the surface humming a low, resonant tune. They told of patience, of being worn smooth by time and water, of holding fast through seasons of flood and drought. The young fox felt a sense of peace wash over him, as refreshing as the water itself. But soon the path grew darker, the trees closer together. Kalen realized he had wandered into a part of the forest where the moonlight struggled to penetrate. The glowing mushrooms had faded, and an unease settled in his chest. The gentle rustle of leaves now sounded like whispers of warning, and the familiar creak of branches seemed like sighs of concern. It was then that a soft voice spoke from above, gentle as the rustle of silk. "You have journeyed far from your den, little one." Kalen looked up to see a great horned owl perched on a moss-covered branch. Her feathers were the color of twilight, and her eyes held the depth of the night sky, sprinkled with flecks of gold that seemed to capture the starlight. This was Lyra, the eldest of the nocturnal guardians, whose wisdom was as vast as the forest itself. "I was following the light," Kalen explained, his voice barely a whisper. "I wanted to see the Heartwood Glade." Lyra blinked slowly, her gaze kind. "The path to wisdom is not always illuminated, young seeker. Sometimes we must walk through shadows to appreciate the light." She extended one wing, gesturing for him to continue alongside her. "Come, the forest has lessons for those willing to listen with more than just their ears." Together they moved deeper into the woods. Lyra flew silently from tree to tree, while Kalen followed below. As they traveled, the owl taught him how to listen to the language of the forest, how the different rustles of leaves conveyed messages, how the pitch of the wind through pine needles differed from its song through oak leaves, how the pattern of rainfall on various surfaces created a symphony of soft percussion. "Every element has its voice," Lyra explained as they paused by a particularly ancient oak. "Place your paw here against the bark." Kalen did as instructed, and to his amazement, he felt a gentle vibration through his pads, a slow, rhythmic pulsing that seemed to echo the heartbeat of the forest itself. The trees' whispers filled his mind, not with words but with feelings. The joy of spring buds unfurling, the contentment of summer shade, the release of autumn leaves, the deep rest of winter dormancy. "All things move in cycles," Lyra said softly. "To everything there is a season of growth and a season of rest. Neither is more important than the other." As they continued, the forest began to change around them. The trees grew taller and broader, their branches intertwining to form a natural cathedral overhead. Bioluminescent fungi clung to fallen logs, casting an ethereal glow that illuminated their path. Then, through a natural archway of weeping willow branches, they stepped into the Heartwood Glade. Kalen caught his breath. The clearing was circular, surrounded by ancient trees whose bark shimmered with what appeared to be embedded starlight. At the center stood a magnificent silver birch that seemed to glow with its own inner light. The air hummed with magic, and the very ground beneath his paws felt alive with energy. But as Kalen stepped forward to approach the birch, he noticed something concerning. One side of the glorious tree appeared slightly faded, its leaves lacking the vibrant silver sheen of the others. A cluster of the glowing mushrooms at its base had dimmed to a faint pulse rather than their steady glow. "The tree is unwell," Kalen observed, his heart sinking. Lyra alighted on a low branch nearby. "The seasons have been unkind this year. The rains came too fiercely in spring, washing away much of the nutrient-rich soil from its roots. Then the summer sun burned too hot for too long. The tree has given its energy to protect the younger saplings around it, and now it struggles to replenish itself." Kalen looked at the weary tree, then at the vibrant forest around them. "What can be done?" "The forest knows how to heal itself," Lyra said, "but sometimes it needs assistance from those who walk its paths. Listen, what do you hear?" Kalen closed his eyes, focusing all his attention. Beyond the obvious sounds of rustling leaves and distant owl calls, he began to discern subtler notes: the soft patter of beginning rainfall on leaves, the gurgle of a nearby spring, the faint crackle of energy from the bioluminescent plants. Then he heard it, a whisper from the stream that bordered the glade. It spoke of minerals and nourishment that flowed from the mountain peaks, of how the water could carry healing properties to where they were most needed if only something would guide it. "The stream," Kalen said, opening his eyes. "It can help, but it needs to be directed to the tree's roots." Lyra's golden eyes gleamed with approval. "Wisdom often comes when we listen to the world around us rather than only to our own thoughts." With newfound purpose, Kalen set to work. Using his paws, he began to dig a small channel from the stream toward the silver birch. The earth was soft and fragrant, rich with the scent of damp soil and decaying leaves. As he worked, other nocturnal creatures emerged from the shadows, drawn by the energy of the glade. A badger with stripes that shimmered like moonlight came to help move larger stones. Moths with wings like stained glass fluttered overhead, their gentle wing beats stirring the air. Even the fireflies gathered, forming a living chandelier that provided light for the work. As the gentle rain continued to fall, its patter on leaves creating a soothing rhythm, the stream began to flow along the new channel Kalen had created. The water swirled around the base of the silver birch, carrying with it the minerals and nourishment from distant mountains. Almost immediately, a change began to occur. The tree's faint glow intensified, pulsing in time with the forest's heartbeat. The faded leaves regained their silver sheen, catching the moonlight like countless tiny mirrors. The mushrooms at its base brightened, their blue light becoming steady and strong. But the most miraculous transformation happened next. As the tree drew nourishment from the water, it began to release tiny, glowing seeds that floated upward like reverse snowfall. Each seed pulsed with soft light as it rose, joining the fireflies and moths in a dazzling aerial dance. When they reached the height of the canopy, the seeds burst into delicate silver sparks that drifted slowly downward, settling on every plant and creature in the glade. Where the sparks landed, new bioluminescent flowers bloomed, their petals glowing with soft hues of blue, violet, and silver. The moss covering the stones brightened to an emerald green that seemed to radiate its own light. Even the animals found their fur or feathers dusted with temporary starlight that slowly faded to a soft glow. Kalen watched in awe as the entire glade transformed into a living tapestry of light and magic. The air itself seemed to shimmer, and the previously faint magical hum grew into a harmonious chord that resonated in his very bones. Lyra flew down to perch beside him. "You see, young one, the forest gives freely to those who understand its language. By helping one tree, you have strengthened the entire glade." Kalen looked around at the revitalized clearing, then up at the wise owl. "But I only dug a small channel, the stream did the healing." Lyra's beak seemed to curve in what might have been a smile. "The stream contains the medicine, but direction was needed. Just as the forest provides wisdom, but we must choose to listen. Just as the seasons bring change, but we must learn to adapt." They sat in comfortable silence for a time, watching as the nocturnal creatures celebrated the renewal of the glade. The silver birch now stood radiant and strong, its branches swaying gently in a breeze that carried the scent of rain-washed forest and blooming night flowers. "Remember this night," Lyra said softly. "Remember that even in darkness there is light to be found. That rest is not idleness but preparation. That helping one part of the whole strengthens everything, and that the greatest magic often comes not from grand gestures, but from listening to the quiet voices around us." Kalen nodded, storing each word in his heart. He realized that his journey had not really been about reaching the Heartwood glade, but about learning to hear the forest's song and understanding his place within its eternal cycles. As the night deepened toward dawn, the creatures began to return to their homes, their temporary starlight glow fading gently. The bioluminescent plants maintained their soft radiance, ensuring the glade would never again be without light, even on the darkest nights. Lyra offered to guide Kalen back to the familiar territory near his den. As they traveled, the young fox noticed that his understanding of the forest had changed. He could now distinguish the different whispers of trees, comprehend the babbling messages of streams, and feel the ancient patience in stones. The forest was no longer just a place he lived in. It was a living, breathing companion. When they reached the edge of his home territory, Lyra alighted on a low branch. "The night wanes and dawn approaches. Time for rest, little sage." Kalen looked up at the wise owl. "Thank you for guiding me." Lyra blinked slowly. "The guidance was always there in the forest itself. I merely helped you learn to listen. Sleep well, and may your dreams be filled with starlight and whispered wisdom." With that, the great owl took flight, disappearing silently into the pre-dawn shadows. Kalen returned to his den, a cozy space between the roots of a grandfather oak. As he curled up on his bed of soft leaves and moss, he could still hear the gentle sounds of the waking forest, the softening rainfall, the distant stream's song, the sigh of wind through leaves. Each sound wove together into a lullaby of natural ASMR that eased him into peaceful slumber. Outside, the first hints of dawn tinted the eastern sky with shades of rose and gold. The nocturnal creatures settled into their daytime rest, while the diurnal animals began to stir. The forest prepared for its daily transformation, just as it had for countless seasons before and would for countless seasons to come. And deep in his dreams, Kalen wandered through starlit clearings where trees shared ancient stories, streams offered refreshing wisdom, and stones hummed melodies of patience and persistence. He understood now that magic wasn't something rare or distant. It was present in every leaf, every drop of water, every breath of wind. It was the interconnectedness of all things, the cyclical dance of rest and renewal, the quiet language of nature that awaited only listening ears and willing hearts. The ancient forest of Eldermere continued its eternal rhythms, now with one more creature who understood its secret language, one more guardian who would listen to its whispers and help when needed. And in the heart of the woods, the Heartwood glade pulsed with renewed energy, its silver birch standing tall and radiant, a testament to the power of listening, helping, and the magic that blossoms when creatures great and small work in harmony with the natural world. The salt-kissed wind whispered secrets through Finn's unruly brown hair as he shuffled along the damp sand. Dusk painted the sky in bruised purples and fiery oranges, reflecting on the retreating tide that left behind a glistening tapestry of treasures. Finn, a quiet boy with eyes the color of storm clouds, preferred the company of the sea's leavings to the boisterous games of the other village children. His pockets were always heavy with smooth stones, fragments of pearlescent shell, and the occasional piece of sea glass worn soft by the ocean's embrace. Today, however, felt different. An unusual stillness hung in the air, thick with the scent of kelp and distant rain. He paused, drawn by a faint, rhythmic humming that seemed to vibrate up through the soles of his worn boots. It wasn't the wind, nor the distant gulls. Kneeling, he brushed aside damp sand near a cluster of barnacle-crusted rocks. There, half-buried, pulsed a shell unlike any he'd ever seen. It was no larger than his palm, a spiral of deepest midnight blue, swirling with veins of shimmering silver that seemed to shift and dance like captured moonlight. As his fingers brushed its cool, impossibly smooth surface, the humming intensified, resonating deep within his chest. It felt warm, alive. He carefully pried it free, cradling it in his hands. The silver veins flared brightly for a moment, then settled into a soft, steady glow. Finn felt a strange pull, a magnetic yearning towards the vast, whispering expanse of the ocean. That night, tucked beneath his patchwork quilt with the shell resting on his bedside table, its soft glow painted shifting constellations on the ceiling. The rhythmic humming filled his small room, a lullaby sung by the sea itself. Sleep claimed him, deep and profound. He dreamed not of flying, but of sinking gently into cool, welcoming water. He could breathe easily, the salt tang fresh and clean. Around him the ocean bloomed with impossible colors, corals like frozen fireworks, fish darting like living jewels, forests of kelp swaying in unseen currents. He felt weightless, peaceful, utterly at home. When he awoke at dawn, the dream clung to him like seawater, vivid and real. The shell lay silent and dark on the table. The pull intensified over the next few days. The shell remained inert during daylight hours, but its presence was a constant, quiet hum in the back of Finn's mind. He found himself drawn back to the shore each twilight, the shell tucked safely in his pocket. One evening, as the last sliver of sun dipped below the horizon, painting the waves in molten gold, Finn stood at the water's edge, the shell held tightly. The humming crescendoed, vibrating through his bones. The silver veins blazed with light. Tentatively, heart pounding like a trapped bird, he waded into the cool surf, holding the shell before him. As the water reached his waist, the light from the shell enveloped him in a shimmering bubble. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and stepped forward into deeper water. Instead of the expected chill and resistance, he felt only a gentle pressure, like stepping through a curtain of cool silk. He opened his eyes. He was suspended in a world of liquid light. Sunbeams, refracted through the surface far above, painted dancing patterns on the sandy floor below. Schools of tiny, iridescent fish parted around him like a living river. Gigantic ancient sea turtles glided past with slow, deliberate grace. The humming wasn't just in the shell now. It was the ocean itself, the sigh of currents, the crackle of distant reefs, the song of whales echoing from the deep. The shell pulsed warmly in his hand, its light a soft beacon. He was in the meridian depths. He drifted, awestruck, until a gentle bump against his shimmering bubble startled him. A large sea turtle, her shell patterned with intricate swirls of mossy green and gold, peered at him with ancient, intelligent eyes. Her gaze held a deep, calm wisdom. She nudged the bubble again, then turned, swimming slowly towards a towering forest of kelp that swayed like emerald giants. The shell hummed encouragingly. Finn understood. He willed himself to follow, finding that within the bubble, he could move with surprising ease, propelled by thought alone. The turtle led him through the kelp forest, where shafts of light pierced the gloom, illuminating fish that looked like shards of stained glass and anemones that pulsed with soft, internal light. They emerged near a cluster of colossal coral structures, forming arches and caverns that pulsed with their own bioluminescent glow. Creatures Finn had only seen in faded book illustrations darted amongst the formations. Seahorses like tiny, armored knights, octopuses changing color like living rainbows, and schools of fish that moved as one glittering entity. The turtle guided him towards a vast, open amphitheater formed by coral, its floor covered in smooth, multicolored pebbles. Here, nestled amongst giant clams that opened to reveal pearls glowing like captured moons, were the merfolk. They weren't the humans with fishtails of legend, but beings sculpted from the sea itself. Their skin shimmered with scales in every conceivable hue, deep abyssal blues, vibrant reef oranges, pearly whites. Their lower bodies flowed into powerful, elegant tails, while their upper bodies were more humanoid, adorned with intricate patterns of living coral and trailing strands of glowing seaweed. Large, luminous eyes, adapted to the dim light, regarded Finn with open curiosity and a hint of wariness. One merfolk larger than the others, with scales the deep indigo of the midnight ocean and a crown woven from phosphorescent kelp, swam forward. Her presence radiated calm authority. She placed a webbed hand against Finn's bubble. A warmth spread from the contact, and Finn felt a strange sense of understanding bloom in his mind, not words, but feelings and images. Welcome, Shell-bearer. I am Queen Thalassa. We felt the deep stars awakening. Her thoughts flowed into his mind, clear and resonant like bells heard underwater. She gestured to the shell in his hand, the deep star. Finn, overwhelmed, tried to project his own jumble of thoughts. I found it on the shore. It brought me here. It's beautiful. Thalassa smiled, a gentle ripple of light across her face. The deep star chooses its keeper. It has slept for many tides. Its return signals a need. She projected an image, a section of the vibrant coral reef Finn had seen earlier, but now gray, brittle, lifeless. A creeping shadow seemed to cling to it. The gloom spreads. It silences the songs, dims the lights. We know not its source, only that it weakens the meridian depths. Finn felt a pang of sorrow for the dying coral. Can I help? The question formed instinctively, fueled by the deep star's warm pulse against his palm and the profound peace he felt in this hidden world. The queen's luminous eyes held his. The deep star sensed a kindred spirit, one who listens to the quiet things. Perhaps your eyes, unused to our depths, can see what ours cannot. But the gloom is perilous. You would need a guide. She turned her gaze towards the large sea turtle who had brought Finn. Cora has watched over these reefs longer than memory. She will swim with you. Cora nudged Finn's bubble gently with her beak, her ancient eyes conveying steadfastness. Finn felt a surge of determination mixed with trepidation. He was just a quiet boy who collected shells. How could he help save an entire hidden world? But the image of the dying coral, the fading light, and the deep star's unwavering warmth in his hand steeled his resolve. He nodded. I'll try. Their journey began the next tide cycle. Guided by Cora's steady presence and the deep star's soft light, Finn ventured deeper into the meridian depths towards the afflicted area. The vibrancy gradually faded. The water grew colder, the light dimmer. Fish were scarce, and those they saw moved sluggishly. The coral structures, once bursting with color and life, stood like skeletal ghosts, coated in a slimy, dark gray film that seemed to absorb light the gloom. The constant, soothing hum of the ocean was replaced by an unsettling silence, broken only by the mournful creak of dying coral. Cora swam close, projecting images of the reef as it once was, teeming with life. Finn concentrated, trying to see beyond the decay. He noticed things the merfolk, accustomed to the reef's normal rhythms, might overlook. Strange, faintly glowing tendrils, almost invisible against the gray slime, snaked from the dying coral towards cracks in the seabed below. They pulsed with a sickly, greenish light. He pointed them out to Cora, projecting the image. The turtle's eyes widened slightly. She nudged him towards a particularly large fissure, hidden beneath an overhang of dead coral. The fissure exhaled a plume of unnaturally cold water. The gloom seemed thickest here, clinging like tar. As Finn peered closer, the deep star in his hand flared brighter, its silver veins blazing. The light cut through the murk, revealing the source of the tendrils. Nestled deep within the fissure was a cluster of dark, spiny urchins, unlike any Finn had ever seen. They were the size of his head, their spines oozing the viscous gray slime. The sickly green light pulsed from within their bodies. They weren't feeding on the coral, they were poisoning it, draining its life and light, spreading the gloom. The stone-sick urchins, Cora projected, a deep sorrow in her mental voice. Thought lost to the deep trenches. Their poison brings silence and cold. Finn felt a chill that wasn't from the water. How do we stop them? He remembered something his grandmother, a healer in the village, once said about ailments. Sometimes the strongest poison needs the gentlest cure. Cora projected an image of a specific luminous plant, a kelp with fronds that glowed a soft, healing blue. Moonlace. Its light purifies. But it grows only in the sunken gardens, guarded by the razorback clams. They snap shut at the slightest tremor. The sunken gardens lay on the far side of the gloom-ridden reef. Getting there meant navigating treacherous currents and the suffocating silence. Cora led the way, her powerful flippers moving with silent grace. Finn concentrated, using the deep star's light to illuminate safe paths through fields of sharp, dead coral and around hidden crevices where more stone-sick urchins lurked. The silence pressed in, heavy and unnerving. Once a massive razorback clam, disturbed by their passage, snapped its jagged shell shut with a sound like thunder, mere inches from Finn's bubble. He gasped, heart hammering, but Cora nudged him onwards, her calm presence a steady anchor. Reaching the sunken gardens was like stepping into a forgotten dream. Here, untouched by the gloom, giant anemones bloomed like underwater flowers in neon hues. Fish shimmered like scattered gems, and growing in sheltered grottos were clusters of moonlace. Its long, ribbon-like fronds emitted a soft, ethereal blue light that seemed to hum with gentle energy. But true to Cora's warning, each cluster grew within the reach of enormous razorback clams, their shells partially open like hungry jaws, revealing pearlescent interiors and sensitive, frilled edges. They feel vibrations, Cora cautioned. One wrong move. Finn watched the clams. He noticed tiny, glowing shrimp cleaning their shells, moving with exquisite slowness and care. The clams remained open for them. Gentleness, Finn thought, remembering his grandmother's words. Not force. He projected the image of the cleaning shrimp to Cora, then an idea formed. He needed to move like the shrimp, slowly, deliberately, radiating calm. Holding the deep star close, he focused all his will on projecting a feeling of peace, of harmless intent, just as the shell seemed to radiate warmth and safety. He imagined himself not as an intruder, but as part of the gentle rhythm of the garden. Slowly, inch by painstaking inch, he drifted towards a cluster of moonlace, keeping his movements fluid and minimal. He felt the deep star amplify his intent, its light softening, becoming less a beacon and more like the dappled sunlight filtering through the surface. Cora watched utterly still, her ancient eyes filled with hope. A large razorback clam loomed beside the moonlace. Its frilled mantle rippled, sensing his presence. Finn held his breath, pouring every ounce of calm he possessed through the deep star. The clam's shell tensed slightly, then relaxed. It remained open. Heart pounding with quiet triumph, Finn carefully reached out and gently harvested several fronds of the glowing moonlace. They felt cool and resilient in his hand, pulsing with soft blue light. He retreated as slowly as he had approached. Back at the poisoned fissure, the task was even more delicate. They had to get close enough to the stone-sick urchins without triggering a defensive spray of their toxic slime. Finn again relied on the deep star, projecting feelings of calm and harmlessness, while Cora used her immense patience and knowledge of currents to position them. Finn held a frond of moonlace towards one of the urchins. As the soft blue light touched the oozing gray spines, a remarkable thing happened. The sickly green glow within the urchin flickered. The gray slime seemed to recoil, sizzling faintly as the moonlace's light washed over it. Slowly, agonizingly slowly, the darkness receded from the spines, replaced by their natural, dull purple. The urchin stopped pulsing its toxic light and became still and dormant. Working with painstaking care, Finn and Cora treated each stone-sick urchin in the cluster. The deep star warmed in Finn's hand, its light blending with the moonlace's blue glow, amplifying the cleansing effect. They worked until the fissure was clear, the cold plume ceased, and the last traces of the sickly green light vanished. Exhaustion washed over Finn, deep and profound, but it was mixed with a soaring sense of accomplishment. They returned to the coral amphitheater. Queen Thalassa and her people awaited them anxiously. As Finn presented the remaining moonlace and projected images of their mission, the discovery of the urchins, the perilous journey, the gentle application of the cure, a wave of profound gratitude washed over him from the gathered merfolk. Their luminous eyes shone with renewed hope. Work began immediately. Guided by Finn's descriptions and Cora's wisdom, teams of merfolk carefully harvested more moonlace, using Finn's method of stillness and projected calm, and applied its light to the afflicted areas of the reef. Where the gloom had been thickest, the moonlace's gentle blue glow spread, pushing back the gray slime. Color began to seep back into the bleached coral, first faint pastels, then vibrant reds, oranges, and yellows. Tiny polyps tentatively extended their delicate arms. Fish, drawn by the returning life, darted back into the recovering areas. The oppressive silence lifted, replaced by the tentative clicks, pops, and chirps of returning reef life, gradually swelling back into the familiar, comforting hum of the meridian depths. Finn watched, tears mingling with the seawater inside his bubble. He had helped heal this wondrous place. The quiet boy who listened to shells had found his voice in stillness and observation. His bond with Cora, forged in shared purpose and silent understanding, felt deeper than any surface friendship. The queen approached, placing a webbed hand against his bubble once more. Her gratitude flowed into him, warm and profound. The deep star chose wisely, Finn. You saw with new eyes and acted with a gentle heart. You have reminded us that true strength often lies not in force, but in quiet understanding and the courage to act with kindness. The meridian depths will remember the shell-bearer. The time came for Finn to return. The deep star pulsed softly, its journey complete for now. Queen Thalassa presented him with a small, woven pouch made of iridescent seaweed, containing a single, perfect pearl that glowed with its own soft, inner light, a token of their gratitude and a reminder of the light within the depths. Cora nudged him gently one last time, her ancient eyes conveying a farewell that needed no words. Holding the deep star, Finn swam towards the surface, guided by the fading light above. He breached the waves just as the first stars began to prick the twilight sky. He stood on the familiar shore, dripping, the shell cool in his hand, the glowing pearl pouch tucked safely in his pocket. The world above seemed both the same and utterly changed. The rustle of the wind in the dune grass, the cry of a distant gull, the sigh of the waves, they all held a deeper resonance, a secret melody he now understood. Back in his small room, the deep star sat on his bedside table, dark and silent once more. But Finn knew its secret. He held the glowing pearl, its soft light, a comforting echo of the meridian depths. He was no longer just the quiet boy who collected shells. He was the shell-bearer, the boy who had befriended an ancient turtle, helped heal a hidden world, and learned that the greatest magic often lies in listening, observing, and acting with gentle courage. He knew the deep star would sleep, but its connection, like his bond with Cora and the memory of the shimmering depths, would remain, a warm, secret light within him. As he drifted off to sleep, the rhythmic sigh of the ocean outside his window sounded like a lullaby sung just for him, a promise of hidden wonders and the enduring strength found in quiet friendship and a kind heart. The world was vast, filled with mysteries both above and below, and Finn, holding the glowing pearl, felt a profound sense of peace and belonging, cradled in the gentle embrace of the known and the wonderfully unknown. In a quiet corner of the spiral galaxy, where stardust gathered like frost on a window pane, there lived two beings from worlds so distant they should never have met. One was from the crystalline planet of Luminara, where inhabitants communicated through shifting hues that danced across their semi-transparent forms. The other hailed from the harmonic world of Melodia, where thoughts were expressed through gentle vibrations that hummed through the air like wind chimes. The Luminaran, whom we might call Gleam, had found their small exploration vessel caught in the gravitational pull of a wandering asteroid field. Meanwhile, the Melodian, whom we might call Hum, had been drawn to the same sector by the peculiar musical resonance of the cosmic debris. Their ships, one shaped like a floating droplet of mercury, the other like a blossoming metallic flower, drifted silently toward each other until they came to rest side by side on a large, stable asteroid. When they first stepped out onto the asteroid's surface, their forms could not have been more different. Gleam shimmered with anxious silver streaks, their bodies shifting between worry blue and caution yellow. Hum responded with a low, concerned thrum that vibrated through their 6 delicate limbs. Neither could understand the other's language, but both recognized the universal signs of being stranded far from home. The asteroid offered little shelter from the cosmic winds that occasionally whispered through the void, so together they began to build a refuge. Gleam used their natural ability to shape crystalline structures, drawing minerals from the asteroid's core and weaving them into translucent walls. Hum contributed by finding the perfect harmonic frequencies that strengthened the crystals, their vibrations causing the structure to grow in elegant, arching patterns. What emerged was a sanctuary unlike any other in that sector of space, a grotto of living crystal that pulsed with soft inner light, its walls singing faintly with the memory of Hum's harmonies. Through the transparent ceiling, the nebula outside painted everything in hues of violet and gold, while star clusters glittered like scattered diamonds. Their first misunderstandings were many, and often quite amusing. Gleam once turned a brilliant shade of approval green when Hum arranged glowing moss in symmetrical patterns, not realizing that on Melodia, this pattern meant dangerous precipice. Hum responded with a cheerful ascending scale that meant foolish mistake on their world, which Gleam interpreted as musical praise. They spent a full cycle arranging the moss in increasingly elaborate warning patterns before realizing their confusion, their mutual embarrassment expressed in Gleam's flickering pink hues and Hum's wobbling bass notes of laughter. Another time, Hum arranged floating orbs of light in what they considered a comforting constellation, only to learn that on Luminara, this particular formation meant profound sorrow. Gleam had spent hours trying to comfort their friend with sympathetic indigo patterns, wondering why Hum kept adding more orbs to the sad formation. Yet through these mishaps they learned. Gleam discovered that when Hum's vibrations settled into a C minor resonance, it meant contentment, not sadness. Hum realized that Gleam's silver sparkles indicated curiosity, not alarm. They developed their own language, a beautiful combination of color and sound that belonged solely to them. Their favorite times were the quiet hours when the asteroid rotated to face the galactic core. They would sit together in their crystalline sanctuary, watching star systems being born in clouds of luminous gas. Gleam would pulse softly in rhythm with the distant light, while Hum would harmonize with the faint electromagnetic songs of passing comets. In those moments, words were unnecessary. Understanding flowed between them like starlight through clear water. One particularly memorable evening, as they watched a binary star system perform its eternal dance, Hum noticed Gleam's light dimming slightly, a sign of homesickness on Luminara. In response, hum began to vibrate at a frequency that caused the crystals around them to project images of their homeworld's musical forests. Then, remembering how much Gleam loved patterns, hum arranged floating light particles to mimic the dancing auroras of Luminara. Touched beyond measure, Gleam responded by finding a rare mineral that, when struck, produced the exact harmonic tone of Hum's favorite childhood melody. Together they created something new, a light and sound sculpture that captured the essence of both their worlds, a testament to their friendship. As cycles turned, they learned each other's stories through their shared language. Gleam communicated through cascading colors, how their people measured time by the shifting hues of their planet's three suns. Hum responded with vibrational poems about the great chorus that occurred when their world's tidal forces created natural harmonics across the crystal oceans. They discovered that despite coming from different worlds, they shared the same wonder at the universe's beauty, the same curiosity about other life forms, and the same capacity for kindness that needs no translation. When rescue finally came, a Luminaran scout ship following Gleam's energy signature, both friends knew their time together in their crystalline sanctuary was ending. As a farewell gift, they spent one last cycle perfecting their shared language, creating a complete lexicon of color and sound that could bridge their worlds. The scout ship's crew watched in amazement as their missing compatriot communicated with the musical being through complex patterns of light and vibration. Before departing, Gleam and Hum pressed their forms together, crystal against harmonic resonance, in a gesture that needed no translation. Though light years would soon separate them, they had built something more permanent than their crystal sanctuary, a connection that transcended species, language, and space itself. And sometimes, on quiet nights when the cosmic winds were just right, they could still sense each other's presence. Gleam in the particular way starlight refracted through atmosphere, Hum in the specific resonance of solar winds against planetary magnetic fields. For true friendship, they had learned, is not limited by distance or difference. It flows between souls like starlight through the void, connecting all who are willing to listen beyond words, see beyond appearances, and understand with the heart rather than the mind. And in the vast, beautiful darkness of space, such connections shine brightest of all. In the cozy village of Willowbrook, nestled between amber hills and a forest where leaves whispered secrets, autumn painted the world in cinnamon and gold. Young Lily, with her patchwork cloak and wide, curious eyes, lived in a cottage with a mossy roof. For days, small, puzzling things vanished, her grandmother's silver thimble, the baker's favorite wooden spoon, and even the tiny copper bell from the village notice board. No one felt frightened. Willowbrook was too kind for that, but a gentle mystery settled over the chimneys like morning fog. Lily decided to unravel it. She began by observing. Kneeling in the damp earth near her garden fence, she noticed tiny, glittering footprints no larger than acorn caps, leading toward the whispering woods. The prints shimmered like crushed starlight, vanishing at the roots of ancient trees whose leaves rustled soft warnings. Follow, but listen closely, they seemed to sigh. Lily remembered old Mr. Thistledown, who lived in a crooked tower of stacked teacups and knew the forest's oldest tales. With a basket of honey oat cakes, she visited him. Mr. Thistledown, his beard braided with dried lavender, welcomed her warmly. "Ah, little seeker," he chuckled, stirring a pot of chamomile tea that smelled of sunshine. "When small things disappear, smaller friends are often near. Look for what remains, not what's lost." He gifted her a magnifying glass made of dew-frosted crystal. "And when dusk falls, ask the glimmerbats, they see what moonlight hides." That evening, Lily waited by the forest's edge, as twilight painted the sky plum and apricot. Soon glimmerbats emerged, tiny creatures with wings like stained glass, casting soft pools of blue and violet light. They fluttered around her, drawn to her calm presence. "Have you seen who takes our things?" she whispered. One bat, its wings shimmering like sapphires, nudged her toward a hollow oak. Inside, Lily's crystal glass revealed a clue, a single iridescent scale, softer than a moth's wing, clinging to the bark. Following the glimmerbat's luminous path, Lily crept deeper into the woods. The air grew cooler, filled with the scent of pine and damp soil. Under a canopy of moonlit branches, she heard faint, frantic chirping. Peering through ferns, she gasped. A family of moss fairies, no taller than her thumb, with wings like spun moonlight, were struggling to build a nest. They'd gathered the missing treasures. The thimble gleamed as a rain catcher, the spoon balanced as a bridge over a tiny stream, and the copper bell hung above their nest, chiming softly in the breeze. But their scales, shed during nesting season, lay scattered, leaving them shivering in the cold. The eldest fairy fluttered forward, wringing her hands. "Forgive us," she piped, her voice like wind chimes. "The frost comes early, we needed warmth, and your things were so bright and strong." Lily's heart swelled. The thievery was an act of desperate love. Remembering Mr. Thistledown's wisdom, she offered her basket of oat cakes. "Keep what helps you," she said softly. "But let's find something better than scales for warmth." Together they gathered tufts of thistledown and cobweb-soft milkweed floss. Lily sang a lullaby her grandmother taught her, her voice blending with the glimmerbat's gentle hums. As she worked, the fairies wove the down into cloaks as warm as sunbeams. By dawn, the nest glowed with comfort, and the fairies returned every missing item with shy gratitude. The bell, they insisted, should stay, a symbol of new friendship. Back in Willowbrook, Lily explained the tale. The baker chuckled, carving a new spoon from cedar. Lily's grandmother smiled, her thimble now holding a sprig of fairy-given heather. That night, as the village slept, the copper bell chimed in the woods, a sweet, soothing sound carried on the breeze. Lily curled under her quilt, the scent of honey and milkweed lingering in the air. The mystery had ended not with scolding, but with shared kindness, reminding everyone that even the smallest voices deserve to be heard. And in the gentle silence, Willowbrook felt cozier than ever, wrapped in the quiet magic of understanding. In the quiet expanse of the cosmos, where stars twinkle like distant fireflies and nebulae swirl in soft, pastel hues, there was a small, forgotten corner of the universe that held a secret garden. This garden was not on any planet, but nestled within the heart of a gentle space station, one that had been abandoned long ago by its builders. Its walls were made of crystalline panels that shimmered with a light of their own, casting rainbows across the floor whenever a star passed by. It was here in this haven of peace that two unlikely friends found each other. The first was a being named Kalin, who hailed from the planet Verdantia, a world where everything glowed with bioluminescent life. Kalin's skin was like living velvet, and it changed colors with his emotions, soft blues when he was calm, warm golds when he was happy, and gentle purples when he felt curious. He communicated not with words, but with these shifting hues, and his eyes held the depth of 1,000 forests. Kalin had journeyed to the station in a small pod that hummed like a drowsy bee, seeking solace after feeling lonely among the stars. The second was Lyra, from the harmonic world of Melodia, where the very air resonated with music. Lyra's form was slender and graceful, with delicate tendrils that swayed like seaweed in an ocean breeze. She spoke through melodies, soft hums for greeting, rising scales for excitement, and low, soothing notes for comfort. Her ship was a vessel that sailed on sound waves, leaving trails of harmonic echoes in its wake. Lyra had been drawn to the station by a faint, lonely frequency she had sensed from light years away. Their meeting was accidental, yet felt destined. Kalin was tending to a patch of star moss that grew in the station's garden, its leaves glowing with a soft, silvery light. Lyra entered, her footsteps creating a gentle chime against the crystalline floor. At first they froze, uncertain. Kalin's skin flushed a nervous indigo, while Lyra emitted a questioning trill that echoed through the hall. For days, they circled each other warily. Kaelin would leave offerings of luminous berries from Verdantia, placing them on a smooth rock, and Lyra would respond with a gift of harmonic crystals that sang when touched. But misunderstandings arose from their differences. Once Kaelin, feeling joyful, turned a bright yellow, but Lyra misinterpreted it as a warning signal from her world, where sharp colors meant danger. She retreated, humming an anxious melody that made Kaelin's skin shift to a confused gray. Another time, Lyra tried to share a story through a complex symphony of notes, but the volume overwhelmed Kaelin, whose ears were sensitive to sudden sounds. He flinched, his colors dimming, and Lyra fell silent, her tendrils drooping. Yet in their solitude, a spark of curiosity remained. They began to observe each other's habits. Kaelin noticed how Lyra's harmonies softened when she watched the nebula outside the station's dome, and Lyra saw how Kaelin's colors brightened when he nurtured the garden. Slowly, they started to experiment with communication. Kaelin would point to objects and let his skin glow in a specific pattern, while Lyra would mimic the color with a corresponding melody. It was clumsy at first, a dance of trial and error, but it led to moments of shared laughter. When Kaelin accidentally turned a comical shade of orange while slipping on a wet leaf, Lyra responded with a playful giggle-like trill, and they both understood the humor without words. Their breakthrough came when they decided to create a shared shelter within the station. The garden was overgrown with cosmic flora, vines that pulsed with light, flowers that bloomed in sync with passing comets, and trees with leaves that rustled like whispering stars. Together, they cleared a cozy nook near the largest crystalline window, which offered a panoramic view of the Orion Nebula, its pink and blue gases swirling in an eternal dance. Kaelin used his knowledge of living light to weave benches from glowing fibers, while Lyra arranged harmonic stones that hummed a gentle lullaby when sat upon. They called it the Starlight Sanctuary, a place where they could feel safe and connected. As they worked, they learned each other's quirks. Kaelin discovered that Lyra's people expressed affection through duets, so he learned to change his colors in rhythm with her songs. Lyra found that Kaelin's kind showed trust by sharing food, so she began to brew teas from starlight-infused petals that steeped in harmony with her melodies. Their misunderstandings became lessons in empathy. Once Lyra brought a device that projected dreamlike patterns of light, thinking it would delight Kaelin, but it flickered too rapidly, causing his skin to ripple with discomfort. Instead of frustration, Lyra adjusted the device to pulse slowly, and Kaelin responded with a grateful lavender hue. They realized that kindness was a universal language, one that needed no translation. Quiet moments became their favorite times. In the Starlight Sanctuary, they would sit for hours, watching distant stars being born and dying in silent spectaculars. Kaelin's colors would melt into a serene azure, and Lyra's harmonies would drop to a whisper, blending with the station's gentle hum. During one such evening, as a meteor shower painted streaks of silver across the sky, Lyra sensed a deep sadness in Kaelin through the empathic connection they had built. She didn't need words, his skin had faded to a somber gray. In response, she hummed a melody from her childhood, one that spoke of hope and reunion. Kaelin understood, and he shared a memory through a cascade of colors, a story of losing his family to a cosmic storm, but finding courage in new beginnings. Lyra listened, her tendrils brushing his arm in comfort, and for the first time they felt truly understood. Their friendship was tested when a minor crisis arose. A solar flare from a nearby star caused the station's systems to flicker, threatening the garden's delicate ecosystem. Panic might have driven them apart, but instead they worked together. Kaelin used his bioluminescent abilities to create a soft light source, guiding Lyra to the control panels, while Lyra used her harmonic skills to recalibrate the energy fields with precise frequencies. It was a dance of cooperation, Kaelin's colors signaling directions, Lyra's melodies fine-tuning the controls. When the crisis passed, the garden glowed brighter than ever, and they shared a moment of triumph, their bond strengthened by adversity. As time flowed like a gentle river, the Starlight Sanctuary became a beacon of peace. Other travelers, drawn by rumors of this harmonious place, occasionally visited. A silent rock being who communicated through vibrations, a fluttery insectoid from a gas giant who spoke in pheromone clouds. Each encounter brought new misunderstandings, but Kaelin and Lyra acted as bridges, teaching others the language of kindness they had forged. They learned that every being had a unique way of seeing the universe, and that differences were not barriers, but opportunities for wonder. The story of their friendship spread like starlight, touching hearts across galaxies. But for Kaelin and Lyra, the greatest joy was in their simple routines, tending the garden, sharing meals under the nebula's glow, and watching the stars in comfortable silence. One evening, as they sat in their sanctuary, a rare alignment of planets cast a golden path across the cosmos. Lyra hummed a new melody, one she had composed just for this moment, and Kaelin's skin shimmered in harmony, creating a spectacle of light and sound that felt like a prayer of gratitude. In the end, they knew that no matter how far they traveled or how many worlds they encountered, the memory of their time together would be a constant comfort. The universe was vast and often lonely, but in a crystalline garden among the stars, they had found a home in each other's hearts. And as they drifted to sleep under the watchful eyes of distant suns, they dreamed of futures filled with more laughter, more learning, and the endless, gentle language of kindness. In the velvet depths of the cosmos, where stars are scattered like diamond dust on a black velvet cloth, there drifted a small, forgotten space station known as the Starlight Haven. It was a place of gentle hums and soft glows, where the walls were made of a crystalline material that caught the light of distant suns and refracted it into rainbows that danced across the rooms. It was here that two souls from different corners of the universe found each other, and their friendship began to bloom like a flower in the void. Kaelin was a being from the planet Veridia, a world where the very air shimmered with life. His people communicated not with words, but with the shifting hues of their skin, which glowed with bioluminescent patterns that told stories of joy, sorrow, and wonder. Kaelin himself had skin that shifted from deep emerald to soft turquoise when he was curious, and when he was content, it pulsed with a warm, golden light. He had journeyed to the Starlight Haven in a pod that moved as silently as a thought, propelled by the gentle push of solar winds. His mission was one of exploration, to learn about the mysteries beyond his world, but what he found was far more precious. Lyra hailed from the world of Harmonia, a place where sound was the essence of existence. Her species expressed themselves through harmonic vibrations that rippled through the air, creating melodies that could soothe or excite. Lyra's presence was accompanied by a soft humming tune that changed with her emotions, a lilting scale when she was happy, a deep, resonant chord when she was thoughtful. She had arrived at the station in a craft that seemed to be woven from moonlight and song, its engines humming a quiet lullaby as it docked. She was a collector of cosmic melodies, seeking the music of the spheres, but she discovered a harmony she had never imagined. Their first meeting was one of cautious curiosity. Kaelin, upon seeing Lyra, felt a flutter of uncertainty, and his skin flickered with streaks of silver and blue. Lyra, in response, emitted a series of questioning notes that rose and fell like a gentle breeze. Neither understood the other's language, but there was a kindness in their gestures that spoke louder than any words. Kaelin extended a hand, his fingers glowing with a friendly orange light, while Lyra responded by humming a warm, inviting melody. They spent those first hours simply observing each other, learning through patience and empathy. The Starlight Haven became their sanctuary. It was a place of wonder, with gardens that grew under domes of clear crystal, where plants from a dozen worlds intertwined their roots and leaves. There was a pool that reflected the nebulas outside, its water shimmering with starlight, and an observatory where the ceiling opened to the infinite sky. Together they began to tend to this space, making it their own. Kalen used his knowledge of light to help the plants thrive, adjusting the ambient glow to mimic the suns of their home worlds. Lyra filled the air with her harmonies, which seemed to encourage the flowers to bloom brighter and the fruits to grow sweeter. They created a shared language of gestures, colors, and sounds, a tapestry of understanding that grew with each passing day. But misunderstandings were inevitable, and they often led to moments of laughter and learning. One afternoon, Kalen noticed that Lyra was humming a particularly sad melody, her notes dipping low like a sigh. Concerned, he approached her, and wanting to comfort her, he let his skin glow with a bright, cheerful pink. On Veridia, pink was a color of sympathy and support, but on Harmonia, such a vivid hue associated with light was often a sign of alarm or mockery. Lyra misinterpreted his gesture and responded with a sharp, discordant tone, her own way of showing confusion. For a moment there was tension. Kalen's glow dimmed to a worried gray, and Lyra's melody stuttered. But then Kalen, with great patience, slowly shifted his skin to a soft, pulsing blue, the color of calm on his world, and Lyra, understanding his intent, softened her tune to a questioning warble. They realized their mistake and shared a laugh, their sounds and lights mingling in a dance of forgiveness. From then on, they made a game of teaching each other their meanings, turning potential conflicts into joyful discoveries. As their friendship deepened, they faced a small crisis that tested their bond. A solar flare from a nearby star sent waves of energy toward the station, causing the systems to flicker and the garden lights to dim. Kalen, whose species relied on light for communication, felt a wave of panic as his own glow wavered. Lyra, sensing his distress, began to hum a steady, reassuring melody that filled the room with warmth. Together they worked to stabilize the station, Kalen using his innate connection to light to redirect energy through the crystalline walls, while Lyra's harmonies seemed to calm the vibrating systems. In that moment, they learned that their differences were their strengths. Kalen's light and Lyra's sound complemented each other, creating a balance that neither could achieve alone. The crisis passed, and the station glowed brighter than ever, a testament to their unity. In the quiet hours, they often found themselves in the observatory, watching the stars drift by. They would sit side by side, Kalen's skin emitting a soft, steady radiance that mirrored the constellations, while Lyra hummed a tune that echoed the cosmic rhythms. There were no words needed in these moments. Their empathic connection allowed them to share feelings of peace and wonder. They watched nebulae bloom like watercolor paintings in the sky, and comets streaked past like fleeting dreams. It was in these silences that they understood the universal language of kindness, a language that required no translation, only an open heart. One evening, as they gazed at a particularly brilliant nebula, Kalen let his skin glow with a pattern that told a story of gratitude, swirls of gold and green that spoke of friendship found in unexpected places. Lyra responded with a melody that wove together notes of joy and contentment, a song that seemed to harmonize with the very fabric of space. They realized that despite coming from worlds light years apart, they were connected by something greater, the simple, profound act of caring for one another. Their time at the Starlight Haven became a legend whispered among the stars, a tale of how two beings bridged the gap between their worlds with patience and love. They continued to tend their garden, which now flourished with hybrid plants that glowed with Lyra's melodies and changed color with Kalen's touch. The station became a beacon of peace, a place where other travelers would stop and feel the warmth of their friendship. As the years passed, Kalen and Lyra never lost their sense of wonder. They knew that the universe was vast and full of differences, but they had learned that those differences were what made it beautiful. Their friendship was a gentle reminder that no matter how far apart we may seem, kindness can always light the way. And so, under the watchful eyes of a million stars, they lived in harmony, their lights and songs weaving a tapestry of cosmic friendship that would endure for eternity. In the quiet of the night, if you listen closely, you might still hear the echo of Lyra's melody or see the faint glow of Kaelin's skin, a lasting testament to the power of connection in the great, wide universe. In the quiet expanse of the cosmos, where stars shimmered like scattered diamonds on velvet, there drifted a small, forgotten space station known as the Starlight Haven. It was a place of gentle hums and soft glows, where the walls seemed to breathe with a life of their own, pulsing in rhythm with the distant heartbeats of nebulae. Here, two souls from worlds apart found themselves drawn together by the silent call of loneliness and the universal yearning for connection. The first was a being from the planet Chroma, a world where the very air danced with light. His name was Kaelin, and his skin was a canvas of ever-shifting hues, reflecting his innermost feelings in a silent symphony of color. When he was calm, his form glowed with soft azure and lavender. When curious, it sparked with flecks of gold. He communicated not with words, but with these radiant displays, each shade telling a story deeper than any language could convey. Kaelin had journeyed to the Starlight Haven after his ship, a vessel woven from crystalline fibers that sang as they moved, had malfunctioned, leaving him stranded in this remote corner of the galaxy. The second was a creature from the harmonic world of Melodia, where life resonated with music. Her name was Lyra, and her body was slender and graceful, with skin that shimmered like mother of pearl. From her flowed a constant, gentle hum, a bass-line melody that shifted in pitch and tone to express her thoughts. When she was happy, it rose into a cheerful trill. When thoughtful, it deepened into a soothing drone. Lyra had been exploring the outer reaches when her own craft, a bubble-like pod that floated on sonic waves, had lost its way, bringing her to the same derelict station. Their meeting was hesitant, filled with the uncertainty of first contact. Kaelin, upon seeing Lyra, flushed a nervous orange red, his colors swirling in confusion. Lyra, in response, emitted a series of sharp, questioning notes that echoed through the corridor. For days, they circled each other in the station's hollow halls, their attempts at communication leading only to bafflement. Kaelin would glow a friendly yellow, only for Lyra to misinterpret it as a warning and hum a defensive low tone. They retreated to separate corners, the silence between them growing heavier than the void outside. But the Starlight Haven itself seemed to wish for their friendship. In its core was a neglected garden chamber, once a place of solace for travelers. The walls were transparent, offering a panoramic view of the swirling nebulas outside, and the floor was soft with moss that glowed with a gentle bioluminescence. It was here that Kaelin and Lyra both sought refuge one evening, drawn by the comforting sight of distant stars. They found themselves standing at opposite ends of the room, each watching the cosmic ballet in silence. Kaelin, feeling the peace of the moment, let his skin shift to a calm, steady blue, like the deep ocean of his homeworld. Lyra, sensing the change, allowed her hum to soften into a melodic whisper, reminiscent of the winds that swept across Melodia's singing plains. Slowly, cautiously, they moved closer. Kaelin pointed a shimmering hand toward a particularly bright star, and his colors bloomed into a pattern of wonder, silver streaks against a backdrop of violet. Lyra, understanding the gesture, responded with a rising scale of notes that mirrored the star's brilliance. It was not yet conversation, but it was a start, a shared moment of awe. In the days that followed, they began to explore the garden together. The chamber was overgrown with alien flora, vines that curled like ribbons of light, flowers that opened and closed in time with the station's gentle breaths, and trees whose leaves chimed softly when touched. They decided to make this place their sanctuary, a project to bridge the gap between them. Kaelin, with his innate connection to light, nurtured the bioluminescent plants, his touch causing them to brighten in joyful response. Lyra, using her harmonic abilities, encouraged the musical plants to harmonize, creating a backdrop of ethereal melodies that filled the space. Their collaboration was not without its humorous stumbles. Once Kalen arranged a cluster of glowberries in a pattern he intended as a gift, a spiral of warm pink and green, which on chroma symbolized friendship. But Lyra, seeing the colors, interpreted it as a sign of distress, for on Melodia such hues were associated with alarm. She burst into a frantic, high-pitched melody that sent the garden's creatures skittering. Kalen, startled, flushed a bewildered gray. It took a long, patient evening of trial and error for them to realize the misunderstanding. They sat among the chiming trees, and Lyra hummed a slow, explanatory tune, while Kalen slowly shifted his colors to demonstrate their meanings. When they finally grasped the cultural differences, Lyra let out a light, laughing trill, and Kalen glowed with amused gold spots. The incident became a fond memory, a lesson in patience that only deepened their bond. As they worked, they developed a unique way of communicating, a blend of color, sound, and empathetic feeling. Kalen learned to read the subtleties in Lyra's harmonics, recognizing the difference between a curious inquiry and a joyful exclamation. Lyra, in turn, began to understand the vocabulary of Kalen's hues, seeing how a slow pulse of indigo could mean contentment, or a quick flash of cerulean might indicate excitement. They often spent hours in quiet companionship, tending to their garden while watching stars drift past the viewport. In those moments, words were unnecessary. The soft glow of the plants and the gentle hum of the station wrapped around them like a warm blanket. One evening, a challenge arose that tested their newfound understanding. A solar flare from a nearby star caused the station's systems to flicker, casting the garden into momentary darkness. The plants dimmed and the harmonious sounds faded into silence. Lyra, whose world was always filled with music, felt a surge of panic, her hum turning into a distressed waver. Kalen, remembering how darkness on chroma was a time for reflection, glowed a steady, reassuring amber. He moved close to Lyra, his light providing a soft beacon in the gloom. Together they realized that the garden's central crystal, which powered the bioluminescence, had been disrupted. Drawing on their strengths, Kalen focused his inner light to recharge the crystal, while Lyra sang a stabilizing melody that calmed the erratic energies. As the garden slowly brightened, their efforts merged into a beautiful display, light and sound weaving together until the chamber was once again aglow with peace. This shared triumph solidified their friendship. They had created not just a shelter, but a home, a place where their differences were celebrated. The garden thrived under their care, becoming a tapestry of intergalactic life. Chroma's light-playing fungi grew alongside Melodia's resonant blossoms, each enhancing the other. They often invited passing cosmic creatures, floating spore fairies or gentle rock beasts, to visit, sharing stories through their unique languages. The station became a legend among wanderers, a beacon of harmony in the vastness of space. As time passed, Kalen and Lyra found themselves spending countless evenings in their sanctuary, side by side. They would watch the nebulas paint the sky in hues of rose and sapphire, or count the shooting stars that streaked like tears of light. In these quiet moments, they felt the universe's gentle embrace, a reminder that kindness needed no translation. Lyra would hum a lullaby from her childhood, and Kalen would glow in time, his colors flowing like a slow river. They learned that friendship was not about perfection, but about the willingness to listen, whether with eyes, ears, or heart. Eventually, the day came when both their ships were repaired, thanks to the help of other travelers they had aided. They knew they would have to return to their own worlds, but the thought brought no sadness, only gratitude. On their last night together, they sat in the garden, surrounded by the soft light and music they had nurtured. Kalen's skin shone with a brilliant, heartfelt spectrum, a farewell that spoke of everlasting bond. Lyra responded with a melody that wove through the air, a song of promise and memory. They understood that distance meant nothing, for they had built a bridge between their souls that would span any galaxy. And so, as the stars twinkled like distant campfires, Kaelin and Lyra parted ways, each carrying a piece of the other in their heart. The Starlight Haven remained, a silent testament to their friendship, its garden forever blooming with the light of understanding and the sound of kindness. For in the endless cosmos, where worlds may be strange and languages unfamiliar, it is the simple acts of compassion that truly connect us all, weaving a tapestry of peace that glows brighter than any star. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting dancing shadows upon the walls as the evening settled into a deep, velvety blue outside the window. The warmth reached out like a gentle embrace, and in this cozy circle of light a story begins. A story not of grand adventures or fearsome dragons, but of quiet magic and the gentle transformation of a lonely heart. In a small cottage at the edge of a whispering wood lived a boy named Kaelin. He was a thoughtful child, with eyes the color of moss after rain, and a quietness about him that often made him seem older than his years. His days were spent tending to his grandmother's garden, mending fences, and watching the world from his window, a world he rarely felt a part of. You see, Kaelin often felt a hollow sort of loneliness, a chill that not even the warmest blanket or brightest fire could quite dispel. He longed for connection, for a friend who understood the language of rustling leaves and the secret songs of streams. One evening, as the first stars began to prick the twilight sky, Kaelin noticed something unusual. A soft, pulsing glow, like a captured ember, flickered deep within the forest. It was a light he had never seen before, not the cold silver of moonlight, nor the cheerful gold of a lantern, but something in between, warm and alive. Curiosity, a feeling he hadn't entertained in some time, stirred within him. Pulling on his worn boots and a thick woolen cloak, he stepped out into the crisp air, following the gentle beacon. The forest at night was a different world. Familiar paths became mysterious tunnels, and the sounds were amplified, the crunch of his footsteps on fallen leaves, the distant hoot of an owl, the sigh of the wind through the pine needles. But he was not afraid. The strange, warm light drew him forward, a silent guide. He walked until the trees grew thick and the cottage lights vanished behind him, until he stood before an ancient, gnarled oak tree, its trunk wide enough to hide 3 children behind. And there, nestled within a hollow in the oak's great trunk, was the source of the light. It was a small, perfectly smooth stone, no larger than his thumb, glowing with a soft, internal radiance. It pulsed gently like a sleeping heartbeat, washing the surrounding moss and bark in shades of amber and gold. It was warm to the touch, not hot, but holding the comforting warmth of a sun-warmed pebble at the end of a summer day. Kaelin carefully cupped it in his hands. As he did, a profound sense of calm washed over him. The lonely chill in his chest receded, replaced by the stone's gentle heat. He knew with a certainty he couldn't explain that this was no ordinary stone. He had found a glimmer heart. He carried the glimmer heart home, its light a small sun in his pocket. That night, for the first time in a long time, he slept deeply and without dreams of emptiness. The next morning he placed the stone on his windowsill, where it continued to glow with its soft, persistent light. But the magic of the glimmer heart was only beginning. Later that day, as Kaelin was chopping wood, he saw a flash of red out of the corner of his eye. A fox with a coat the color of autumn leaves and one white-tipped paw was sitting at the edge of the clearing, watching him. It wasn't wary or skittish, as foxes usually were. It simply sat, its intelligent eyes fixed not on Kaelin, but on the cottage window, on the soft glow of the stone. Kaelin moved slowly, sitting on the chopping block so as not to startle the creature. For a long time, boy and fox regarded each other in the quiet afternoon. Then, Kaelin did something on impulse. He went inside, fetched the glimmer heart, and placed it on the ground halfway between them. The fox did not approach the stone. Instead, it looked at Kaelin, tilted its head, and then turned and trotted a few paces into the wood before stopping and looking back. It was an unmistakable invitation. and so began an unexpected friendship. Kalen, with the warm stone in his pocket, followed the fox. His new companion, whom he silently named Ember for her color and for the light that had brought them together, led him on paths he never knew existed. She showed him a hidden spring where the water was so clear it reflected the sky like a second heaven, and a meadow filled with flowers that chimed softly when the breeze passed through them. They did not speak, of course, but a deep understanding grew between them. Kalen learned to read the flick of Ember's ear, the swish of her tail, the quiet pauses where she would simply sit and enjoy the sun with him. The glimmer heart was their silent companion on these journeys. Kalen noticed that its glow seemed to brighten when they discovered something beautiful, a patch of luminous fungi, a bird's nest woven with iridescent feathers, a waterfall that fell into a misty pool. It was as if the stone was not just a source of warmth, but a recorder of wonder, fueled by the joy of discovery and the warmth of friendship. One evening, as the autumn air grew sharper, Ember led him to a part of the forest that felt older. The trees were immense, their branches forming a canopy so thick the moonlight only dripped through in silver specks. In the center of this ancient grove stood a willow tree, but unlike any willow Kalen had ever seen. Its leaves, even in the dim light, shimmered with a faint silver glow, and its long, trailing branches seemed to weep not with sadness, but with a quiet, profound knowledge. At its base was a small pool, its surface as still and perfect as dark glass. Ember sat by the pool and looked at Kalen, then at the water. Kalen understood. He knelt and, drawn by a force he didn't comprehend, held the glimmer heart over the water. As its warm light touched the surface, the pool did not reflect the trees or the sky above. Instead, images swirled within its depths. He saw his own hands, planting seeds in the garden with his grandmother, a moment of simple contentment he had forgotten. He saw himself sharing his lunch with a lost baby bird years ago. He saw the lonely boy at the window, and he felt a pang of sympathy for him, a feeling that was new and strange. The pool showed him that his life, though quiet, had been woven with small threads of kindness and patience. The glimmer heart pulsed in his hand, warmer than ever, and he realized its magic wasn't just about showing him the hidden world outside, but also the hidden world within himself. It illuminated the goodness that was already there, buried under layers of loneliness. The mystery of the stone was unfolding. It was a mirror for the heart. Its light grew in the presence of beauty, friendship, and self-discovery. His journey through the wood had transformed him, not by making him a hero, but by helping him see that he was already whole. The cold hollow in his chest was gone, filled now with the warmth of Ember's friendship and the quiet confidence the glimmer heart had helped him find. As the nights grew longer and colder, Kalen no longer needed to carry the stone with him everywhere. Its warmth was inside him now. He often left it on the windowsill where it glowed like a faithful star, a beacon of the friendship it had kindled. Ember became a regular visitor, sometimes curling up by the hearth while Kalen read, or accompanying him on his chores. They were a quiet pair, a boy and a fox, bound by a magic that asked for nothing but shared silence and mutual respect. Then one night, under a full moon that turned the world to silver and shadow, something changed. The glimmer heart on the windowsill began to pulse more rapidly, its light flaring brighter than ever before. Kalen and Ember, who was dozing by the fire, both looked up. The light was not just contained within the stone anymore. It streamed out the window, a beam of gentle gold pointing back toward the ancient grove. They followed it, the familiar path now illuminated by this magical guide. When they reached the silver willow, the scene was breathtaking. The pool was shimmering, and the weeping branches of the tree were swaying, though there was no wind. And there, on the far side of the pool, was another light. Another glimmer heart, this one pulsing with a soft blue-silver light, lay nestled in the roots of the tree. A badger, old and gray-muzzled, with kind, deep-set eyes, was nudging it gently with its nose. It looked up as Kalen and Ember approached, not with fear, but with a sense of weary recognition. It was clear the badger was the guardian of this place, and the second stone was its charge. The two lights, the gold and the silver, began to pulse in rhythm, and as they did, the entire grove was filled with a soft, harmonious hum. The silver leaves of the willow glowed brighter, and for a moment Kalen felt he could understand the ancient language of the forest, the slow thoughts of the trees, the quick, bright chatter of the streams, the patient wisdom of the stones. The badger looked from its stone to Kalen's, and then to the two friends. It gave a slow, deliberate nod, as if a long-awaited meeting had finally come to pass. Then it gently picked up the silver glimmer heart in its mouth, turned, and ambled slowly into the deeper shadows of the grove, its form soon swallowed by the darkness. The beam of light from Kalen's stone faded, and its pulse returned to its normal, gentle rhythm. Kalen understood. The stones were part of a pair, perhaps needing to be brought together to renew the magic of this sacred place. His journey of personal growth, guided by the gold stone, had led him here to complete a quiet, cosmic balance. He had not been chosen for a grand task, but for a gentle one, to be a friend, to be curious, to be kind, and in doing so, to play his small part in the great, turning world. He and Ember walked home in comfortable silence, the gold stone now warm and content in his pocket. He knew the badger and the silver stone were where they needed to be, just as he and Ember were where they belonged. The mystery was solved not with a shout, but with a sigh of contentment. Now, as the fire in the hearth settles into a bed of glowing coals and the night holds the world in its deep, soft embrace, Kalen is asleep in his bed. The glimmer heart rests on his bedside table, its light now a constant, soft thrum, a testament to a heart that is no longer lonely. Outside, curled in a cozy nest of dry leaves under the porch, Ember dreams Fox dreams. Their friendship, forged in the gentle light of a magical stone, burns steady and true, a quiet flame in the vastness of the world. And so the story ends where all good stories should, with warmth, with peace, and with the promise of a new day. The embers in the hearth crackle their final, sleepy good night. The room is filled with a soft, orange glow, and the only sound is the gentle rhythm of quiet breathing. The journey is over, the heart is warm, and the world is exactly as it should be. It is time to close your eyes, let the warmth of the story settle around you like a soft blanket, and drift into dreams as peaceful in content as a boy and his fox friend, safe and loved under a starlit sky. Sleep well. Milo had always found comfort in the sameness of things. Each morning he'd rise with the first blush of dawn, pull on his worn green tunic, and pad quietly across the dew-kissed grass to the ancient oak tree at the edge of whispering woods. Its bark felt like a familiar friend beneath his small hands, rough, warm, and deeply grooved. He'd climb to his favorite branch, wide as a bench, and watch the village wake, smoke curling from chimneys like sleepy thoughts, the baker's son whistling as he swept his step, the distant chime of the blacksmith's hammer. This routine was his anchor, a shield against the swirling currents of a world that felt too big, too loud, too eager for change. Especially now, as his 10th birthday neared, whispers of growing up made his stomach flutter like trapped moths. Lately, though, his oak seemed restless. Its leaves, usually a vibrant tapestry of emerald through summer, were turning brittle and gold far too early, drifting to the mossy carpet below like fallen stars. A strange chill clung to its trunk, even on warm afternoons. Milo pressed his palm against the wood one misty morning, frowning. "What's wrong?" he whispered. The wind sighed through the canopy, carrying the scent of damp earth and distant wood smoke, but no answer came. Only a single perfect acorn dropped into his lap, cold as river stone. He tucked it into his pocket, a knot of worry tightening in his chest. That afternoon, seeking solace, Milo wandered deeper into whispering woods than usual. Sunlight filtered through the high canopy in dusty gold shafts, illuminating fluttering moths and painting patterns on the fern-covered floor. The air hummed with the drowsy song of crickets and the soft gurgle of a hidden stream. It was here he met Pip, a plump squirrel with fur the color of toasted hazelnuts and eyes like polished obsidian. Pip was chattering excitedly, trying to dislodge a particularly stubborn walnut wedged in the crook of a birch tree. Blasted thing. Pip squeaked, tugging with all his might. Stuck tighter than old man Hemlock's frown. Milo, without thinking, reached up and gently wiggled the walnut free. It tumbled into Pip's waiting paws. Oh. Pip blinked, startled. Well, aren't you a useful sort, thank you, little sapling. He tilted his head, studying Milo's troubled face. You look like you've lost your favorite acorn. What's nibbling at you? Milo sighed, sinking onto a mossy log. He told Pip about his oak tree, the early fading, the unnatural chill, his own unease about birthdays and growing taller and the world shifting around him. It feels like everything's slipping away, Milo confessed, tracing the whorls in the bark beside him. My tree shouldn't be changing like this. It's always been strong. Pip nibbled thoughtfully on the walnut. Change, tricky business. My great-aunt Twitchdale used to say change is just life stretching its roots. He hopped onto Milo's knee. Your oak, it's a whispering oak, you know, special. They listen, they feel. Maybe it's feeling what you're feeling, all tangled up inside. Milo's eyes widened. He'd heard stories, of course, tales whispered by elders about the woods reflecting the hearts of those who truly loved them. But he'd never quite believed them. What do I do? He asked, his voice small. Find Hazel, Pip declared, whiskers twitching. She lives in the cottage where the moonflowers bloom. She knows the language of roots and rainbows. Come on. And with a flick of his bushy tail, Pip scampered off, leading Milo along a path dappled with sunlight and the scent of wild thyme. Hazel's cottage was nestled in a clearing carpeted with velvety moss and luminous blue moonflowers that glowed softly even in daylight. Smoke curled merrily from a crooked chimney shaped like a toadstool. Hazel herself answered the door, her face as wrinkled and kind as a well-loved apple, her eyes the clear green of forest pools. She wore a shawl woven with threads that shimmered like spider silk catching the sun. Ah, she smiled, seeing Pip perched on Milo's shoulder and the worry etched on the boy's face. The oak keeper and his acorn heart, come in, the kettle's just singing. Inside, the cottage was pure comfort. Shelves overflowing with jars of luminous berries and dried herbs, a fat ginger cat purring by the hearth, and the rich aroma of chamomile and honey filling the air. Hazel settled them by the crackling fire, its warmth seeping into Milo's chilled bones. Milo poured out his fears again, the tree, the dread of change, the acorn in his pocket that felt like a heavy secret. Hazel listened, her gaze gentle and unwavering. She took the cold acorn from him, holding it up to the firelight. It seemed to pulse faintly with a dim, inner light. Whispering oaks, Hazel explained softly, her voice like rustling leaves, are mirrors, dear boy, not of our faces, but of our spirits. They grow strong with courage, blossom with joy, and yes, they fade when fear wraps too tightly around the heart. She placed the acorn back in Milo's palm. Its chill had lessened slightly. This acorn is a promise, a seed of what could be, but it needs the right soil to grow. Your fear of change, Milo, it's like a frost settling on your oak's roots. It makes the leaves think winter has come too soon. Milo stared at the acorn. But how do I stop being afraid? Change feels scary, like falling. Hazel chuckled, a sound like pebbles in a brook. Change is a kind of falling, but think of a seed falling into the earth. Is it the end, or is it the beginning of something new, something strong enough to reach the sun? She leaned forward. Instead of fearing the fall, Milo, learn to trust the ground that catches you. Trust the friends who walk beside you. Trust the strength growing inside you, even if you can't see it yet. Over the next days and weeks, guided by Hazel's gentle wisdom and Pip's cheerful encouragement, Milo began a quiet journey of discovery. He still visited his oak every morning, but instead of just sitting, he tended. He cleared fallen twigs from its base, singing simple songs Pip taught him, songs about brave little acorns and patient roots. He talked to the tree not just about his worries, but about small new things. The vibrant orange of a sunset he'd never really noticed before, the funny way the blacksmith's daughter could whistle like a bird, the exciting flutter in his chest when he learned to whittle a simple bird from a piece of driftwood Hazel gave him. He helped Pip gather nuts, marveling at the squirrel's fearless leaps between branches. He helped Hazel in her moonlit garden, learning how delicate seedlings needed both shelter and space to stretch towards the light. He noticed the woods changing around him, the shift from summer's lush green to autumn's fiery gold and crimson, and instead of dread, he began to see a breathtaking kind of magic in the transformation. The air grew crisper, smelling of wood smoke and ripe apples, and the rustle of leaves sounded less like a sigh of loss and more like a contented whisper. One blustery evening, a storm swept in from the mountains. Wind howled like a lost wolf, and rain lashed the village. Milo lay in his bed, heart pounding, thinking of his oak standing alone in the fury. The fear surged back, cold and sharp. It's changing too fast. It might break. But then he remembered Hazel's words, trust the ground that catches you. He remembered Pip's fearless leaps. He remembered the warmth of the fire in Hazel's cottage, a symbol of constant comfort amidst change. Driven by a newfound courage, Milo pulled on his boots and cloak and ran out into the storm. Rain stung his face, and the wind tried to push him back. He stumbled through the muddy path to the oak. In the flashes of lightning it looked terrifying, branches whipping like angry arms, leaves ripped away. He pressed himself against its massive trunk, feeling the ancient wood vibrate with the storm's power. It wasn't the same sturdy anchor. It was alive, wrestling with the wind, bending but not breaking. "It's okay," Milo shouted over the roar, his voice thin but steady. He poured all his newfound understanding into his words. "It's just a storm, it's just change. You're strong, we can bend together, just like Pip leaps, just like seeds grow." He held the acorn, now warm in his hand, tight against the rough bark. As suddenly as it began, the wind lessened. The rain softened to a gentle patter. The clouds parted, revealing a sky dusted with stars, impossibly bright after the tempest. Exhausted, Milo slid down the trunk, sitting on the sodden moss. He looked up. Where storm-tossed branches had been, the moonlight now revealed something astonishing. Tiny buds, glowing with a soft, silvery light, were unfurling along every branch. Not ordinary leaves, but luminous, shimmering silver foliage that caught the starlight and reflected it like liquid mercury. The air filled with a sweet, clean scent, like rain-washed air and blooming jasmine. The unnatural chill was gone, replaced by a gentle, comforting warmth radiating from the tree itself. Pip scampered down from a higher branch, his fur plastered down but his eyes shining. "See, told you, it just needed to remember it could shine." Hazel appeared at the edge of the clearing, her shawl shimmering in the moonlight. She didn't speak, just smiled, her eyes reflecting the silver glow of Milo's transformed oak. Milo touched one of the radiant leaves. It felt smooth and cool, humming with a quiet energy. He looked at the acorn in his palm. It was no longer cold stone, but warm wood, and a tiny, determined silver shoot had cracked its shell and was reaching upwards, fragile but unafraid. A deep sense of peace washed over him, warm as the hearth fire, steady as the ancient roots beneath him. He wasn't afraid of growing taller, of the world changing around him. He understood now. Change wasn't an ending, it was the soil where new wonders took root. It was the storm that revealed hidden strength. It was the quiet unfurling of a silver leaf in the moonlight. He was changing just like his beloved oak, and instead of a cold dread, he felt only a gentle, awe-filled curiosity for the person and the magic he was becoming. He nestled the sprouting acorn carefully into the soft earth at the base of the glowing tree, a promise to the future, and leaned back against the warm, radiant trunk, listening to the peaceful whisper of silver leaves in the starlit night. The world was changing, and he was ready to grow with it, one shimmering leaf at a time. In the heart of an ancient forest, a place where the sky was a canopy of green, and the earth was a carpet of soft moss and fallen leaves, there dwelt creatures in harmony and simplicity. The forest, known as Elderwood, was a realm where each rustle of the leaf and each ripple of the stream spoke of stories untold, whispering secrets of old to those who listened with open hearts. As dawn's gentle light filtered through the interlacing branches, casting a kaleidoscope of gold and green, the forest came alive with a soft symphony of bird song. This was the time when the creatures of Elderwood awoke, stretching their limbs and wings, preparing for the day's gentle adventures. Among them was a wise old owl named Orin, whose feathers bore the hues of autumn leaves, and whose eyes were deep wells of ancient wisdom. Orin had lived in Elderwood longer than most, his perch high in the gnarled branches of an ancient oak. One day, as the sun began its slow ascent, Orin noticed a change in the forest's song. The usual harmony seemed somewhat disjointed, as if a single string in a beautifully tuned harp had loosened. Concerned, Orin spread his wings and flew down to the forest floor, where the air was thick with the scent of damp earth and budding flowers. He met with Fern, a gentle deer whose coat was the color of morning mist, and who was known for her keen understanding of the forest's moods. "Fern," Orin began, his voice as soothing as a breeze through the leaves, "have you noticed the forest's song today? It feels different." Fern nodded, her large, gentle eyes reflecting the dappled sunlight. "I have, Orin. There seems to be a disquiet, as if something is out of balance." Together they wandered deeper into the forest, their paths lined with wildflowers that nodded their heads as if in greeting. It was not long before they came upon a small, babbling brook. Normally its waters were clear and sparkling, a mirror for the azure sky, but today they were muddied and sluggish. "The brook," Fern whispered softly, "it carries a sadness." Orin peered closely, his wise eyes noticing a pile of fallen branches and leaves that had created a dam, blocking the natural flow of the water. "Ah, here is the source of the discord," he said gently. "When the brook cannot sing its song, the forest feels its loss." With great care, they began to clear away the debris. Orin used his sharp beak to lift the twigs, while Fern nudged the larger branches aside with her strong yet gentle hooves. As they worked, the sun rose higher, warming the air with its gentle touch, and a light breeze began to dance through the trees, bringing with it the scent of pine and fresh rain. Finally, the brook flowed freely once more, its song a joyful melody that rippled through the forest. Orin and Fern watched as the water sparkled under the sun, its clarity returning, carrying with it the reflection of a sky that seemed to smile down upon them. As they rested by the rejuvenated brook, a soft rustling announced the arrival of another forest friend. It was Bramble, a cheerful squirrel with fur as bright as the maple leaves in autumn. Bramble had been watching from the branches above and now scampered down to join them. "Thank you, Orin and Fern," Bramble chittered, his eyes alight with gratitude. "The brook's song is what wakes me each morning, and I missed it dearly." Orin nodded, a warm glow in his eyes. "The forest is a web of connections, Bramble. Each part, no matter how small, is important to the whole. When one part is troubled, it affects all of us." Fern lowered her head to nuzzle Bramble affectionately. "And when we work together, we can restore balance and harmony. It is the way of Elderwood." As the sun dipped towards the horizon, painting the sky in shades of lavender and rose, the three friends lingered by the brook, savoring the peace they had helped restore. The forest began its evening song, a gentle lullaby that spoke of calm winds and restful nights. In the days that followed, the creatures of Elderwood continued their lives with renewed joy, their bonds of friendship strengthened by the shared experience. Orin, with his wisdom, reminded them of the importance of listening to the subtle changes in their world, while fern and bramble spread the message of unity and care throughout the forest. And so, Elderwood thrived, a testament to the power of harmony and the gentle strength of friendship. The seasons turned, bringing with them new challenges and changes, but the creatures faced them with wisdom and togetherness, their hearts as open and enduring as the ancient forest itself. As the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, casting a gentle glow over the sleeping forest, Orin settled back into his perch high in the oak tree. With a heart full of contentment, he closed his eyes, letting the whispering winds carry him into dreams of peace and unity. And so, Elderwood slept too, cradled in the embrace of nature's enduring balance. The cobblestone streets of Willowbrook always smelled of rain and possibility, especially in the quiet hour just after twilight. Young Finn, who preferred the company of dusty library books to boisterous games, was returning home from Mrs. Thistle's bookshop, clutching a worn volume on cloud formations. His path took him past the ancient, leaning oak tree that guarded the town square. Tonight, something glinted amongst its gnarled roots. Curiosity, that quiet friend Finn trusted above all others, nudged him closer. Nestled in the moss, half-buried like a forgotten secret, lay a key. Not a grand, ornate key fit for a castle, but a small, humble thing made of warm, tarnished brass. It felt strangely comforting in his palm, humming with a faint warmth like a sleepy kitten. Engraved on its bow was a single, tiny feather. Finn slipped the key into his pocket, its gentle warmth a constant, reassuring companion. That night, as he traced the feather engraving by candlelight, the key pulsed softly. A soft whisper like wind through dry reeds filled his mind. Seek the unseen path, find what the sky has forgotten. The whisper wasn't frightening, it felt like an invitation. The next morning, Finn packed a simple knapsack, a water flask, some crusty bread and cheese, his cloud book, and the brass key. He told his parents he was going on a long walk to study the sky. The key felt warm against his chest as he stepped beyond the familiar boundaries of Willowbrook, heading towards the Whispering Woods, a place usually veiled in mist and tall tales. The woods lived up to their name. Ancient trees murmured secrets in rustling leaves, and shafts of sunlight, thick as honey, pierced the canopy, dust motes dancing within them. Finn felt a gentle tug, a pull in his chest, guiding him deeper. It led him to a sheer, moss-covered cliff face, seemingly impassable. Yet, as he approached, the brass key grew warmer. He held it up, and where its light touched the stone, shimmering outlines appeared, narrow footholds and handholds, forming a winding path upwards. The unseen path. Climbing was slow and careful, the stone cool and damp beneath his fingers. Halfway up, perched precariously on a narrow ledge, Finn froze. Below him the woods stretched like a green ocean. Above, the cliff seemed endless. Fear, cold and sharp, pricked his skin. Just then, a gruff voice broke the silence. "Bit high for cloud watching, lad, wouldn't you say?" Startled, Finn looked down. On a lower ledge, peering up with bright, intelligent eyes, sat a badger. He wore tiny, round spectacles perched on his snout and clutched a knobbly walking stick carved with constellations. "Name's Bramble," the badger announced. "Keeper of forgotten footpaths and unappreciated fungi. Saw you activating the old sky key. Haven't seen one of those in an age. Bit rusty on the climbing, are we?" Before Finn could answer, a flurry of iridescent feathers swooped down. A small starling landed beside Bramble, tilting her head. "He doesn't look rusty, Bramble, he looks scared, like when Pip saw the big owl." Her voice was like chiming bells. "I'm Pip, I remember things, especially shiny things in high places. Can I help?" Bramble sighed, adjusting his spectacles. "Wisdom and wings, lad, you'll need both where you're going. That key doesn't light the way for just anyone. What's it telling you to seek?" Finn, heart still pounding but comforted by their presence, explained the whisper. "Find what the sky has forgotten." "Ah," Bramble nodded sagely, tapping his stick. The sky forgets nothing lightly, but sometimes things fall, get lost in the cracks between clouds and earth. He pointed his stick upwards. The summit glade. That's where the sky touches the land most gently. But the path gets tricky near the top. Needs a different kind of seeing. With Bramble offering steadying advice, plant your foot there, lad, see that sturdy root, and Pip darting ahead, scouting the safest route and chattering encouragement, almost there. Ooh, look at that butterfly. Finn climbed higher. The air grew thinner, cooler, smelling of pine resin and distant rain. Finally, they pushed through a curtain of hanging vines into the summit glade. It was a place of breathtaking serenity. Soft, silver-green grass carpeted a natural amphitheater, surrounded by ancient, wind-sculpted pines. In the very center, bathed in pure, liquid sunlight, stood a pedestal of smooth, milky quartz. But instead of a forgotten treasure, the pedestal held only a small, perfectly round hole, about the size of Finn's fist. The air above it shimmered faintly, like heat haze. The sky's memory well, Bramble whispered reverently. But it's empty, that can't be right. Pip fluttered nervously. It feels sad, like a nest without eggs. Finn felt the brass key grow hot in his hand. He approached the well. The shimmering air above the hole wasn't empty. It felt thick, resistant, like trying to push through heavy velvet. He reached out, but his hands simply stopped, meeting an invisible, yielding barrier. He pushed harder, but it only gave slightly before pushing back. Force won't work here, lad, Bramble murmured, studying the barrier. This isn't a lock to be broken, it's a sorrow to be understood. Finn sat cross-legged before the well, the key resting warm in his lap. He closed his eyes, not to see with them, but to feel. He remembered the whisper, find what the sky has forgotten. Forgotten implied it was once remembered. Lost. He thought of his cloud book, how clouds changed form but never truly vanished. He thought of the warmth of the key, like captured sunlight. He thought of Pip's sadness. The sky hasn't forgotten something out there, Finn murmured, opening his eyes, a dawning understanding warming him. It's forgotten something about itself. The memory well isn't empty, it's holding on to something the sky can't bear to lose, but it's trapped by its own grief, like a tear that won't fall. He looked at the shimmering barrier. It wasn't a wall, it was a held breath. A stifled sigh. The sky was holding its sorrow inside the well. It needs to let go, Finn whispered. But gently, to remember that even sadness can be beautiful when it's shared. He didn't try to push through the barrier again. Instead, he took the brass key. Not to unlock, but to connect. He held it up not towards the barrier, but towards the open sky above the glade. The tiny feather engraving caught the sunlight. Finn focused on the feeling of the key warm, comforting, a small, solid thing holding a promise. He thought of gentle rain after a drought, of mist clearing to reveal the sun, of the quiet comfort of sharing a burden. It's okay, he said softly, his voice barely a whisper yet echoing in the glade's stillness. It's okay to remember, it's okay to let it go. The sadness isn't lost, it becomes the rain that feeds the earth, the mist that paints the dawn. It becomes part of everything beautiful again. He poured his understanding, his quiet empathy, through the key. It wasn't magic words, but magic feeling the wisdom of accepting loss as part of the cycle. A single radiant tear, like liquid starlight, fell from the clear blue sky above. It landed silently on the shimmering barrier above the well. Where it touched, the resistant shimmer softened, dissolved, and flowed like liquid silver down into the hole in the pedestal. The instant the last drop vanished, the summit glade bloomed. Flowers Finn hadn't seen before unfurled in a burst of impossible colors, their scent like moonlight and dew. The air hummed with pure, resonant joy, a sound felt more than heard. Light, brighter and softer than before, filled the glade, painting everything in hues of gold and pearl. Above the memory well where the barrier had been, a small, perfect image shimmered into being, a fledgling starling taking its very first, wobbly flight towards a radiant sunset. It was a moment of pure, fragile joy preserved forever. The sky hadn't forgotten the beauty, it had only forgotten how to release the pain of its passing. Finn had helped it remember. Bramble removed his spectacles, wiping his eyes. Wisdom, lad, true wisdom. You didn't force the lock, you understood the heart that held it closed. Pip danced in the air, singing a sweet, wordless song. It's remembering, the sky is remembering the happy things too. The journey back down the unseen path felt lighter. Finn carried no physical treasure, but his heart felt full, expanded. He understood now that the greatest magic wasn't in grand gestures, but in quiet understanding, in helping something lost find its way home, even if that home was simply acceptance. The brass key had cooled in his pocket, feeling like an ordinary, slightly tarnished piece of brass once more. Yet when he touched it, he felt the echo of the sky's gratitude, a soft warmth like the first ray of dawn. Back in Willowbrook, under a sky now streaked with the gentle pinks and oranges of sunset, Finn stopped beneath the old oak tree. He placed the brass key back amongst the roots where he'd found it. It belonged to the secrets, to the next seeker who listened with their heart. As he walked home, the scent of rain and possibility hung in the air, richer than ever. He looked up at the clouds, no longer just shapes in a book, but part of a vast, feeling sky that remembered, that let go, and that held countless quiet wonders in its embrace. And Finn, the quiet boy who loved books, now carried a different kind of story within him, a story of a key, a journey, and the gentle, enduring magic of understanding. The world felt softer, kinder, and infinitely more full of unseen paths, waiting for a kind heart to find them. The comforting warmth of that knowledge settled over him like a well-loved blanket as the first stars began to twinkle, silent promises in the darkening blue.